finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Through your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture sensoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered,
I've got you.
Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging. Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen. All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source, though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Ark Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandelbrick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful. I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great. I've got more important things to take care of. Come on, away with you.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by to breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach! Bob's your uncle. Got evidence.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off. Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading at increased speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound, bearing on 48!
Defensives are down! Torpedo range, 600 meters! 400 meters! 200!
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
Don't lie to me! This ship isn't carrying anything good! Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Child closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Through your lightning, bring on the rain. I'll find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder, role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging. Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen. All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Ark Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandelbrick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful. I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great. I've got more important things to take care of. Come on, whoever you.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by to breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach!
Bob's your uncle.
Got evidence. All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off. Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading at increased speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound, bearing on 48!
Defensives are down! Torpedo range, 600 meters! 400 meters! 200!
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
Don't lie to me! This ship isn't carrying anything good! Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
Welcome back to Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026. It's day 2 of 5 here in Wuhan, China. I'm Doge, this is Vivid. Super excited to get right back into the action today, folks. We had a 14-hour broadcast yesterday, 4 matches. We went to Game 3, we were up all night, and it was so dang fun. We're back with some more action today, and today is elimination rounds. We got a couple teams going home, folks. Let's take a look at our bracket and where we ended up yesterday and where we're going today. Take me away, Vivid.
I mean, we all know kind of how we started off yesterday. LT versus HAN. LT went ahead and took that one 2-0. So we're going to be seeing HAN down there in the losers bracket in our first matchup up against RBN. RBN had a pretty good battle up against FX. They went all the way to round number 3, but unfortunately came up short. So that's going to be our first matchup of the day. Second matchup down there in the lower bracket as well. AHR versus TXD. After we do finish up those 2 lower bracket matches, which, by the way, will, of course, eliminate 2 of our teams. We'll bounce right back up into the upper bracket, and we'll have some of these Titans go head-to-head. Technically undefeated teams so far.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is one of a very unique tournament format where we get to see all 8 teams 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to see 2 teams go home. It's either HAN or RBN or AHR or TXD. Those are the teams that could potentially go home in the lower bracket, but it is double elimination format, so the teams in the upper bracket still have a chance if they lose. Now, when we look back on yesterday, there are so many players that we could highlight, but we chose a couple here based on some stat lines. I want to walk through these. Of course, Wansa picked up the highest score of the day. This is a ridiculous stat line, 61,000 score in a single match. Wansa was the commander of HAN and was doing the most for their team. And so definitely watch out for Wansa today in the lower bracket against Reborn. I think that'll be that commander in particular, Wansa, was a difference maker for the squad, which is not always the case for the teams. Maybe the shot caller, but not always the difference maker.
The crazy thing for me here is that if you take an actual look at the individual performances here, right, Wansa, they lost.
Yeah.
NTPP from TXD with 111 kills, they lost. Over towards the rescues as well, TXD, ATX. They lost. Of course, we do have RRQ Poppy in there coming in with his assists that were up there. We know how that went. RRQ, of course, won. And then FX Boom with 152 in the capture category. They won as well. But those individual performances, sometimes they still net you some losses.
That's exactly right. NTPP has always been, for the last 6 months, between these 2 different LAN competitions, a highlight player for TXD. Reminder, TXD went the distance with their opposition and ended up losing. Like you mentioned, still picked up 111 kills in a single game. That's how much of a nail-biter and how long a lot of these games went on the map to be able to pick up 111 kills as an individual is insane. And a big shout out to Boom. You and I were talking before the broadcast started. Excited to get into the FX match later today. Boom was kind of one of those unsung heroes for this roster,
absolutely.
And you can see why they were so valuable. You and I were highlighting engineering, highlighting the overall squad, but just being on the capture point that much is ridiculous. So looking at today's matches, folks, you can actually see we already have done all the picks and bans and the map choices. It was all randomized. Quickly how this works is it's a best of 3. Both teams ban a map, and then a random map is pulled out of the remaining maps. Now, we did it all at the end of yesterday's broadcast. If maybe you were not there, or you went to sleep, or you woke up and had stuff to do, this is all the maps that we chose. So we're going to Ascension, Cracked, Cyclone again, and then Cracked to wrap up the day. A little less Cyclone than yesterday, but still going to see some of it today. It's a best of 3, though. So once we play Ascension, for instance, in HAN versus RBN, if they're able to trade wins and we go to Game 3, that's when things change. No more randomness. Teams will choose a map, and then team will choose a side, and we'll break all that down if we get there. But great map choices here. Again, randomized, but shout out to our randomizer. We got some cool ones here. We have seen all of these maps yesterday, which is kind of wild because we haven't seen every map in the game yet. But these maps, except for Cyclone, Ascension, and Cracked, were only played in Game 3. So we haven't seen a full attack and defend on any of these maps.
Yeah, super excited to kind of jump into the action today. If there's anything that I have learned from the couple of pick and ban phases that we've had so far in this competition, it's that our teams absolutely hate Fault and they absolutely hate Aftershock. Those 2 maps consistently find themselves banned. Taking a look at the team lineups for our first head-to-head of the day. First up, it's going to be HAN, and you kind of already noted it earlier on today. Wanza was kind of the highlight player in terms of how much score he was able to pick up yesterday, and that, of course, is going to be a big advantage for their matchup today.
Well, there's so many players I would love to highlight on this team, and we will as we get into the matchup. But a couple quick ones to shout out. Artyom, this is a player we've watched over the last 6+ months in between 2 different LAN competitions that is a difference maker at an individual level. Not every team has those. Sarah Jin, also a huge vehicle operator, a huge engineering stat line player for that team. But they're going up against Reborn. Now, Reborn is such a fun team to talk about because, yes, they did lose in Game 3 in a best-of-3 against FX, but it was really dang close, and this team had moments of greatness. Yes, HAN is a really good team, but the fact that we see RBN and HAN in the lower bracket is surprising to me. Talking about this roster, it's a little bit of a different story. The commander, Jinx Jill, plays a much more support role for this team, oftentimes finding himself in a lob, making sure a Jet can't get into the mix, or potentially just giving nice support calls for the team. But there are a couple standout performances, especially from HR. Almost surprised not to see HR at the top of our leaderboards in terms of the individual slaying power. Second on their team would have like 50 kills, and he would have like 79. Let's talk about our predictions, though. Vivid, I think this is going to be the story all day today. I continue to go against whatever you say.
Nice.
Talk me through your thoughts here.
Listen, I think we were blessed yesterday with some very close matchups. I was taking a look at all 4 of the head-to-heads that we're going to be having throughout the day, and I'm going to spoil you guys on my predictions early. I feel like we're going to have some 2-0s across the board. I just feel like HAN, to me personally, looked like a way better team, and I'm picking them 2-0 right now.
Listen, call it bias, call it favoritism, call it whatever you want. I do not care. I'm going RB in until they are out of this tournament. I love these guys. The only team that I rooted for, or not even rooted for, but thought could beat them was that FX roster. They hadn't scrimmed against each other. They felt uncomfortable against them. It was weird back and forth. I believe in the RBM EMEA win here. I think it's going to be a 2-1, though. I think it's going to be very, very close. So I'm really excited to see what happens between these two teams. But we got to head down to the stage and see what's going on as the players get introduced.
欢迎来到2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛。
Welcome to 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
有请 HAN 战队。
Please welcome Team HAN.
一队一心，先至巅峰。
One team, one goal.
有请 RBN 战队。
Please welcome Team RBN.
铁血躯体，重整旗鼓，重返巅峰。
Resist, reset, return.
烽烟四起，锐气如虹，热血开战。
Chaos erupts, energy soaring. The battle is on.
Call it hopium, call it copium, whatever you want. I've got RBN in this matchup, man. They look ready to ball out. I know it may feel like an underdog story to you. HAN is a very strong team. I just think it is still possible. Technically speaking, RBN went to game 3, and HAN got blown out in a 2-0.
Okay.
However, while we have a moment, since you're on the HAN side, talk me through what happened in their first matchup and what we can expect from them in this one.
I mean, this was the first matchup of the day yesterday where they went head-to-head with LT, and we were kind of talking about it all day yesterday. Even though that was a 2-0, HAN kind of took them all the way to double overtime, and it was pretty much just a sliver of percentage away from them actually going ahead and winning that attack yesterday. So again, I think they look like they are an extremely strong team. And listen, obviously, you know, we're in person here, we're on land, we get to see the players walk out right behind us. And I'm feeling just a little bit more confident in HAN than I initially was, just simply based on the fact that Artyom has a cadence to him, man. That guy just looks like he spews confidence. The way he was walking out, dude, I don't know what it was. I was like, oh, yeah, this guy's locked.
The thing I know about RBN, though, and the reason I'm still kind of a proponent of them potentially winning this matchup is I know they were in the lab last night, man. These guys care a ton. They're passionate about the game, and they have been practicing and preparing for this moment. They were in the lab last night. Again, this is a unique competition in the fashion that, hey, look, they can go for an entire, 24 hours almost? Well, not quite, because we were up quite late. But they have a long time of preparation. We got the information on what map they were playing much earlier than we had in past previous competitions. So they've been prepping for this map, and they've been prepping for this moment here in Hongshan Sports Center. Excited to be here. We've got a fantastic atmosphere all around outside. It has been beautiful days thus far as we arrive at the venue, and then Vivid and I are trapped here in the venue. So I'm hoping that things end a little bit earlier today so that we can explore a little bit. But either way you look at it, we're going to have a dang good time, especially with this being our first matchup of the day. I think this, again, just like yesterday, just with HAN and LT, is going to set the tone for what today has to offer. This is one of the only other days that we have where we're playing 4 best-of-3s in a row. We're going to be here for a while, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Any big standout performers that we haven't mentioned from HAN that you want to highlight as we're watching the players get ready and load into the map?
I mean, obviously the individual efforts from Stacks as well, conjoined with Sarah Jin. Always great to kind of see that. I know Hodu was doing incredible work on the engineer role, and that's pretty much what HAN is all about. Obviously, we know some of our teams are just a little bit better in the vehicle economy side of things, and some of those standout performances on the side of HAN are kind of going to be those difference makers kind of coming into a matchup like this. And yeah, I mean, taking a look at the stage, again, all of our players are kind of getting re-locked in. I think it is kind of important for us to note as well, HAN were one of those teams that was a part of the first matchup of the day, and then RBN, they had that second matchup yesterday. So they played, you know, both of these teams played quite early yesterday. You keep mentioning how we were here so late last night, but neither one of these teams was a part of those final teams that were actually here late into the night.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout. They actually had quite a bit of time to rest, recover. The only player that was here late was Jinx Shield, just to see what map they were playing, which I think is worth mentioning. But yeah, so this is going to be a fun one. Again, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect from both of these teams then when it comes to the map we're playing. Talk to me about the difference in flow state of being able to play a map like, what, Cracked is what we're starting with. Is it
Ascension?
Oh, we're starting with Ascension, then Cracked? Oh, golly, I'm all over the place. Now you've got me.
Dude,
all over.
no.
Well, let's just wait and see.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see. I've got to remember. But anyways, regardless, when you take a... Yeah, you're right. It is Ascension first.
Yeah.
When you take a look at a map like Ascension, walk me through what you expect to see from both of these teams. This is a map that they both know extremely well. They've played thousands of reps on. And depending on whether you're starting on attacking defend, I said yesterday when we played Ascension, the win condition for the teams is set me up early. Get on top of the high ground overlooking the A point, and whoever takes control of that high point early and immediately establishes dominance will win the game.
So we do know that RBN is going to be started on the attacking side. when we took a look at RBN yesterday, when they were on Cyclone, I feel like that standout performance from Lemon himself, Amor Lemon, as you like to call him, was piloting the jet. Obviously, on Ascension, you do have early access when you are on the attacking side to that helicopter. I don't know if the skill set translates well from like jet to helicopter and whether or not it is actually going to be Amor Lemon that's going to be finding himself up in that helicopter. Whoever's going to be piloting for the side of RBN can really be that difference maker. That being said, it's not really a necessity either, because we saw an absolutely incredible performance from the side of RRQ last night where they didn't actually need a helicopter to have a successful attack on this map. So I feel like Ascension is great because we have seen multiple times this map played differently with different styles, different access to different resources, and still some of our teams seem to find success. So I feel like Ascension opens up for a lot of variability, and I'm excited to see what RBN has brought to the table for this attack.
Well, our teams are loading in. You can see it on your screen now. Selecting their commanders, which of course we know who their commander will be. Both teams being represented by a commander that's been leading them for a while now. Wansa leading HAN, Jinx Jill leading RBN. Excited to get into this one, and yeah, I'm just so excited to get to Cracked. I was jumping the gun a little bit. Ascension's fun though. Listen, traditionally speaking, chat was saying it last night. We were saying it as well. Traditionally speaking, attack on Ascension has been a better position to be on this map. I don't know how close the win percentage is on the map in competitive play, but I would say traditionally most teams like to be on attack on this map. And so I wonder if maybe we could start things off with a bang. Starting out on attack, could get a sneaky little win here, set the tone, get some momentum, try to hold the line on D.
Yeah, I feel like the defense does have to kind of play pretty perfectly and avoid a lot to actually go ahead and successfully defend. Obviously, you mentioned D because that's kind of like the sector we look to find the heaviest defense.
Yeah, and I would say too, like the biggest, not problem, but the thing that you have to focus on, you said it, like you have to play perfect on the defense. Mostly true. I think the biggest thing you have to prioritize is making sure that you do the rotation zone to zone perfectly. If you get on your heels and don't set up perfectly for new zone, you're just going to get steamrolled. It's a very momentum-heavy map, which is why it's so nice for the attackers. So headed to Ascension, RBN going to be on the attack. Like we said, they've got an opportunity to kind of shock the world here and put up a map immediately on a top dog, HAN. But both these teams are in the lower bracket. Both teams fighting for their life in this tournament. Either team would like to get double-rounded, which is exactly what's going to happen for one of them. So I know it's obvious, but it's worth restating how important and how much of a priority these teams are putting on this matchup, because this is the life in the tournament for them. So here we go, folks. Ascension time. It's time to jump into it. Let's see if our attackers can move quickly, and let's see if our defenders can set up well for the transition between A and B, B to C, and all the way to the finish line.
It is going to be Amor Lemon finding himself inside of the helicopter. We saw a great individual performance from the skies from him yesterday that did help his team put up a great performance. Unfortunately, as we do know it, since we are in the lower bracket match as it currently stands, it didn't end up panning out for them very, very well, but an opportunity to go ahead and showcase themselves on the stage again today. Now, what's going to be happening in the start of Ascension here? Some back and forth amongst the vehicles. We're going to be seeing this little bit of a fight from the LAV on the ground towards this helicopter, and actually that's a lot of damage onto the helicopter early on right there, but I do see that the helicopter is going to be picking up a couple of kills of his own. Left down to 20% HP. They got to be feeling a little bit nervous. Miang.
No way, right?
My gosh.
Jin Man with a huge pickup on the helicopter early, folks. It feels like we're just getting started into this matchup, and yet again, helicopter kind of just letting itself go down. Once you hit the 20% HP, why are we not flying away? Why are we not trying to keep that thing alive? Such a valuable asset goes down extremely early. I'm blown away that that's the way we're kicking things off. But hey, it is what it is. Got to lock in, got to figure it out without the heli. Amor Lemon will join the troops onto the ground.
But I mentioned it already prior to kind of jumping into the map specifically, that incredible performance that we saw last night from RRQ on Ascension. They did it without the helicopter, so they've seen it been done. Hopefully they can go ahead and repeat that type of performance. And take a look for the side of the attack. Having access to this boat is really, really awesome as well. And actually some of the attack has you know, in recent times, every single time that we do look towards the Ascension map, prioritizing this flank all the way to the right side of the map, because it does open up some angles towards this hill, of course, and some of the other troops for the defense that make it a little bit easier for you to go ahead and push. But Goj loves to talk about this hill and the back and forth fight, and it is such an important position that, yeah, this is what it's all about for Sector A.
Unfortunately, without the help of air superiority, you've got a Lav shooting up onto this hill from the far side of the A sector. It's going to throw a lot of damage at these players. Also battling for the flank positions on the off angles here for the attackers, trying to figure out how they actually want to address this point and where we can go from here. See, our defense is setting up for new Artyom, actually able to take down the tank as well against the attackers. This is a brutal start. And we are able to get that helicopter back into the mix here, a more Lemon back into the air. Hopefully not going to make the same mistake. But a tank down as well means the attackers are a bit hamstrung right now. I'm not sure what their play is. Helicopter can't get too active because the Lob's still going to be peeking at them. We don't have the firepower to hold the top hill. Might have to get a little weird. Worth mentioning too, by the way, our rosters have changed up a little bit. Store Life was a sub yesterday. Store Life has subbed in, and it looks like Fuzor has subbed out. Store Life is joining the likes of Dfiw, John the Bomb, and Rick on that Echo squad, I believe, that is joining this roster. So, shout out to Store Life. We'll see what that substitute can do based on either the map or just the day and how Fuzor is feeling.
I myself am trying to keep a close eye on what the communication is looking like for both sides of the teams, right? The commanders being in bottom left and bottom right, respectively, for their teams. And I feel like Wanza has actually been getting active on the comms occasionally, but every single time I do take a little bit of a peek over towards Jinxdale, I'm not seeing a lot of communication kind of coming out from the side of him. Now, obviously, team dynamics can be different, and actually focusing in here again on this specific fight.
This feels like a losing fight for Morlamon. He's got to back up here and get higher in the air, so this can't connect, and that's exactly what he's doing. Nice play to stay alive this time around, backing way up into the sky. Going to reassess, going to repair, and then get back into the action. We do have an AAV now inside the attacking push, so they're going to try to swing up onto some high ground here to try to help out their team, but Taeseong is throwing down some covering fire over the top. That doesn't seem to be connecting too much, but it is allowing some of their forward advances of the defenders to actually barrel stuff their opponents and actually find some kills. So decent job here. Sarah Jin, by the way, rocking the compound bow. Whenever Sarah Jin is not in a vehicle, Sarah Jin is slaying up the lobby. Definitely a difference maker for this HAN roster.
Take a look at the map, though. Right above that A sector, you can still see how strong of a stakehold the defense does have on that hill right now. And you want to talk about a stakehold. What about the stakehold in the vehicle fight as it currently stands? The AAV is forced to retreat and barely, like you said, makes it away with its life. Even though we do see some of these retreats sometimes, I'm never feeling too confident because I have seen some Oluwu rockets come flying from across the top ropes all the way across the map and find those final blows, but not going to be the case right here for the side of HAN. And I mean, I feel like the defense has done such a good job at holding off RBN, and you might be thinking, yeah, but we got plenty of time left. We do not actually have a lot of time left in terms of how many tickets we have spent attempting to go ahead and attack so far. We're already down to 130.
Yeah, not too dangerous yet, but we hardly haven't touched the point. We've got a couple bodies on it right now, just trying to sneak some percentage their way. You've got one and Krolo down on the low side of this sector, going to force some of the defenders to jump up on top, kind of expose their shoulder to a potential high ground shot. The problem is Starbaxter and the team doesn't have complete control of the high ground. A little bit of help there from what looks like a new tank that they were able to bring into the mix. Clears out the top side of the cliff, and this should give them an opening to play for A here. A little bit of a weird start for Reborn, but they're starting to catch some momentum, and as long as they maintain control of that, keep the pace up, get some bodies on the point here, should be a decent capture with not too much harm done. They've spent a decent amount of resources to get these vehicles into the mix, especially with a couple of them going down early, but it's worth it if they go into the B sector with near max lives. Now, all those foot soldiers that were down on the point were wiped. We didn't have any, looks like, medics down with them, or those medics got killed as well. So the team is regrouping, playing for high side, relieving some of the pressure from the high side fight on the cliff by putting bodies at the point. It's a decent trade for them now that they have complete control of the high ground on the far side of the map. We'll see what they're able to do with it as they use their AAV and the tank to continue to shell the point. We still need to get our foot soldiers together and make a coordinated push.
Surprisingly enough, right, the attack has what you would think to be full control over this hill, being that they have 2 vehicles on top of it, a tank and an AAV. But take a look at the side of HAN. They're actually interested in pushing back this line of attack. They're actually approaching this hill with a majority of the boots on the ground for them. This would be a pretty good win for them. If they can kind of hold the line here, hold these vehicles back, kind of prevent them from finding any value, that would be a great win. And I feel like HAN is doing such a good job. Obviously, on this side of the map, they're cutting down these flanks very, very easily. But this is the same exact story. This happened on this side of the map. And if you remember, it happened on the other side of the map as well. But now it is all falling apart. The AAV trying to get active onto the sector itself. And it goes down.
Chang Ji-won just put on a masterclass of how to isolate his ones and then take down everybody that was weak. That was a full squad wipe on the back of one single player. That just can't happen. That's 4 lives that you won't get back. It also loses you that position that was relieving a bit of the pressure of the top side. And in the meantime, you also lose a vehicle. I mean, that was a string of bad luck. Jinx Jill in the tank has taken down a couple players in transition, but also quite weak, having to back up. The only player I think on the red team, on the attacking team, Reborn, that I'm seeing consistently in the kill feed is Starbaxer and Dobridge. Dobridge in the helicopter gunner seat is actually finding a decent amount of value in the air. So it may look like the heli's not doing a ton, but here's a look at him right now. Shout out to production. Dobridge is finding kills with this gunner seat.
Yeah, doing a good job. 12 total as it currently stands. So definitely finding value out of that helicopter. Miang on the other side of things is kind of just trying to pepper and pressure the helicopter so that way it can't find as much value. And when you do actually take a look at the value of that Miang is getting in terms of just kills, he's actually got 0 so far, but we know his role, playing his role very, very well. And like you mentioned, the push does come in. They do have a little bit of control over the sector, but now the tank might look to go ahead and start to get in the mix because we have actually entered the ticket disparity for the side of RBN to where this might start to hurt their pushes coming in. And HAN, they know exactly how they can take advantage of this. They can do it on the back foot of an urgent redeployment.
Yeah, a lot of green bodies are going to flood the point and be willing to die because they know they can get back into the mix very quickly. The attackers have a nice setup here, but unfortunately their assault vehicle gets blown up, and all of these support operators on the defensive side don't actually die. So you're still going to see a force on the low side, keeping bodies on point and keeping the attackers from being able to full capture this. Look how many red bodies are going down right now because of Sarah Jin, because of Barbell. This is a fantastic hold with a couple defenders. It's just not quite enough. Just barely need one more player for the attack. It is enough. They revive enough players just for a moment to hold. Finally, it goes down. Holy cow. I was about to lose my breath there. Nice job from Reborn to be able to restabilize. Frankly speaking, I know it felt bad, and our statistics show the same. Look at Chang Ji-won going massive. He and Sarah Jin on 20 kills, doing everything in the slaying department for this defensive team. As much as that felt like a one-sided A sector, we're going into the B sector only 10 lives down. It's really not a bad attack for Reborn. The only mistake is just how much time and effort it went into, score and effort it went into to capture that A sector, which means they're going to be a little bit score poor going into the B sectors and could get stalled out here for a while.
A real quick tip of the hat towards the side of Pano, for the side of RBN. He's actually going to be in that boat, and we saw how well he was able to operate that boat yesterday on Cyclone, so good to kind of see him getting active once again. He had 19 kills, by the way, on that leaderboard for the side of RBN, so great work there. And back to the battle that continuously happens. We know exactly what HAN want to do, and I can't lie, this vehicle that's going to be spawning up top, yeah, it might go ahead and make it just a little bit easier to take out this helicopter. I feel like Lamont has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I think pretty quickly probably noticed that there was another lob shooting his direction, is backing way up towards the sea to make this more difficult for Miang and Jinman up the top. So I love watching our helicopter do its dance because, again, if it has to dance too much, that means it's not getting a ton of value shooting down the point. And what they're trying to do right now, Dobridge anytime this helicopter tilts, he's got a better view of the battlefield. He'll be able to take a couple pot shots down below and hopefully find some value for the team. Because the boat was just destroyed. But helicopter can't do whatever it wants right now with the amount of vehicles the defense have. They have a couple lobs. They've got a tank, light tank, main tank. Right now, defense is still feeling very comfortable on the B sector, and the attackers trying to figure out what push they want to make. Do we swing up to the backside of B2? We try to make a run at B1, keep it in enemy territory. We'll see.
We actually got a quick little glimpse into what RBN is currently thinking about. We saw a little bit of a flank squad from the side of Stickinson trying to get close to those 3 vehicles that are kind of grouped up on the backside of B2 on the side of HAN. So they definitely want to put a hurting on these vehicles because as it currently stands, a big talking point on Ascension is being able to take these vehicles from the defense of the B sector all the way up top. Of course, that's going to be allowed through the access to the elevators, so you do have to do a pretty good job of keeping them alive, but taking out these flank squads is what HAM have been consistently doing, and they're going to be successful in doing just that once again as Ubishka goes down.
Yeah, those flanking teams, Uzbishka team, that's, I believe, Charlie roster for Reborn. That's going to be Baxter, Uzbishka, Stickinson, and HR. That's been the squad that has been the strike team, if you will, the flanking team that opens up windows of opportunity for this the entire team, rather than even just their squad. They play as a squad very well. They've been playing together in actually both game modes a ton over the last couple of years. Definitely a squad that is going to be one of the reasons for the win, or if they get thwarted, the reason that this team isn't able to actually push forward any further. Now, Stickinson doing a good job, I believe it was, sitting on the point, was able to sneak up onto B1, and just trying to find a foothold for the team, allowing his teammates to respawn on him. See HR there, dead center of the map in the mix. Also, by the way, Joe Bridge, no longer in the heli, is joined the ground troops. Saw that just a moment ago. Curious who's up in the helicopter.
Nobody.
With a more Lemon.
It's just Lemon.
Just Lemon, okay.
Yeah. He's actually flying behind the mountain all the way off in the distance if you do look.
Oh, yeah,
Center of
one
your
out
screen
two.
off to the right, yep. So I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be there. Maybe potentially have somebody kind of spawn in on the helicopter and join in the gunner seat, or maybe just have somebody jump into the helicopter and kind of parachute down and try to get some sort of a flank.
Oh, nice
On
find.
some of the vehicles, but finally the attacking tank does fall. And take a look at the vehicle economy at the bottom of your screen right now. 4 land vehicles accessible to the side of HAN. They are dominating in terms of the land, and the only thing that can really compete with it is, of course, going to be that helicopter. But that thing is flying beyond the mountain right now. It doesn't even have any sort of sight line towards pretty much anybody for the side of HAN, and you talked about it as well. Nobody's even in the gunner seat, so how much value are you really finding right now?
Yeah, maybe trying to do a bit of a sneak attack and then get somebody to respawn inside the heli. That was what I would do at least. And then maybe make a surprise attack with one of the lobs that's on the high ground, try to make a play. But I think they're going to be well aware of what this helicopter is doing. We'll see what they're able to pull out. But down the bomb, Mini 14 looking for some shots at the top. Unfortunately, can't connect. He'll go down. Right now, we're just looking at, hey, how do we actually egress over to B1? We're playing now high ground of this small, like, rock-like cliff that's right outside of B1, kind of similar to the way we were trying to play A. But there are a lot of defenders that are just sitting on the point. Once it was contested, the defense said, well, we're not giving this away for free. We're going to play the rooftop. And because you don't have tanks to shell the rooftop, you got to beat us on our headies. Like, you got to take a headshot with the top of my hat as I crouch down behind an HVAC unit. Like, this is going to be brutal to break for the attackers without extra firepower of vehicles or score to be able to call in artillery barrages like you're seeing here from the defense. Defense maybe getting a little bit bored or wanting to rip this team off of that high ground position overlooking B1, drop an artillery strike on their head, and make them back up. That's exactly what they're doing. Look at where it's landing.
Yeah, great awareness there from the side of HAN, and I can't lie, I saw Wanza find himself in a tank all the way up top. He actually retreated, jumped out of the tank that he was in previously, went all the way up top, spawned in his own vehicle, which brings the total count now to 5 for the side of HAN. And I gotta tell you, if they can keep destroying the vehicles out of the air as they start to float down from the side of RBN, a 5-0 lead in ground vehicles feels like something that would be impossible to push through for the side of RBN. I can't even lie, as it currently stands, I haven't seen a defensive hold on the B1 zone that has been so effective from anybody that's ever defended Ascension. And obviously, it might end up falling eventually, but the fact that it has costed RBN 50 tickets, and they haven't even, like, touched B1 already, this looks dire.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have the firepower, they finally get a tank onto the ground, so this may help a little bit. When you don't have the firepower to shell the top of these points, it's just tough to break the defensive line. I just watched a smoke and run push by, I think it was 6 different attackers right here. This type of a line, they just tried this a moment ago. Throw the smoke line, everybody run forward. All 7 or 6 of those players all died and couldn't be revived. That's where the tickets are going. They're trying to make these pushes that are just being thwarted. I mean, Veronica's holding, Jappy's holding, Carr's holding the line, and they're winning like 1v multiple fights. They're just getting paid right now in stat lines. That's going to be even more useful in terms of utilizing that score to call in more artillery barrages, or who knows, urgent redeployments, respawn beacons on B1. I mean, they can get out of combat enough on B1 right now that they can just have their squad mates spawn in on them on B1. And that's the problem. Like, you're never breaking through this unless you can blow open a line or kill a full squad that's on the point and then make your push. But there's just too much firepower from the defensive side right now. Sarah Jen is brutalizing this team anytime they move from behind this rock.
They have vehicles just positioned all across the map. It's kind of disgusting when you think about it, right? 2 vehicles placed all the way up top, you know, in that next sector that's already towards the top of the elevator. And then we take a look at stacks, right? I was kind of mentioning how we've never seen a hold like this on B1. Well, I also don't think we've ever seen a defensive side actually have access to 5 total land vehicles. They're trying to make a push happen, and yeah, they send somebody jumping him out of the helicopter, trying to send in the Virant to go ahead and land those charges. Only is able to go ahead and land one, tries to land a second one, but where's the follow-up? I mean, yeah, you're going to do some damage, but if nobody is able to go ahead and follow you up, that vehicle is going to be fine.
That was the right play. I mean, we've seen that work in the past. Does hit the second magnetic bomb, saw the vehicle go down to Happy, right? There's nobody else able to help out with firepower because the helicopter wasn't ready to have another player respawn in it. I think you could have played that slightly differently. I think you drop somebody down as the fire and drop the magnetic bombs right when they leave the helicopter, have somebody ready to spawn into the heli gunner, heli full commits, you get a kill there. The problem is, of course, the risk of potentially losing the helicopter. But another drop off, and the helicopter has to run away and gets extremely low, having to back off. The player then gets cut out of the sky. I don't think that's going to work twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Lemon kind of taking a passive approach in that helicopter, just been kind of flying behind the helicopter because the pressure has been felt immensely from the side of RBN. They're trying to make something happen, and I feel like if they would have tried to make that play long ago when there was only 1 vehicle up there, then they would have had a way better chance. But as it currently stands, because there's 2 vehicles up there, they can just defend against plays like that very, very easily. Trying to, you know, keep a close eye on what RBN can kind of get going for them. I mean, the tank that it did spawn in hasn't really found much value. They do have an assault vehicle that has been called in as well, but those things are incredibly hard to find value out of. And yeah, I mean, I do want to kind of wrap back around to the point that I was mentioning. The Ascension defensive side of things has never really been held onto the B1 point, but we've never really seen it to where there's been 5 land vehicles available for the side of the defense either, so much so to where Stacks has been pushed just so far forward.
Great play. Great heads-up play from Stacks. Read that the team was over here. Once his teammate went down and died over here, they knew they were trying to drop the vehicle respawn beacon with that armored assault vehicle. And he said, yeah, not on my watch, big dog. I'm not worried about losing my tank right now. We have complete control of the map. And a great heads-up play.
By the way, it's so funny because we do see Stacks making the aggressive play, but he's actually not even the one that got the final blow onto the vehicle. It was Wanza, who again is all the way up on top of the mountain in his tank. So just a coordinated attack from both of the tanks all the way across the map from one another.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Helicopter still in the sky. Haven't seen much value from it, so currently paying attention to Niang. Lav not having to work and worry about the heli because of vehicles up on height at C sector. So it's going to shell around the point and continue to make it extremely difficult for these attackers to go anywhere. I'm seeing all green in the kill feed there for a moment and a lot of red missing on the map, which means they're all respawning. Bad news in terms of their life totals. We're down to 78 total lives remaining for the attackers, and they have gained very little ground. I am a RBN believer, but it is becoming more and more difficult for RBN to have a shot in this one. They just lost way too many advantages early. They hadn't been able to have any sort of a foothold in the B sector, and it felt like they were fairly disorganized of like, how do we even figure out how to resolve this? How do we get to B1 without dying? Finally, they're making a coordinated effort. Whether it's a weird play, a good play, a bad play, it doesn't matter. At least it's coordinated. Full string of attackers swinging up the far side on this off angle to try to catch some of the defenders by surprise and hopefully open something up on the main point. Unfortunately, they're getting obliterated. I mean, we're picking up a couple infantry on the ground who are getting revived. It's stacks that's just causing disruption from the backside with the tank. RBN can't make any of their plays work. I liked the idea. Maybe it just didn't move fast enough, or it was the wrong play. But at the very least, like I said, they're moving together, which is good news.
I think with that Toxic going down from the side of RBN, that was kind of the last standing boots on the ground that was over here behind the hill. So a great play from the side of HAN to go ahead and just flush out this flank that tried to come in from the side of RBN. You mentioned it, yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was a coordinated Allure rocket combo with the help of the tank shot over the top. Another tank goes down, and I don't know how many nails it takes to nail down the lid of a coffin, but I think we're there already. We'll see if Reborn can break this thing wide open with a miraculous play. But they desperately need some help right now. They need more vehicles. They need more firepower. And the defense just got too comfortable on this B sector. It's going to be really difficult to rip them out of this comfortable position they found. I mean, they've made a home here in B.
They're trying to make something happen to the side of B1, but it's actually only two members. It's going to be Baxter and Stickinson that are going to be boots on the ground onto the B1 point. So contesting this is going to be quite easy for the side of HAN. That being said, three members now boots on the ground towards that B1 zone. HR is also in the mix over there, and you've got to imagine that's how that one's going to go. Uzbishka finally finds something for the side of RBN. That's going to be one of the vehicles being destroyed. So now only 4 left, but again, still big mountain to climb. And simultaneously, the capture does come in as well. So maybe a little bit of momentum, but typically the hold comes in for the B sector towards the B2 zone. It's a little bit harder to attack. Hopefully, RBN can get something going, though.
Listen, man, I've got to continue to shout out this Charlie roster, this Uzbishka, Star Baxter, Stickinson, HR roster. They are doing everything for this team right now. I know they're not going to be able to hold B1 here, but at least just giving their team some breathing room. And Uzbishka picking up a vehicle kill. I mean, they're the only players that are actually able to get to the point, which is their role. This is a team effort, but these guys are trying to put the team on their back. Unfortunately, the off angle here, the back side of the fight, team's just getting obliterated.
Artyom in the feed picks up a 4-piece with the shotgun. That guy was on 30 last time we tuned in with him. He's probably at 40 plus as it currently stands. He's having a field day, just kind of running down some of these flank squads, and that's exactly what a player like Artyom needs to feel comfortable in a situation like this where there's no vehicles really available for the side of RBN, so it's all just gun v gun. What just happened?
Pano got the vehicle very weak. Nice. Jill is able to destroy their own vehicle that they lost. Pano got the vehicle very weak, dropped the respawn beacon and bailed, and the HAN player just decided to steal it. We were able to trade that one out, but stacked parachuting in here. This is a good job from the attackers to finally get a foothold in this building. If I'm then, I know they're running out of time, but you've got to just get inside the building and stay alive.
Is this the earliest access to a guided missile we've seen? That UI shows us that they actually have access to a guided missile that can be called in already on the B sector. What?
I mean, game's been going on for a while. It makes sense. They've earned the score, achieved all their objectives, have a ton of kills. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Changji 1, to be honest, that has the guided missile.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really a number of players for the side of HAN. They're all just playing so well.
They've got 2 now, so.
Oh, jeez.
And we lost everybody on B1. That is a lot of lives going down quickly. I see some head shakes of frustration from the attacking team. It really has just felt like G-Shield can't quite figure out what his team needs to do to get to this point. We finally, from HR, again, this Charlie roster, Stickinson, HR, Darbaxer, Uzbishka, they're finally trying to play the game correctly. They're finally trying to get some breathing room for their team by attacking B2. The defense has to respond to this or they're going to lose B2. While they respond, the rest of the team should make a big push over to B1. Or they full commit on B2, get a foothold here, get some beacons down, and then make an effort to go to B1. Either way works. You gotta pick one, and we finally get to B2. B1 also contested. It's working. It's like this is how you play Warfare, baby. We're back. The problem is we are running out of daylight.
As you can see right there, the assault vehicle going to be destroyed from the side of RBN, and now finally this respawn beacon is going to be used from the side of HAN, but they're kind of just funneling in toward the side of the gunnies of RBN. That being said, they just overwhelm the building. They do go ahead and reclaim B2. While all that happened, RBN was able to go ahead and pick up B1, so actually the margin right there was very, very small. And trying to go ahead and press the attack is going to be the side of HAN. The guided missile very, very early on the map of Ascension lands onto B1, finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, smartly the attackers, again, once they had their strike team go to B2, they took B1, and then they full sent. I like this play quite a bit, and they're actually getting paid for it in the kill feed. Some trades back and forth, but I'm seeing a lot more attackers on the map than usual. This second guided missile, I think it's going to land near B2.
What?
If they guess correctly, they'll get a couple with it. No, sent to B1. That is two fully wasted guided missiles, and we do have one in response from our attackers. We've got an artillery barrage. We've got a team respawn beacon. We've got a guided missile. The boys have woken up. We're just running out of daylight. 19 lives remaining, and the guided missile lands with hardly anything to show for it.
Uzbishka picking up another one of those vehicle destructions. Going to get credit for that. And yeah, the attacking guided missile does not find any value. The defensive guided missile also does not find much value. Now again, a lot of these guided missiles find value just simply in the fact that they are able to zone so many of the members off. 2 more guided missiles available for the side of HAN. They're kind of just waiting until they feel like they need to go ahead and call it in. DF Yellow now calling in the artillery barrage. RBN are trying to send everything. They're trying to go ahead and flood B2 with a little bit of a flank from HAN capturing B1. Is going to be such a big thorn in the side of RBN.
That is a hero play from HAN's Jappy there. A solo recapping B1 and getting his squad to respawn on him with that respawn beacon. A hero play from HR here. He's got to wipe this entire team by himself. If there's anybody who can do it, it could be HR. He finds one, looking for more. He is holding the line here on B1, forcing this defensive team to have to address him. And while that's happening, his teammates are coming in for the backup. It's going to be HR on B1, the rest of the team over here on B2. They're holding. They could take it, and a guided missile will land. Let's see if it finds more value this time than others. Yes, it will find 2. That is Chang Ji-won's. Finally, his guided missile. Only 2 go down, but is it enough to retake B2? It couldn't get any closer for the B sector. B1 recapped, B2 in contest and in the neutral zone, but there are way more green over on B2 right now, and another guided missile likely landing on B2 means this is likely wraps in GG's. It's likely a little too late, folks. Things looking good for RBN in the final 5 seconds of this map even, but it's just too late. We make those moves earlier, maybe, but no. HAN, a dominant victory in the very first map of the day, a dominant hold on the B sector of Ascension, and they look like the team that they promised to be, which is one of, if not the top team in this competition. They want to be in grand finals. They want to get the revenge against LT. They got a long road to go, but it's a great way to start it.
I love the fact that every single time that we see one of these individual, unique teams take an approach to a map, we see something new. It feels like every single time. For me, the thing that I noticed that was new there for the side, of just the spectators of the sport of Delta Force here, 5 land vehicles, such a big advantage for the side of HAN. Well done from them to go ahead and maintain and keep those things alive and hold out Sector B, an incredible feat for them to go ahead and pull that one off.
Yeah, regardless of the team you're playing, regardless of what strength you believe they are, holding a team on Sector B is really impressive. Here's a quick look at the stats, though, and we can really showcase the efficacy of what we're talking about with Artyom. Holy moly, 57 kills from Artyom, 55 from Johan. These are crazy stat lines. Chang Ji-won picked up 40. Crazy stat lines for a short game that ends on the B sector. I mean, this is pretty impressive to see. Engineering score also fantastic over here from Wansa. Talk about putting the team on their back. I was hyping up this C Charlie roster, but can we hype up 113 revives from our friend Mr. One? That is wild in a map that ends on B sector. That's nearly as impressive, if not more impressive, than the 57 kills over on Artyom.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a look at the row here. We saw that there was one guided missile called in for the side of RBN. That was going to be Xmiet.
Yep.
He's got 28,000 score, and I'm taking a look at it. I mean, it's like 20 kills, you know, nothing too crazy. I guess it's 71 revives.
71 revives is a ton, man.
That are adding a lot to the score right there. Yeah, I mean, listen, we know RBN, they gave it one heck of a try towards the end there. And it took them a little bit of, you know, trying things out. Like you mentioned, they were trying the flank, the cohesive strike on the right side over there. So they kept trying different things out. And yet it seemed like finally towards the end there, when they had like 20, 30 tickets remaining, they figured out the winning formula. But you ran out of resources at that point.
I'm going to put a hot take out. And again, I'm cheering on RBN, so I'm not flaming them necessarily. It really felt like, and we'll take a look back on the highlights and see if we can see it, it really felt like they weren't trying anything. They didn't try anything until the last 20 lives. And then finally we're making a play for B2 instead of just bashing our heads against 5 tanks on B1. It just was too slow of a decision-making process, and that feels like a team experience or chemistry issue comparatively to like a skill issue. But looking back, of course, of how it started, the A sector really wasn't pretty. It was fine. We really lost a lot of our value at the very beginning of the map, losing out on our first helicopter out immediately, our first tank out immediately. We finally get some action with the A sector, and it's like, hey, this actually doesn't look too bad. We have only 10 lives left than max moving into new. Here's the problem. Look at the bottom of your screen. We started, you saw it there briefly, we started the move to Sector B 2 to 3, then in vehicles. Then you look, yeah, that's my expression too. 5 land vehicles versus a helicopter who basically was forced to do nothing, and a couple tanks that would just keep dying and respawning over and over again. It is a huge disparity in firepower with the way the defense was able to set up.
I mean, the power position, we can see the tank finding its way all the way to the top of the mountain, alongside that LAV just raining down shots, kind of keeping that helicopter at bay simultaneously. Just way too much value. And RBN, they tried to do something right. They tried to send Lemon along with a Viren here and there to destroy one of those vehicles, but it never ended up panning out. HAN did such a good job, obviously, in the vehicle economy of things, you know, destroying, keeping theirs alive, controlling the sectors, controlling the zones. But I feel like what really won them this map so convincingly was how good of a job they did at controlling the flanks and stopping those strike squads from the side of RBN.
Yeah. Well, and again, maybe that's why it felt like RBN didn't try anything until this moment. They were able to sneak over to B2, get some nice value there. It gave the breathing room, the opening, the window of opportunity, whatever you want to call it, for the rest of the team to address B1. And here you are, red on both, bodies on both, able to kind of win. The problem is you just can't keep up with the firepower of the defense. Again, it was a team victory, it was an HAN victory, but it felt like, honestly, a commander win as well. That was an HAN leadership diff as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the highlighted players kind of coming into the day based on their performances from yesterday. The highlighted player in terms of score was Wansa.
Yeah.
Even though they lost, and you can see that type of performance is going to be repeated once again. And I was taking a look at the comparison in terms of the leaderboard. Jinx still, some of the kind of, you know, flack that we gave him yesterday was it seemed like the score just wasn't really there in comparison up against FX when they lost that matchup.
Yep.
I think he ended that match on Ascension right there with like 18,000 score, but then again, Wansa had like 36,000.
Sure.
Obviously,
sure.
The commander role is based off of how well your team is performing to your calls and what you are marking around on the map.
Yep.
So it's not necessarily all on his fault, but just Wansa constantly does so well in the commander role that hard to beat.
Well, speaking of hard to beat, this squad right here, best squad indeed. My goodness, you got Johan, you got Artyom, you got Chang Ji1. Look at the kill totals from these fraggers. Good grief, 55, 57, 40. And then even RU1B picks up 15 kills, sure, but picks up 36 revives for a defensive team. This guy's just pocket reviving the top fraggers so they can just battle and body everybody on the map.
Well, let's talk about how comfortable Artyom must have felt on a map like this, and Johan, when, like you mentioned, they do have somebody that is reviving them consistently, but then they are also in a situation where they don't really have to go and worry against vehicles. They can just play boots on the ground.
Well, boots on the ground. They're winning 1v4s.
Yeah,
I mean, we saw. I mean, that can't happen, right? When you're winning 1v4s, 1v5s, even more than that, we saw Changji-1 go on a crazy spree. That's the type of individual value. You don't see it that often, but when you do, you know that single player is beating a team of 20.
MVP of the match, no surprise. It's going to be Wanza here. The score, the commanding, him sitting all the way up on top of the mountain in the tanks, controlling the battlefield entirely. Definitely a well-deserved MVP from round number 1. Do want to kind of wrap back around to that point, though. Remember what we were saying, right? Those 1v4s were kind of popping off. It was an incredible feat there. Remember what I said kind of coming into this head-to-head when those walkouts happened? Who did I mention that I felt like had a certain cadence to them as they were walking out?
Artyom, yeah.
The dude, I'm telling you, there's something about the way he was walking. I just knew.
We've been saying it for a while, folks. I was going to say years, but I guess about 6 months. Between the last 2 LAN competitions, Artyom has been a standout performer, but this new squad, all as a unit, best squad and a huge standout performing squad, doing so much for the team in terms of the slaying power. You know, you add the firepower of a squad that picks up well over, 160-something kills between 4 players, as well as the firepower of the vehicles and the leadership of Wanza. This is a tough team to beat. Now, I've got a charge for my RBN team that I am desperately hoping can get a win here. One thing again, I will say it one more time. Charlie Squad, Starbaxter, Uzbishka, Stickinson, HR. Thought they did well. Uzbishka, the only player to kill any vehicles, except for, I guess, Jinx Jill in the tank picking up the armored assault vehicle, or the assault vehicle that was originally theirs, right? So great job from them. This team needs to be let off the leash. They need to be able to make some calls. I know the squad leader, Starbaxter, is probably communicating with the commander. They need to make some calls on how the game needs to be played at some moments, because when they make a push and they're deep in enemy territory, they have the info. They can see where the enemies are, or in particular on this last map, where they aren't. When they make the move to B2, they go, hey, listen, B1's wide open. They're all going to come for us. We're capping this by ourselves. Everybody moves over, B1 gets captured, and all of a sudden, they're doing well. I'm putting a little bit of a hot topic out there, but I think they need to make some more calls for the team, because when they finally do something like that, the team is able to open up and actually play the game. They were just bashing their head against the wall until then.
Sometimes it feels like for the side of RBN, calls in general just need to be made. I mean, we kind of talk about how Jinx Jill throughout some of these matches does feel like, you know, we can see the camera. Lips aren't moving for a majority of these games, right? Which means there's no communication. The commander role can communicate with all of these squad leaders, so that way they can formulate an attack. If the commander is not talking, then we're not receiving any sort of a plan across the board.
And again, I want to be very clear, this is all hypothetical. We don't actually know what the comms are like.
True.
We don't have all the info, but what it feels like to us is definitely that. I will give a little bit of benefit of the doubt to Jinx Jill. It is, you know, a full squad. There's 5 commanders all talking at the same time, basically. It's 5 squad leaders talking with the commander for a total of 5 people all talking, so you don't have to be constantly chirping. Some teams do have a commander that is constantly chirping, right? Wormy didn't do this either on the FX team. It was quite quiet and translate back and forth. That was mostly a language barrier. They were having to do some middleman translations. But some of our other commanders, I think LT would be a commander that I'd put in this category. I would put RRQ in this category as well. I mean, they were yapping. That was a kind of one leadership mentality that does work. It oftentimes could get everybody on the same page. So maybe, yeah, that is the charge to Jinx Jill without all the info. Hey, you take charge. Don't worry about anybody else. Tell everybody to shut up and do what you tell them. Oftentimes, I say this in traditional sports, I say this in esports, you don't always have to make the right play, the perfect play. If it's done with full confidence with the entire team, you can still be successful with it.
Absolutely, and we did see just a couple moments ago, so all the players kind of rejoining the stage. They do get the opportunity to go ahead and take a little bit of a break, but then they also get the opportunity to go ahead and kind of formulate a plan over towards some of the big monitors that, you know, kind of give them an opportunity to have a little bit of a powwow, kind of join together all of their thoughts. They're going to be swapping sides, and some of the drawings are actually coming out right. Some of the plays that they're kind of expecting to go ahead and try to pull off when they do go ahead and approach the attack here. Great to see kind of HAN again taking just a quick moment to try and make sure that they are all on the same page.
Talking strats, we can't reveal them all here on main stage, but I'll be curious to see what this team can do. Now, as much as we, you know, we're harping on RBN and saying, wow, what a frustrating one from them, it's not over. I mean, this could easily still go to Game 3, which is what I predicted. all it takes is that RBN has to hold at any point on Ascension. It doesn't have to be A, B, C. It can go all the way to the finish line. You could hold them at the Spire. You could hold them after the Spire falls. It does not matter. A team like HAN needs to take every single point in order to capture and win on the attacking side and win in a dominant 2-0 fashion. Can they do it? Absolutely. I still believe that RBN is scrappy. I still believe they can hold the line somewhere. Do I think they'll hold at Sector B? Probably not, but I do think they can hold by the time we get to Sector C and beyond.
Absolutely. RBN, a team that was kind of coming into this competition and getting praise from some of the other teams, maybe unexpectedly, right? They were feeling like, hey, listen, RBN, yeah, they actually look pretty good, especially when we go head-to-head against them in the scrims, but they've got a lot to go ahead and prove here because there is only one round that separates them and elimination.
And I mean, I'll say it. It's a tough matchup for first round of the lower bracket. You got to battle against HAN. I mean, on paper, for those that don't know, if you're kind of just tuning in or listening to us, yap about the games, on paper, your top 3 seeds were LT, HAN, who played first against each other, and then the former champion of TXD, right?
Yeah.
You see HAN and TXD in the lower bracket off rip. Those are tough matchups to kick things off and hopefully prevent yourself from getting double rounded.
I remember that me and Goj had the opportunity to talk with HR, and he was like, man, the bracket's tough. Like, RBN, if they won, then they had to go up against the winner of LT and HAN. He was like, oh, I mean, that's terrible.
Either way,
and he was
we're
like,
the
well,
blender.
if we lose, then we have to play the loser of that same exact matchup. So they were like, man, no matter what happens, day 2 for us is going to be very, very tough, and we are seeing exactly why he said that.
Yeah, 100%. Be honest, there's not really a weak link in the whole competition. Does look like, by the way, Store Life taking out Fuzor back into the mix. This was the substitute we talked about from yesterday. Store Life going in for a game, and now we've swapped back. So Fuzor will be rejoining Yellow, John DeBomb, and Rick on that Echo squad. So watch out for Fuzor to potentially be a difference maker. If you didn't know, Fuzor also played with the No Mercy squad from last year, representing the EMEA region in Vietnam. So good to see Fuzor back competing again, moving back into the active roster. Now, after a map like that, not to be too much, hardcore against this team because they are the team I'm cheering for. Maybe make a couple more subs. I don't know. Change it up. Get something new. That one was brutal.
Absolutely, but we know how this works. They're going to be swapping sides. HAN on the attack now and RBN on the defense. Taking a look down the line here for some of our players. Trying to get a little bit of a sneak peek into the emotions. I mean, I feel like HAN have kind of hardly shown emotions, right? Even when they win, it's just very, very cool, calm, and collected. And they're going to have to be cool, calm, and collected as they go ahead and storm the beach of Ascension.
Here we go, folks. Of course, we have to pay attention to the eyes in the sky. It is Stacks up in the air, a difference maker in the tank on defense, now trying to be a difference maker in the air on offense, and already a more Lemon taking a bit of damage. Sarah Jin, by the way, joining Stacks up in the helicopter. This is giving me deja vu to 6 months ago. These guys are menaces in the sky, as Sarah Jin has already picked up 3 kills in the first couple seconds of the game.
Yeah, seemingly already finding a little bit more value than the opposition.
-4.
Just in the last round, yeah. Putting up incredible numbers so far, and picking up kills like that is going to make the approach to this hill so much easier. You would imagine that some of these kills are actually happening on the hill right in front of the attacking line for HAN. Go ahead, Goj. I mean, I know you see the kills coming in for the helicopter. What is happening in the skies?
Yeah, Stacked is flying well, and Sarah Jin is shooting straight. That is a lot of damage coming in from the sky, and a lot more damage right on top of the commander's head himself. Jinx Jill goes down as Stacks once more. Stacks and Sarah Jin aren't comfortable. Air superiority. This is going to be a huge difference maker for the attack. This is going to open everything up for the point. They win height. They got tank alive. They are swinging onto A without any opposition. What a brutal start for RBN.
Please don't tell me that HAN are going to capture Sector A on 180 tickets. Okay, as I say that, they do go ahead and lose 2, but that's pretty much nothing. And you can see, yeah, the attack there from HAN in the helicopter. Okay, stop, Sarah Jin.
Sarah Jin's on double digits already, man.
What is going on?
Brutal.
Anyway, the approach in terms of the helicopter. Oh, and then Ardion picks up a 3-piece. I mean, what are you going to do? What can you do?
This is a tough team to beat, man, and everything is working well. The thing about Ascension 2 that's worth reminding people of, especially in competitive, is that if you come out of the gate swinging and that first blow lands, like that helicopter taking down Jinx Chill, you have so much momentum. It's all gas, no brakes. You don't have any score systems to be able to use from the defensive side to slow you down. It's a huge win right now for the attackers, and they're very easily going to be able to take that early win and capitalize on a full sector win and move over to B without any problems. This helicopter is doing whatever it wants in the sky. Oh, no.
The vertical approach, flying right above the vehicle, is a little bit scary sometimes because you are putting yourselves kind of behind enemy lines and right above a lot of Allurus, but there it is. HAN going to be capturing Sector A, and no surprise as the momentum is just way too much for RBN to go ahead and handle. Some of the shots are going to be landing onto the helicopter, but Stax is going to be feeling confident and hitting some of these maneuvers, upside down, left, right. Just so good.
Clean driving, clean flying, taking quite a bit of damage. Going to have to back up a little bit. But the defense set up on B1, trying to get a foothold here early. Set up maybe a couple respawn beacons, some ammo crates to be able to throw their utility down aggressively. They want to stop the bleeding. If they're able to stop the bleeding, there's maybe a chance that they can hold here for a little while. And the AA goes down with the coordination of the team and the help from the skies. And then a couple of Luru rockets. We are down to a single tank from the side of Jinx, Jill, and the defense. And I don't think this tank's going to be able to help out anything in the sky unless it gets extremely lucky. So we're going to see Stax and Sarah Jane continue to rack up the total. Stax has 23 assists from the air already.
Take a look at the top right. I saw Sarah Jane just pick up another 3-piece. You thought Sarah Jane was picking up a lot of kills before. They're going to be uncontested in the skies. It is about to get crazy for the stat sheet.
Listen, I saw somebody in chat say, Stax is in the heli, it's wraps.
23.
I agree. 23 kills.
24.
For Sarah Jane.
25.
I mean, we're about to teach everybody their numbers like we're in kindergarten because Sarah Jane is walking us through all the way to 100 by the end of this game. This is ridiculous. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. You've lost all of your AA. You've lost all your anti-aircraft. This is like shooting fish in a barrel, literally, except it's people on top of a mountain without any cover.
I hope this is at least somewhat respectful to say, but this looks like Sarah Jane is playing a pub right now.
It's namely just because we lost the vehicles. We weren't able to protect the vehicles. And what do we have to do? Amor Lemon just has to jump into the anti-aircraft gun that's on the ground, that's built into the game or built by the team. We build one up top and at least put some pressure on the helicopter. That is a must do. By the way, in the meantime, we haven't been talking about the capture that they're doing on the point, but they're getting both. The B sector's fun. It doesn't matter if they get B sector, they got to get them all. I'll keep reminding you of that, but.
So here's the thing, is that if RBN quickly just go ahead and try to defend the C sector, give up B, then the helicopter will be pretty much nullified because the C sector is indoors. And also RBN have kept their tank alive on the ground at the bottom of the elevator as well. So, you know, a little bit of a caveat there. That being said, HAN know that this tank is currently alive, and they're actually trying to go ahead and push it. You know what they've done, Goj? They stopped capturing B2. They don't want to capture B2. They want to go for this tank. They want the tank destroyed before they go to the C sector. It's under heavy pressure right now. There's a strike squad. It's going to be Artyom and co. They're trying to go ahead and put the pressure on. They're trying to go ahead and put the damage down. Funk is going to be losing some of the engineers. The explosives are going off. The tank is down to 25% HP. It is getting healed right now, but oh my gosh, take a look at all the boots on the ground that are right outside of the tunnel. All the explosions need to land. One more hitter to do it. What about an AAV to go ahead and join the fight as well? Funk is trying to do everything he possibly can, hold RBN on his back, but HAN, they've just got way too good. They've got way too much momentum right now on Ascension, and they're going into Sector C with a full-fledged advantage and a full-fledged attack.
And again, we've seen an Ascension so many times in the competitive circuit. We knew that was coming. I know that RBN knew that was coming as well. They just didn't have the bodies to help out. That was too much pressure, not only with the helicopter up in the air, but just too much pressure down below that they couldn't withstand. Everybody's on respawn timers. They didn't have enough bodies. They did everything they could. Honestly, Jinx still did a pretty good job of fighting back. That's just too many people. And they're not capturing B2 until that tank goes down.
Taking a look at the leaderboard breakdown, 39 kills. The disparity for Sarah Jin is on full display.
40 kills. Listen, none of the other stats really matter to me. I mean, assists from Stacks makes sense as well. 42 total assists. 40 kills from Sarah Jin. Not a single person has more than 5 kills from RBN on their entire leaderboard. This is the difference between air superiority and not. This is the first time we've been able to see a helicopter do whatever it wants on the map, and that is why it is important to win the skies. Unreal.
By the way, Wanza's about to give Sarah Jin a run for his money. This tank destroyer, when he doesn't have to go up against any vehicles inside of the caverns, he might be unleashed as well. He might be looking for a 40 bomb of his own, but he's actually going into the C sector with just 2 kills. So I think it's going to be pretty fun for us to go ahead and keep a close eye on how many kills Wanza is going to be able to pick up. Take a look at the feed on the left side, compare it to the right side. I mean, I think I saw 3 kills picked up for the side of RBN over the last like 20 seconds, and HAN just keep picking them up.
We should stall out here at least a little bit longer, like you mentioned. Our helicopter, yeah, I was going to say Sarah Jin. Sarah Jin wants to set some records. Sarah Jin's not going to stay up in the heli. We're going to call in another vehicle. Earned that, right?
Yeah.
Probably another tank destroyer.
Destroyer.
They've earned enough scores. Sarah Jin can call in whatever they want.
Sarah Jin's going to call in whatever he wants, and he's also going to call his team back.
On a full tank.
Guys, get back. I want all the kills.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if maybe he spots some of these anti-tank mines in the alleyways, but Sarah Jin, well-earned tank, will join the troops on the ground to join the fight. Again, helicopter not nearly as valuable on the C sector. There's a couple of cool plays you can do. We'll see if they decide to go for them. They may not need to, because Sarah Jin joins the ranks indoors. And Stacks actually does have a gunner out here to throw some bullets down, or that was his position in the pilot seat, this attack helicopter, to throw some missiles down range, at least to just put some damage on, you know, through some of these openings, but going pretty quick.
It's going super quick. It's just a snowball effect, man. HAN.
Nice. We did lose a tank. Sorry to cut you off, but we did lose a tank to the tank mines of Funk, picking up a couple kills, finding at least one, but again, it's, you know, one of many. They don't really care necessarily about that.
Wonder who was in that tank. I think it was Wanza, tank destroyer. Not sure. We'll try to keep a close eye on that, but you can still see at the bottom of your screen, full advantage for the side of the vehicles. Also, top middle of your screen, we're actually capturing C1. And they're just that much closer, but...
Stacks, you freak! Stacks will not let them even get a vehicle on the backside of the Spire. That's why the helicopter... I mean, how many times have I said that? That's why the helicopter is so valuable. That is another one of the 15 reasons we've seen in this match alone of why the heli is so valuable. I had that hopium that RBN could win it. It is all but gone. We need a miracle to hold a team on max lives going into the final sectors without a single vehicle to their name.
I'll be curious to go ahead and see here if Sarah Jin does rejoin the helicopter gunner seat. You would imagine that he would want to. Might opt to actually go ahead and stay in the tank. We'll have to see what the preference comes down to. But now the tank destroyer and some of the vehicles are going to start to get active, leaving the cavern over here, the boots on the ground, using the smokes to try to go ahead and push back the side of RBN. And this is where it gets difficult. A position that we saw yesterday for what felt like the first time. This tank sitting all the way on the edge over here can pretty much deny all of the vehicles that get called in for the side of HAN. And Goj just left off a little bit of a smirk, a little bit of a chuckle, because Sarah Jin started to light up the kill feed once again.
Yeah, that was 5 kills back in the helicopter. It's GG's, guys. Listen, as much as a caster, I want to try to hype up this moment. There is just no way. The math doesn't work out anymore. There is nothing that you can give to RBN to say they have a chance right now, because they have every single advantage. Every advantage is on the side of HAN. They have played a near flawless attack on Ascension. They've repped this so many times. Thousands of hours playing this map and this map alone. They are putting on a clinic of how a team, as a cohesive unit, plays this map on both the attack and the defense. They prioritize the right things at the right time, and it's just a matter of time before they end this map in a quick 2-0.
57 kills is the running number as it currently stands for Saragen. By the way, 26,000 score. I think it's like 27,000, 28,000 when you get access to that guided missile. This is going to be a very quick one if he decides to go ahead and call it in. I don't know why you would. Just stay in the helicopter. You're having so much fun picking up all of these kills. And early contest for the side of HAN. They're actually already kind of flooding the point, looking to end this one early before Saragen can hit the 100 bomb. And it is just all red in the feed. No surprise. Momentum has just been way too heavy. RBN, they're still trying to fight back, still trying to land some of the missiles. But their efforts have just been thwarted time and time again, and that is going to be the same exact story as, Saragen's name feels like it is just in multiples of like 3 every single time we take a look at the kill feed.
I don't really have any more words to say other than perfection. Clinical
I love Ascension.
Perfection. Ascension, oftentimes, this is not the first time, we get to see near perfect 20-person gameplay of prioritizing the right things at the right times. Jinx still knows it, just a matter of time. There's nothing they can do. I think many of the RBN players don't even have double-digit kills, unfortunately. They haven't been able to live for more than a couple seconds because of what Saragen's been able to do, folks. Yes, that did say 72. You are not dreaming. Saragen has now 76 kills from the helicopter and the tank through the course of what is probably the fastest attack we've seen on Ascension yet. This is a brutal one, but that's the way warfare goes, folks. It's not always a nail-biter. It's not always a good game. If you find the right moments to grab the right advantages, you can steamroll even a very good team. Jinx Jill and the team has earned enough score to call in an urgent redeployment. The problem is they're just spawning in to their death. Brutal way to start today.
Remember, this is an elimination match. HAN had to go ahead and win this one to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Unfortunately, for the side of RBN, they are going to be going 0-2 here at Dfiw 26, but HAN winning that one on Ascension very, very quickly in 2-0 fashion. They went against some Titans yesterday. They felt like they had something to prove here today. Hey, listen, just because we got 2-0'd yesterday does not mean we can't take down some of these teams, the rest of the competition, in similar fashion. An incredible feat, holding on the defensive side of things on Sector B, absolutely stomping with vehicle prowess on the attack side. And it looks like it was just a walk in the park for them. There's like no emotion on the side of HAN. They showed up, they were here for about an hour. Now they're gone.
Dang. Vivid, you were right in the prediction, man. I had some hopium.
Well, I've yet to be wrong, but...
Listen, HAN's a really good roster. It's really no surprise, I think, to a lot of folks at home that they win this game. It was a bit of a surprise to me that they won it in such a dynamic fashion. Big credit to this HAN team. They're a strong team led by a strong commander with strong players. The MVP, no question. I don't know what our graphic's going to say. Actually, I know for certain what it's going to say. But regardless of what it says, Saragen is going to be MVP of this team. And if you could put him in second, maybe they can tie for MVP. Shout out to Stacks, man. That helicopter was the most dominant helicopter I've seen in competitive warfare yet. This team is a force to be reckoned with. They've got a long way to go before they meet whoever they decide to meet in the grand finals, and they got a lot more wins they need to get, but this is now a scary roster that anybody in the lower bracket is going to have to battle through in order to earn their spot to day 5. Unfortunately for Reborn, RBN, they rebuilt the team from the ground up. The former No Mercy turned Reborn from the ashes as a phoenix does. Could not piece it all together here on land in Wuhan, China. Yesterday, had moments of greatness, glimpses of opportunities that they could shock some of these great teams. Today just wasn't their day. Big shout out to a lot of the players on this roster. Jinx Steel, the commander. We had a lot of words, a lot of suggestions, a lot of hypotheticals. We don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but this team is a good team, just not a great team today. Jinx Steel leading the team. We had Silly Cat leading a squad. Starbaxter, Yellow, Pano, all great players, all leading their squads. And across the board, this stat light won't show what they have been able to do in other competitions, but what it will show is how dominant HAN was, and in particular, Sarah Jin. You can add up every single kill on the Reborn side. You add them all up together. Mental math tells me Sarah Jin had more than the entire Reborn team combined.
Disgusting. It's also disgusting that somehow amongst all of the chaos, listen, I am always going to favor the gunnies on the ground. Artyom somehow picked up 39 of his own. I don't even know how he found a moment to breathe amongst all of the chaos that Sarah Jin was able to cause from the helicopter, but shout out to those two picking up 100+ kills combined in a very, very quick match like that is an awesome feat. And again, we see Wanza towards the top. Such a good job at playing that commander role, able to pick up a lot of score, keep calling in those vehicles, keep calling in some of those streaks for his team to keep the ball rolling. Stacks as well, finding himself up towards the top. And again, pilot difference. We can see how comfortable Stacks felt flying right above some of those ground vehicles when we first got into Ascension. That is just all pilot capability, feeling comfortable going above some of those LAVs, going above those tanks and dodging all those missiles, all those artillery kind of coming in your way. Even winning it out, destroying one of those tanks early on as well.
That felt like a confidence thing. That just felt like they were confident to know they're not going to lose the heli with this type of a play, with aggressive push to take down the first lob. It opens things up for them.
You know what? Why not as well? Because we know how Ascension works. If the first helicopter goes down, you can call in a second one anyway right after it. I feel like the risk is worth the reward there, and HAN obviously go ahead and prove that with the destruction of an early battle tank to kick things off.
Battle tank and the lob going down on the back of Sarah Jin. Again, you look at not only the kill total there, but look at the engineering score of Sarah Jin, and you can really see how different this helicopter was and why it was the key difference maker. Again, HAN is the better team over Reborn, but it came down to a couple really smart decisions. Anytime Reborn had a potential opportunity to at least save even one tank for the next zone, HAN would not allow them to get a single inch. In Warfare, if you give a team an inch, they oftentimes can take it a mile, but in this competition, I'm not sure Reborn even got an inch on this map at all. They couldn't go anywhere besides back to the lobby and, unfortunately, back home.
By the way, after that tank got destroyed at the bottom of the elevator, there wasn't a single vehicle that was able to touch down for the side of RBN, which is why we put a giant emphasis on momentum. They just played so well throughout the entirety of that game.
Crazy, man. A lot of frustration for Reborn. I mean, I would be too. That's just one where you can't get a foothold anywhere. You're just going to be frustrated, and it's going to be frustrating until the game is over. They couldn't find anything to go their way, and HAN did a good job of putting the pedal to the metal. I feel like I'm repeating the same things over and over again because, frankly, that's what happened in every single sector.
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
The only thing to talk about.
There was no change of pace. There was nothing that slowed HAN down. And if you can't slow HAN down, you can't slow any team down in this competition. They're going to roll over like you are a dead body, which most of the time that they were. It was a brutal way to win, hardly a celebration, because again, this was a clinical win for them. It's not that Reborn is a bad team, it's that HAN played a perfect game. How do you beat a good team that plays a perfect game? It's nearly impossible, and you can see even from Yellow, he gives them a little bit of a round of applause because, well, they certainly earned it. Who's the top squad? Well, it looks like as a totality, as a total squad, Johan, Artyom, RU1B, and Chang G1 still put up some insane numbers. The fact that Artyom even found 39 kills on the map is ridiculous when Sarah Jin was killing everybody else.
I really like the way that this squad played Ascension on both the attack and the defense. We got to see it a little bit better when they were on the defensive side of things, just preventing a lot of those flanks from kind of happening, but they were, of course, in the mix when it came down to those flanks on the attack as well. The MVP, I'm actually going to close my eyes. I'm not even going to read the graphic. What does it say? I could
Sarah Jin, 33,000 score, 78 kills. 39 assists. Hey, I guess most of those assists maybe went to Artyom on the ground. I don't know. In a 25 engineering score with a couple vehicles that Sarah Jane was able to take down. There really weren't, frankly, that many vehicles for the defense because they couldn't earn them. But Sarah Jane, unbelievable job. And again, should be like a second photo with this of Stax flying to heli. One of the only reasons Sarah Jane was able to do that amount of damage is because Stax put Sarah Jane in the perfect position to take those shots well. That is how you use a helicopter, folks. You put that into your VOD. You go watch that one back if you want to learn how to be a better Warfare player. That was systems right there, textbook play from a great roster. I'm excited. I do believe we're going to get an interview with HAN after that one, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get a chance to hear from them and see what they thought. I'm sure they'll say a lot of the same. We practiced that a ton. We repped it. We executed the game plan, and it worked for us. But will be fun to hear it from the horse's mouth. Now, Vivid, you and I have a score to settle. You are obliterating me in predictions, and so I have gone off the rails for my next couple of predictions.
Okay.
Hopium or otherwise, I wanted to see Reborn do well. I'm excited to talk a little bit more about the next couple matchups today, because folks, you're going to be with us all day today. We got 4 total best of 3s. We got 3 more matches coming up your way, so don't go anywhere as we get into this interview or anywhere else. We've got some great matches coming up, and I think some more nail-biters, much like yesterday. We went on for a long time. Saw a couple 3-game series in a best of 3, which doesn't oftentimes happen in the first 2 days of a tournament like this.
Yeah, I love the fact that the way the bracket kind of pans out these first couple of head-to-heads. Of course, there is so much at play here because it is an elimination head-to-head. But then when we bounce back up to the upper bracket, we should be having those giant head-to-heads, those teams that have kind of proven themselves that they are capable of winning some games on the big stage. And I just can't wait to kind of see how it all unfolds at the end of the day.
It's going to be a lot of fun, folks. And listen, you won't see HAN anymore today. They have done their job, and they're moving on to the next day. We're seeing every single team today, and Reborn is our first team eliminated. We will see another team eliminated next best of 3. But before we get there, let's tune in with an interview on stage with HAN.
好了，各位，欢迎来到赛后采访。我是唐。我们这次赛后采访邀请到了 HAN 战队的指挥官翁萨，有请翁萨和各位打个招呼。
So Wonsa, please say hi to everyone.
Hi everyone, this is Wonsa from Team Han.
首先恭喜拿这场比赛的胜利。今天的第一个问题是，赢下这场比赛之后的感受如何？如果给全队满分100打个分的话，他们今天的表现能有多少分？
So the first question for you today is, how did you feel after winning this match? And if the maximum points is 100, how many points will you give your team?
Of course, better than yesterday, yeah. And yeah, I think this is the first step towards to be a champion. And I'll rate this match as 90.
那么翁萨表示，这场比赛他们的发挥显然要优于昨天，而且这只是他们通往冠军的第一步。要打分的话，他会给队伍打到90分。
非常高的一个评价。第二个问题是，对于翁萨来说，这是他第3次参加全民战场的比赛，并且是第2次来到中国参赛。想问一下，这一次和前2次最大的不同是什么？
So Wonsa, we know that this is your 3rd time of Warfare tournament and your 2nd time in China, right? So what's the biggest difference?
I mean, we got some better hotel, better food, and better venue, as you can see. So I'll say we can be in a better condition this time. Yeah.
翁萨选手表示，这次最大的差异啊，其实是不管是场地也好，还是酒店住宿也好，还是食物，都比上一次要好很多，条件很好，所以他很开心。
更好的一个环境，能够给他们更好的参赛的一个表现。下一个问题是，今天其实，在攀升的防守方当中，你们使用到了双 A 车去针对到对面的5支，这出什么样的一个考虑？
So Wonsa, in today's match, we noticed that as a defender, you used double AA vehicles to counter their armored helicopter. Why did you do that?
You just said it to counter the helicopter, and we thought the helicopter is the only chance they can make during the match. So we tried to block any chances that they can win.
翁萨选手表示，作为对方而言，直升机是他们能够打破他们阵线的唯一战术，这也是为什么他们选择了使用双 AA 车的战术。
看他们对胜利非常渴望，还是用了一个最稳妥的方式赢下这场比赛的胜利。下一个问题是，下场比赛你们的对手将会是 HYD 战队以及 RRQ 战队的败者。翁萨怎么看这场比赛？做个预测。
So Wonsa, in the next match, we will face the winner of HAD versus RRQ. So what's your prediction of this match?
I want to see a fun game, so I'll say 2-1.
Who's the winner?
RQ.
翁萨选手做出了他的预测，他认为在下一场比赛当中，胜者将会是 RRQ， 而且比分将是2-1。
好的，期待你们接下来更好的表现，谢谢翁萨。接下来把时间交还给评论席。
Thank you.
A humble king. We like a humble king. He gave him a 90 out of 100. I don't know what makes 100 out of 100. You hold them on A? Like, that's the only thing you could have done better. But still,
just never dying.
Great interview. Any thoughts from that one?
I mean, listen, I think that the loss yesterday is hitting the guys hard because immediately right off the rip, he was like, yeah, it's better than yesterday. And that's why we're kind of seeing a lack of emotion.
Yeah, that's a great shout. Well, folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, our next best of 3, one more team going home. You're not going to want to miss it.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Child flow.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder, role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Queen flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging! Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen.
unbreakable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Child closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better. Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GT.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026. We're in Wuhan, China. I'm Coach Dfiw, and we've been having a blast today. We did 4 huge best of 3s yesterday. We had a quick one to start things off. Unfortunately, Reborn, our EMEA regional team, did get sent home. But we got another matchup for you folks. We got to keep moving, and it is another elimination match. AHR versus TXD. David, what you got for me?
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off on this one. I feel like we're going to see a similar pace and match here. We've got TXD, the reigning champions from Vietnam just 6 months ago, going up against AHR. I don't know a lot about this team of AHR, but we did see them kind of get shut down pretty quickly on Aftershock yesterday. Now that we did kind of chalk that up to, yeah, maybe it's a new map. They don't have a lot of prep kind of done on it. So I'll be very, very excited to see if this team can kind of make a new name for themselves here today on the map Cracked.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth mentioning. We're going to talk about both of these rosters. It's worth mentioning TXD lost a very close last match of the day yesterday. AHR did get rolled quite a bit, like you said. So a chance for a bit of revenge, a chance to prove themselves still. AHR on your screen right now, led by SJD as their commander. You can see the rest of these squad leaders. Again, a lot of these players, we talked about them yesterday, late night yesterday, China time, kind of normal hours for you all at home. We talked about this roster of somebody, you know, we recognize a couple of these names, but most of these names, most of these players are trying to prove themselves for maybe the very first times, at least on the global stage. They've done some things in their regional competitions, but on the global stage, still a lot to prove. A couple heavy hitters on this roster. Turtle was one of the only players really making an impact on the team in the stat line that we could tell. Had a couple moments in vehicles to be able to destroy some vehicles of the opponents and do some decent damage. SJD, the commander, had some okay moments as well, but again, it really felt like the team was lost on Aftershock. The opposite is true of this roster. TXD, I want to be very clear. This is our reigning champions. These are our defending champions trying to reclaim their title of Dfiw champions here in 2026 instead of 2025, where they won in Vietnam. So talk to me about this roster. Quick hits, heavy hitters. Ruminia, fantastic commander. Who else stands out to you?
I mean, that final squad all the way to the right over there, OSSN. We had Oak, Skynet, and of course, Legacy, who's of course going to be operating some of those vehicles throughout this head-to-head. It is going to be Cracked, so it is going to start slow in that vehicle gameplay side of things, but this squad is just all over it when it does come down to it. So take a look towards this squad if you want to see some vehicle gameplay and kind of pop-offs there.
I mean, and we of course have to re-mention NTPP, top individual fragger in the entire day of competition yesterday. Even though they ended up losing in their matchup against RRQ, still a very fun one to go back and watch as well. Predictions, though. Not often do I say this, Vivid, but we are one in the same mind. We both said 2-0 TXD. We've already kind of mentioned why. Fine. What do you got for me? Why TXD 2-0? Why is this not going to be as close as it could have been?
Again, we're kind of jumping into the competition now. We have seen both of these teams play. You know, kind of coming into the event as a whole, there were some big question marks, right? Like, how are these teams going to look when it comes to, you know, region versus region? Because for performance speaking, you know, we only really know how good they do on the regions, but now we have seen both of these teams play on an international stage. You talk about how good TXD played yesterday. Unfortunately, it just came up just a little bit short up against RQ. That was a great matchup. So TXD, they still look good even though they did lose.
That's true.
On the other side of things, AHR, man, I just never really saw anything that I was like, yeah, you know, they can kind of continue on in this competition as somebody that can take down a team like TXD. Again, the only little thing that I will be looking out for from the side of AHR today is that the map could play a big part of this.
It's a good shout, especially because we are playing Cracked on this matchup. And so this is a map, there are no excuses. If you play bad on Cracked, you just played bad. There's no little wrinkle that we can throw up like, well, Aftershock's the newest competitive map. Oh, you didn't know how to play, so you don't have VOD review of that team playing Aftershock. Whatever. Everybody's played Cracked 1,000 times. We played the two oldest maps in the original maps in the game, Ascension and now Cracked. We're going to get a chance to see both here on main stage again. This is going to be true raw skill. I do expect the same. 2-0 TXD. I think you're going to see a very clinical textbook win from TXD. Honestly, quite similar to what we just saw from HAN. There are no mistakes. There are no room for error, margin for error of just major mistakes in a gameplay on Cracked because they've repped it so many times. This is like going out to play basketball and instead of changing the height of the rim like you do in Aftershock, you go out and play standard basketball. You just got to play the game. Like, there is no weird wrinkle that you can blame something on a loss. It's going to come down to who's the better team today, and let's see what they have here on
行动全面战场国际邀请赛。
Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
有请 AHR 战队。
Please welcome Team AHR.
倾力一战，随风出击。
Deep grind, one stage.
有请 TXT 战队。
Please welcome Team TXT.
我们就是 Tuxedo。
We are Tuxedo.
热血喷涌，所向披靡，西山开启。
Passion surges. Victory awaits. Let the battle begin.
Let the battle begin, and I think the Commanders were so locked in, they didn't get a chance to do that fist bump right before we got started, but snuck it in there right before we jumped back. Great intro as per the usual. I'm loving these walkouts. Every team showing us who they are, what they came to do, which is to win. Battle's about to begin. Vivid, we already talked about predictions. 2-0. TXT, the top team here, continuing to try to say, listen, we did the exact same thing when we played in Vietnam last year. We went down to the lower bracket. Maybe we got there a little bit earlier this time, but we went down to the lower bracket and still got to the grand finals and still won.
True.
We're looking at a potential grand finalist about to play. Again, highlight some of these players on TXT. Who do you got? Who do you want to see more from? Who do you want to see execute the game plan effectively?
I mean, the squad, you mentioned one of the star-studded players on the squad, of course, NTPP, but the rest of the squad does a very, very good job as well, specifically Nail 2G, always kind of being involved, whether it be amongst the flanks or whether it be in the vehicle side. You know, when it comes down to destroying things, XA also on that squad does a great job, and Poco as well. So that's what makes some of these, you know, star-studded players very difficult to actually handle, is because when we take a look at some of their specific squads, kind of in similar fashion to HAN alongside like Artyom, is that the rest of the squads are just so good alongside them that it just enhances them just a little bit more. And I feel like that is the exact same thing we're seeing here with the Bravo squad on the side of TXT.
Well, you know, I was looking down at the roster, and as I look through, we know all of the roles, right? We know that when you look at OSSN, you look at Oak, you know that they're going to be in the vehicles. You know they're going to be playing engineers. You know they're going to be looking for vehicle destructions. Like, we know all the roles of the TXT team. When you look at AHR, we just didn't see enough from them where I can fully delineate anything. The only person that I remember vividly making actual plays on the map is Turtle. So watch out for Turtle on the Commander squad with SJD, who really needs to step up in a big way and help carry this team to a victory, at least get them some momentum so we can see more from them.
I know on the side of AHR as well, we had Luwei, TTV there, also going to be looking to get active in the vehicles for the side of AHR. But again, if we can kind of really only denote for a couple of these teams how good they can do when it comes down to the vehicle gameplay, and we're talking about a map like Cracked, where the initial couple of sectors feel like the vehicle gameplay is obviously a little bit lackluster, specifically on Sector A, where you pretty much don't have any vehicles outside of some four-wheelers and that assault vehicle that you eventually gain access to.
Yep.
You gotta have those players that can make those differences, that can win those 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v4s. And for me, as it currently stands, TXT is really the only team that has that in NTPP.
Yeah, no, I actually like that call quite a bit from you. It'll be fun to watch these two teams battle out. Again, I still believe in the fact that this is going to be a 2-0. I still believe that TXT will run this, but it could be a little bit closer than the matchup we just watched.
Absolutely, and a quick reminder, TXT will be starting on the defense for round 1 here, and AHR will be on the attack. I'm trying to think back to yesterday. How did the defense go for TXD? I mean, obviously they won one of the defensives yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they were solid. I honestly, TXT was probably more solid on defense, in my opinion. I thought they were clean. But regardless, you know, when you think about Cracked in particular, and you think about the way this map plays, we were talking a little bit before the broadcast started about the maps that have the least amount of vehicle presence. Yes, Cracked, you eventually do get vehicles, but you don't start with vehicles. One of the few maps that you don't start with vehicles. It's going to come down to some infantry gameplay. It's also one of the fastest maps that you can play in terms of just generally average time of gameplay. We saw Cracked a couple times yesterday in some best threes. We saw it as the third game between the Reborn and FX match, and that went extremely quick. FX kind of rolled through them on the attack. I wouldn't necessarily say the attack has an advantage on Cracked, but it is a very heavy momentum game, and the little vehicles that do come into the mix are extremely important. Yeah. It's a classic kind of age-old proverb of like a supply and demand, right? It's this idea of like, hey, if the supply of vehicles that is on the map is extremely low, then the demand or the importance to keep them is even more that important, right? You just don't get that many vehicles on this map. You've got to take care of them.
Super smart breakdown from Goj over here.
Economics, bro. Come on.
Economics. Yes, thank you very much for the quick lesson. I feel like this is a big matchup. Obviously, you know, the stakes are high, especially when we're talking about an elimination match. We're going to say that about 7 more times just to make sure that everybody is reminded that, yes, one of these teams are going to be going home at the end of this head-to-head, but even a little bit more so, I'm going to put the pressure on to TXD because I feel like this has to be a little bit of a bounce-back statement. They've got to kind of put themselves back into the conversation. Hey, listen, reminder, guys, we are the reigning champions. We can stomp out teams in this tournament, kind of similar to what HAN just did, right? Make it a statement. I need TXD to also make a statement.
Showing some love to the crowd. We got a lot of love for TXD in the house. Crowd slowly but surely filling out for the day. Again, really excited that we have crowd here during the week. We are a sold-out stadium for the weekend. It is going to be loud in here, and they are within reaching range for us. We could probably reach out and get some high fives before we get into the game. So excited about the weekend. We got a long way to get there, though. Again, this is a 5-day competition here in Wuhan, China. 8 teams joined us here on the global stage. 2 teams are about to head home. One already being that of Reborn, the first team out. The second team about to be right here, right now. AHR versus TXD. What a storyline if AHR was able to turn this around. On paper, they are the underdogs in this matchup by a large margin. We'll see what they're able to do.
That being said, you know, I mentioned how TXD, it is important for them to win this because they need to make a statement. So do AHR. They need to make a statement. Hey, listen, yeah, Aftershock did not go our way yesterday, but we feel more confident in some of these subsequent matches. Yeah. We're bouncing back. We had some time to go ahead and reset and talk about what happened, what went wrong. They have the opportunity right now to show everybody that if they go ahead and win this, if you take down the reigning champions, teams are going to start to think about you differently. People are going to start to talk about you a little bit differently, and you're going to have a lot more confidence going into the following matches. So I feel like both of these teams, a lot of pressure obviously onto them, elimination on the line, but even more so just the conversation around you as a team also on the line.
100%. Lot to prove. That's what we've been saying since the very beginning of Top of the Show yesterday. A lot of these teams are showing up with a lot to prove. Other teams are showing up with a lot to defend and continue to remind people of who they are and what they've been able to accomplish. We've got a lot of newbies on a land stage here with AHR, and we've got a lot of returners on this champion roster of TXD. Definitely going to be a tough matchup for AHR, but it doesn't mean that they can't take it. Going to rely on this man right here, SJD, the commander, see what he can do and how he can lead the team to a victory. We talked a lot about commander communication, how it works, Victory Unite. But again, folks, AHR will start on the attacking side here on Cracked. Defender will be TXD. Quick look at the bans, by the way. Did ban Aftershock.
Yeah, actually,
fair enough.
Just picked up on that. Yeah, they banned Aftershock. They were like, listen, yeah, that's not our map. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again. TXD returning to that ban of fault. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to see that map. One map that we have already seen once. It was for a short spell. It was Cracked. I'm excited to go ahead and return. It's going to be TXD on the defense. It's going to be AHR on the attack.
Let's see what the original setup is, and currently the setup is full squad plus some on an ATV going for a huge wrap to try to catch maybe some defenders unaware. They know that the attackers will likely play for this high ground. Maybe they got here a bit quicker than they were expecting, though. Outnumbered and outgunned at TXD. A little bit surprised by this play. I like the idea. Got to couch a couple early kills and then set up for this push over to A with maybe a couple respawn beacons. Throw some ammo crates up here so you can keep replenishing those smokes and nades. Clear the way. NTPP gets cut down fairly early as well. On the high ground, the attackers setting up a position.
By the way, somebody yesterday as well, you were kind of talking about who we saw start to get active on the side of AHR. Toby was actually somebody that we did see on the compound, though, quite a bit yesterday, and him already kind of picking up NTPP with said bow. Gets me a little bit excited to see how well he can do. Now, Cracked on Sector A is a little bit of a tug of war, not in the sense that we have two zones, because of course we only have one zone, but on these flanks around the right and the left sides of the sector specifically, almost every single attack that we see, they do prioritize the right side over here up towards these hills and all of these rocks and all the head glitches, but eventually they'll turn their attention over to the left side as well and start to create a little bit of a pincer maneuver onto the sector.
Yeah, solid thought. It'll be fun to see what the attackers decide to do and how many times they decide to do it. That's the thing. You know, we had this same conversation when Reborn was playing of just try things. Make some moves, make some plays. Right now we're smoking, we're working together, and we're seeing a lot of 1v multiple kills. NTPP has picked up nearly double-digit kills at this point. Nail 2G, this whole squad, we highlighted them for good reason. They're finding a lot of kills to make sure the attackers don't get a strong foothold over here on the flank, because it'll help them set up for this capture point.
Sonar device coming out right there, kind of giving some information over to the side of Nail 2G. He can, you know, obviously go ahead and convey that information. Hey, listen, there's 7 boots on the ground over towards this way. It can kind of dictate how much you want to actually invest in terms of your own boots on the ground. How do you want to go ahead and defend this?
A lot of players over here.
I tell you, yeah, it's very, very tough, but the stingers on these head glitches super, super hard to go ahead and flush up because the revives keep coming in. But nice. An absolute flood from the side of AHR. This is actually working very, very well.
Yeah, I actually like this play a lot. The attackers really working together as a cohesive unit. Again, it doesn't matter if it's the right play, as long as you do it with confidence and with a full unit of attackers, this could go really well for them. When you play together, you can win together. Attackers on the far side, though, that we were paying attention to have all but been wiped. You got a couple folks spawning in still, and this group now swinging around the other side to try to pinch onto the point. The problem is we're getting outgunned right now, and so we're not actually able to get onto the point or cause meaningful damage to the defense, who have set up easy respawns, easy players that can back off out of combat and let their teammates respawn back onto them. Still a lot of work to do if they want to take A.
Absolutely, and his smokes, the value that they find is incredible, because that pretty much is the only way to find some cover when you do have to make some of these rotates over from your cover to said sector. But look at this giant flank coming in from the side of TXD. Typically, it's the side of the attack finding themselves on the flank, but that unfortunately does get cut down. That was going to be Syndrex with the opportunity to go ahead and clean up, but he being stopped short in his tracks. But take a look at the sector itself. It is all green. TXD still have full control, and it looks like they're working towards getting full control of the flanks as well. The tickets are joining in pretty fast. We're at 140 available for AHR. They've lost 40.
Yeah, these big pushes are nice because you do have a lot of medics there that are able to help out and get people back on their feet. But if the medics go down quickly, or the entire squad, or a couple squads working together, get obliterated, nobody's coming back for those reses. And that's exactly what's been happening. We've lost nearly 50 lives in a blink of an eye. And again, I like the idea from AHR here to move together as a unit. It just hasn't worked yet, and that type of a play does get punished pretty aggressively in that resource of lives and tickets. So something to keep in mind here. Maybe we slow down a little bit as the attackers and make something a little bit more strategic pushing rather than kind of full send.
My gosh, 19 kills for Whistly here. A player that I don't think was on either one of our radars. He plays the medic, but the ability to go ahead and pick up 19 kills is incredible. MP7 in hand. Not a lot of damage at that type of range, but is able to go ahead and find the shots needed to go ahead and secure that kill. And take a look at this. We talked about the availability of just one singular vehicle that is able to spawn in from the attack side. It's going to be the assault vehicle, but Skynet finds it, destroys it. Incredible work there.
Yeah, immediately too. That's the important part. That assault vehicle is nice just for respawn, putting on the vehicle respawn beacon, able to drive people in, make some drop-offs. But it being down means the only available resource right now is a built AA gun that TXD decided to put down. We saw that pop up in the feed, but they're doing some construction. It'd be nice to make sure any more vehicles that get called in will take quite a bit of damage as they come flying in. So I like the play. Also helpful to shell the point, but just continue to pay attention to AHR and what they're doing with their medics, what they're doing with their support operators. Here's a look at where this AA gun is on the map. We'll be able to shell down on some of these pushes, hopefully get a couple people weak so it's even easier for some of the players to get killed. Nice shot. Bows over the top. Throw those arrows. Hope they land on some heads. You don't even need them land head. How about a body shot? We'll take whatever we get. And look at this flank Poco. Again, this is what TXD need to do. They can't let the attackers just form these gigantic pushes and then all death ball down into the point. So what they're doing is they're sending these individuals, or at least one squad, to just thin the herd from the backline. You don't have to kill them all. If you're just able to pick up 2, 3, or maybe even 4 total out of 6 or 7, you're going to be in a really good spot for your team to be able to withstand what would be a 7-person push, now a 3-person push. I mean, it's all semantics, but these quote-unquote flanks, like you mentioned, from the defenders to rip some of these attackers off high ground is the reason that they've gained 0 ground on the point and are down to 80 lives. Let's look at the stats. Whistly's on 23 kills already. ATX on 17. Impressive stuff.
NTPP on 19 as well, so 3 players for the side of TXD approaching 20 kills. And when you take a look at HAR, you've only actually got 2 members that have hit that double-digit mark. And as I say that, a third was actually found right there.
AAV.
AAV is now going to be used by the side of AHR. And we mentioned it, right? Luwei is, of course, going to be operating that. And this has to be the difference maker. But not only does it have to be the difference maker, it's got to make something happen in it right now, because we're down to 90 tickets. Not to mention the tank is also falling out of the sky for the side of the defense. If this tank starts to get active, if this thing starts to defend the sector, how are AHR ever going to press the attack?
Yeah, and unfortunately, because of the nature of Cracked, they hadn't swapped to engineers fast enough or didn't have enough on the map to Aluru rocket that. They did enough damage with the AAV where that tank could have gone down before it hit the ground if there were engineers available, but you don't oftentimes play engineer on the attacking side of Cracked because you're not looking for vehicles this quickly. But enough score to call one in. Well done from TXD. This is looking grim for AHR. Folks, blink and you missed it. We're down 100 lives.
One of these giant pushes from the side of AHR coming in again. Last time, it worked in terms of gaining the position, but they eventually did not really find anything from it. Can they make something happen from it now? They're actually getting called out right now. The side of TXD is calling in the reinforcements. Legacy now knows that there is a lot of members from the side of the attack coming around the flank right now, and he does not want the tank to be successful to all of these members of AHR. What can they make happen with this great push that they've managed to build up?
Watch Skynet and Legacy in the kill feed. Let's see how many they're able to pick up from a distance here. Again, I think the diff here is that this push probably, I'm looking at their icons, does not have very many engineers in comparison. So they don't have a lot of damage they can actually throw at this tank without any vehicle support right now. The AAV too far away and another vehicle coming in for the defense. This attacking push, well earned, well played, but it's just not enough firepower for this tank not to just blow them all to smithereens. There's a ton of medics there, so they have to kill them all. And if they do, that is going to be a lot of lives lost. That is most of the team. We'll go from 84 to 64 when all of these players give up, as they're about to do, to respawn back onto the map. What a wild hold there from the defense.
It's very recognized as a map that does not necessarily involve vehicles until you get to the later stages, but if the defense can actually hold on to Sector A for quite some time, you can see the vehicles do become quite available. The tank being called in, the LAV, the assault vehicle, and with those vehicles now being able to be used for the side of TXD, And, you know, with AHR already losing 110 total tickets pretty much before these vehicles were able to get active, I feel very, very confident in TXD's ability to go ahead and just hold here on Sector A and pretty much leave this defense very, very early.
Again, that big push, it was all together as one. It was confident. It was the right play. It felt like either the wrong operator choices or they should have backed up and reassessed when they saw the tank catching them in transition. They just got mowed down by the tank. And it's GG's already because they lost, again, they went from 84 to 67 in the blink of an eye because all those players had to hit the respawn button. Once they respawned in, all those tickets get eliminated. So boom, all of a sudden, we're down 120 lives. We haven't hardly touched A, and by hardly, I mean we haven't brought down a single percentage point on A. Cracked A is a difficult one to take in comp, especially if you can't get any motion with vehicles in the early stages. You can't get that armored assault vehicle up onto the point. We actually had that interview with Wormy when they played this map, and you saw him pick up like 5 kills via a spree of splatters with the assault vehicle because he recognized the other team didn't have engineers. It seems like TXD was ready for this. They put that AA gun down early to make sure any vehicle that the attackers called in would be eliminated immediately. So far, again, as expected, TXD playing textbook warfare.
Constant thorn in the side of AHR has been NTPP, and Squad just constantly finding these flanks, trying to go ahead and mow down some of those medics. You can see he's actually the only one a part of this squad that's making the peaks. Everybody else on the squad is just interested in staying alive and making sure that the respawns can kind of come in for the side of the defense, so that way they can maintain some sort of a foothold off to the left in these rocks. It's very well played, very well thought out, and even though NTPP does go down after picking up a couple kills, those revives are of course going to come in from the side of AHR, but then NTPP himself is just going to be able to respawn right back on that side of the mountain and continue to pick up all those kills. And as I say that, take a look at that, he does go ahead and do just that.
This is brutal, but we are working on getting together, making a plan. We see SJD was yapping down there in the cam. I'm hoping that this game plan that they've chosen will be a good one. TXD is on the hunt, though. If they know that their win condition here, they're doing a great job. But if they're able to get the AAV down, if they get the only vehicle, the only thing causing a ton of damage down, they will win. And that's exactly what happens. Uluru rockets galore. I told you, TXD was willing to invest a bunch of engineers off rip here on the first map because they know if the attackers get a vehicle and we're able to destroy it, we have all the momentum. And that was Oak yet again. We talked about him as the vehicle destruction aficionado. Bang, they pick up another one as well. Oak, thanks for making us look smart. That's 2 vehicles down by his hand.
Oak and his Echo squad, they're just so good together. I can guarantee you that all of those Allura rockets finding them their way over towards the vehicle simultaneously was the entire squad just being so cohesive. And again, listen, it's just more of the same. NTPP is cutting off all of this access point that HR wants to have. And look how many numbers HR is sending their way. This has been one squad, a squad of 4 members for TXD that has been able to fend off what feels like 2, 3 full squads for the side of AHR. Look at this. They just mow them down. They can't find any ground.
Here come the vehicles
to go their way.
Here come the lifelines. They've got to get boats under the ground, and it's only going to be 1, or is it going to be nil? There's 0 vehicles going to hit the ground healthy. This one might land, but Allura rockets about to follow up. You can only imagine. Bang, 1 goes through, but luckily, or skillfully, the engineers keep it alive. Still a small victory that I'm not sure will yield any real results, but we take the victories where we can get them. And with that small victory, the attackers make a move. They're going to push down towards the point and try to draw the defenders down onto the actual A sector as Oak finds another vehicle destroyed. And we've actually got a floating vehicle back over here that finally somebody spawns into.
Yeah, great job by Morning right there. I was going to say, I don't think AHR is aware that this vehicle has even spawned back here, but Morning is left all alone. There are no engineers to go ahead and back him up right now. They need to go ahead and get some repairs onto this AAV before it is knocked out. If there are Allura rockets available for the side of TXD, I am scared, but it looks like full HP for the AAV. Now they have AAV. They have the tank available. Can they make something happen on the push? They've only got 30 tickets remaining, and the tank destroyer is going to get knocked out of the sky. TXD is locked in. They know exactly what's happening all around the map, and they're in full control.
calling in the artillery barrage to hopefully clear a lane over to the point. They need to get interior. They need to get in the buildings in the A sector so they have a bit of cover. To do that, they're going to invest a lot of resources. One of those is an artillery barrage. Another one is this AAV. They know this AAV is likely going to go down. It's just a matter of how long can it stall out and how much damage can it take so that our infantry can get indoors. In response, Romania says, don't worry, we're holding it. Give me 2 minutes for the extra score, and also an artillery barrage of our own with a little bit of help from some Virons. Down goes the AAV. And was it enough room to work with for the infantry? Absolutely not. They are not able to make it to a building. They are not able to get a single percentage on A, and the defense is in complete control.
Dfiw was in such a good position up here on the rocks to go ahead and help out the AAV, right? The Legacy tank started to get active. How did AHR not find any return shots? Try to trade out some of those vehicles right there. It's going to be a big one for the side of TXD, and now they just have to do more of the same. They have the big advantage in terms of the vehicles, right? 3-1. They just have to hold off AHR for a little bit longer.
I will also say a big credit to TXD for that AA gun placement. It's actually finding a crazy amount of value with helping out the team take down these vehicles. Now they have a vehicle advantage, not seeing quite as much, but it was a great play early to give them this vehicle advantage and then allow them to hold it. Here's one of the last couple pushes that the attackers can make. They've smoked this thing up like crazy to be able to make a move to a building. And a look over the top here from AHR. They're trying to get a decent amount of damage on this lob to hopefully open things up on maybe the right side as well, should the left side push not work. Trying to jump over these rocks and get to the buildings, getting cut down on the way.
An obvious lack of follow-up there on the initial lure rocket that does land. This is going to be SNNSP trying to hit some shots here towards the tank, help take that one out. Tank is going to go ahead and hide, but that is all you really need to do. Make the tank hide so that way the attack falls apart. 7 tickets remaining. The tank is down to what feels like 7 HP. Only one more explosion has to land, and the dreams of AHR taking the first round of this head-to-head have all but dwindled. They've been destroyed, just like their tank. Romania is going to go ahead and deal the final blow to that one, and it's about all she wrote. Just a formality at this point. 3 tickets remaining. TXD will have no problem picking up a couple of stragglers here and there. There's going to be 1. There's going to be 2.
Woo, buddy.
There's going to be 3. And TXD return to form on Cracked. In the lower bracket, they make quick work of the defense against AHR. And I called it out. TXD, they looked very, very good yesterday. AHR, I didn't feel the same way. And in the head-to-head, it crumbled very, very fast for the attack.
Clinical. It was textbook, as predicted. They caught every advantage that they wanted and more. Frustrated, reasonably so for AHR. They've got to figure out what they can do on the defense to emulate what TXD was just able to accomplish. Already posing for a pick. Respect. Well earned.
Dang.
I mean, they earned that.
Already?
Brother, we didn't even lose a percentage point on A. I'd be posing for a pick, too. Here we go. Posing for a pick. Bang. There it is. Yeah, listen, that was expected. I'm not too surprised. But at the same time, it is still like a big laud and congratulations to that team because they were able to execute their game plan perfectly. I thought TXD did a good job of making a couple of hero plays. That squad, NTPP and the like, they obliterated the backline of the attackers, and it's the reason this team was so successful in their holds. Take a look at the stat lines. Whistly picking up 38 kills on a one-sector game is ridiculous.
But MNY also picking up a 30-piece himself, and NTPP another 30-piece. 3 fraggers for the side of TXD. And again, it just felt like squads of TXD were able to fend off multiple squads of AHR. And when you take a look at the stats, it just makes sense. They were just finding more kills, winning out their gunfights. Romania playing that commander role very, very well. Finding himself all the way towards the top of the leaderboard. And man, it's not often that we get to say Crack comes down to the vehicles on Sector A, but this was one of those cases where it did end up happening.
Yeah, and I'll shout out Skynet, by the way, with the highest engineering score in the lobby. Well earned. Skynet and Legacy working together in the tank at the tank gunner. as well as the AA gun to make sure that the vehicles of the attacking team were basically inconsequential. Very well done. Earned the advantage, kept the advantage, exactly like we thought it would go. Now, as we turn our eyes to flip the script, it's time to see if it can surprise us with the way AHR is able to play defense here. Folks, you know the game plan on Cracked. You know how to hold this point. Here's the thing with AHR. I don't know if it's a hot take or if I'm just being a hypothetical Harry. If I'm AHR, I don't full send on holding A. It is a very difficult point to hold in comparison. We'll see why in the highlights that TXD was so good, but I think if things start getting a little mixy, AHR should hold their score for the B sector at least.
Absolutely, yeah, I can kind of agree with that. I wouldn't necessarily mind a full send, you know what I mean? See what you got, go head to head, and also right there around the 120 ticket mark for the attacking side, we did see TXD take up that assault vehicle, which is pretty much the turning point for the side of Crack towards this Sector A. That's the first time a vehicle becomes available, and TXD cutting that down very, very quickly, and after that, they just had the advantage in terms of the vehicles. They started to just pick up more, and when AHR finally had access to vehicles of their own before they were even able to use them, they just got destroyed instantly.
Oak, Legacy, Skynet, a ton of damage thrown down. There's Oak again, Allure rockets as well. Huge pickups and some aggressive comms because they know that these moments are so important. It's the fun thing, in my opinion. One of my favorite things about Warfare are these critical small moments in these long games. 20v20, and it comes down to these tiny moments where the Allure rockets land at the perfect time. The AA gun hits perfectly to get it weak enough for somebody to finish off the kill. You even see SNNP pick up the kill with the Barrett, which does a little bit of vehicle damage. Like, they're working as a team near flawlessly. This is a communication diff, I think, more than anything else. TXD, yes, outgunned their opponents, but they just out-strategized them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will give a quick shout to AHR because, again, we did see some plays being made as like squads of like 12, squads of like 16 trying to make some of those pushes happen, but I mentioned it multiple times. It just felt like the individual ability from the side of TXD.
Yeah.
They didn't even need like 16 people on the defense to go ahead and fend off 16. They needed what felt like 8. They needed like half of the amount that the attack was kind of pushing with to fend them off.
I don't say this often in Warfare. It almost felt like an operator diff. Like, it felt like an operator choice diff. I mean, what did we see from the flanking teams that were able to hold? We saw sonars go down to be able to get reads on where players were through smoke.
Yeah.
They win their engagement that way. We saw a lack of engineers from the side of the attacking side. We saw a more investment of engineers on the defensive side than you would expect for Crack in order to gain that advantage.
Yeah,
like,
true.
Yes, that's a strategy diff, but that's also playing operators correctly, and playing through smokes is also the most important part about cutting down an attacking flow.
Yeah.
The attacking flow was hyper-reliant on smokes. Defensively, they were able to work their way through it.
Yeah, absolutely. It begs the question, how often have AHR seen a Sector A go that long? Because it does start to turn tides when the vehicles do start to spawn. They did not make the adjustments, and a squad that also did not have to make any adjustments. They played the same exact position pretty much throughout that entire game, all the way into the rocks on the left side. They were fending off AHR entirely. It's going to be the squad here: Nail2G, NTPP, XA, and Poco being the best squad.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at their kills and assists. I mean, they emulate each other. They were all working together. They played with each other. NTPP picked up the most kills, but then the most assists go to Nail2G because they're hand in pocket, holding hands and killing everybody on the map. I mean, this squad is certainly the best squad on the map in terms of stats in a one-sector game like this one. Very well done, and honestly, impressive stat lines for how quick it was.
Absolutely. Of course, we know what follows the best squad. It's going to be the MVP as well. I'm excited to kind of see who picked it up for the side of TXD. I feel like momentum has been gained now, right? A little bit of a reset after they did lose yesterday. Reminder, these guys are the reigning champions. They won 6 months ago on land in a similar environment. They did lose yesterday in their first head-to-head, but it looks like a return to form. Again, I want to give a big shout-out to Whistly here, picking up 38 kills. Might be a fault of our own. Obviously, also playing the medic, picking up 21 rescues. Might be a fault of our own, me and Goges. But I feel like this guy was not on our radar to be somebody that was going to be the top frag for the side of TXD.
Yeah, and again, when you know some of these rosters, you and I have been around the block now that we recognize a lot of players. I recognize Whistly's name. I remember Whistly playing. but TXT just have a lot of heroes. They have a lot of standout players. NTPP comes up most often when you think about fraggers. Whistly is, yes, somebody else that we can look to, but not always the hero. In this map, picking up 38 became the hero. Also, you've got to recognize the fact that they have rescues on their stat lines means he's playing a medic operator. He's playing a support class, and not often do you see them just outfrag their opponents because they're more focused on getting bodies up. But you do see that more so when they're on the defense. So makes sense Whistly was at the top of the leaderboard. Once they move to the attacking side, can't imagine that he'll be quite as an impact player in terms of actual slaying out. Could still be MVP, though, if he picks up a crazy amount of revives, because we know that helps us score out a ton, and is maybe even more important oftentimes on attack of getting the revives than even getting kills.
Listen, Whistly has now put himself in my spotlight personally. Over the course of this next round, when we do flip sides, I'm going to be paying close attention to him specifically. I want to see him have another performance like that. Maybe Cracked is just his map. MP7 in hand, Stinger, and he just knows where to be. He knows where to find the kills.
He's slapping people around even from distance with that MP7, so hey, whatever it takes, man. I love it. Excited to jump into it, but folks, of course, we are going to be swapping sides. These are all best of threes, so if our team TXT is able to get a win here, that is all she wrote for this matchup, and unfortunately, AHR will be the second team to head home and be done in this competition, 0-2 overall in matches, if that happens. However, I am hoping for AHR's sake they're able to turn it around. This is going to take a decent amount of mental resilience. They just got stomped. It's difficult to come back from that at any level on sports, esports, or anywhere in between. You've got to have the mental resilience to say, no, we are a good team. We can compete. Let's turn it around on defense. And again, I constantly remind you all of this because it used to work in a different way. It doesn't matter how far TXT gets. It doesn't matter if they capture A and then get stopped on B. They've got to go the distance to close it out here. They may get a priority side selection if there's a tiebreaker, but to win, they have to take every single point and take the entire map to get that win. So, might seem obvious, still important to remind you that TXT still have an entire map to go, not just a single point. Now, I think when we look at AHR, since we have a moment here, let's highlight a couple players. Big shout out to Lin Yi, one of the only female competitors competing in this competition on the Bravo squad here for AHR. A big shout out to Flash, squad commander or squad leader rather, for that Charlie squad as well, an impact player for this team. But again, I think it's going to come down to our commander. One of the only commanders, by the way, that I noticed that plays a support operator.
Who's that?
Picking up revives. SJD was playing support operator for the team. So on the defense, that might change.
Yeah.
But interesting strat.
Yeah, awesome to kind of see. Loved, taking a look at Cracked here. And this is going to be the first time we're going to be flipping sides between two specific teams in the head-to-head. So that's going to be great to see. Listen, I mean, TXT, I feel like that was a great momentum shift for them. And what kind of hurts me, actually, is that AHR are, on the verge of being eliminated, but unfortunately for them as well. I mean, when we take a look at how they performed yesterday, they got 2-0 yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
They're down 1-0. They have not won a map yet. We really do need to see these guys win a map. They are here for a region. They won their regional qualifier. They are a winning team. They are used to winning. We just got to see them pick it up just a little bit, pick up that momentum, find something that works for them.
Again, it feels a little bit like a confidence issue. I don't know. I mean, it's tough sometimes to have that confidence when games haven't been going your way, especially when you get stomped to be able to turn it around. But it is definitely doable. What they need is one momentum shift, one small win when they're on the defensive side to be able to hold things down and say, take a breath and say, hey, we've got this. We've got a potential to win if we're able to maintain this small advantage. So we'll look out for that, especially if they get an early vehicle elimination or something. Could go their way. That could kind of turn things around and get them excited. So we'll see, folks. I'm excited about this one. I say the word excited all the time when I'm at Dfiw because it's that dang fun. We had 4 best of 3s yesterday. We went until like 3 a.m. or something. I don't even know what time it was here in China. It was a blast. 14-hour broadcast. Today moving much quicker because of some early sweeps.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for AHR's sake that we slow things down a little bit and maybe get a game 3 here.
Some early sweeps, some different maps being played. And yeah, like Goose mentioned, we're going to be jumping into 4 total matches today as well. We do have 2 more head-to-heads left, and that's going to be the upper side of the bracket. So Titans up there, both teams, of course, winning their initial head-to-heads. You don't want to miss it. If you are interested in what maps we're going to be playing later on, back to Cyclone and back to Cracked at the end of the day as well. So make sure you guys tune in and see how those ones pan out. And yeah, I'm excited to kind of jump back into this and see if TXT can win this one 2-0. I feel like that's where this is kind of leaning.
Yeah, I think so too. Listen, a couple fun notes here.
Okay.
We won't see, even by the end of today, we haven't seen Fault, which has been banned every single time, I think, on one side or the other. We haven't seen Threshold yet, which is crazy to say, because of how many times we saw it in Vietnam, how many times it's played in the competitive circuit in general. We haven't seen Trainwreck yet, and we won't see it by the end of today. So kind of interesting that we have 8 total maps, and we won't see 3 of our maps at all in 2 full days of competition.
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially.
Yeah, we could see it as a game 3.
Yeah,
but a team would have to choose that map.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I don't think they're choosing Trainwreck. Like, oftentimes these maps that teams will choose are, I call them the classic maps. It's the maps they have the most reps on, they feel the most comfortable on.
Yeah.
And usually, we talked a lot about this yesterday, the team that chooses the map is the team that lost the tiebreaker.
Right.
Right? So the team that won the tiebreaker gets to choose the word side. So they get to choose the side once the map is chosen. Because of that, oftentimes, the maps that are chosen are Cracked or Ascension, where the attackers often can still get a win. On paper, those are a little bit easier for the attackers compared to something like Threshold, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyways, little fun hypotheticals for us, as always, to talk about as we prepare for this game to get started. A couple other notes as we quickly have gone through the day today. I am looking forward to those upper bracket games. I think they will probably be a little bit closer. Might see a couple game 3s. You're not so sure. Get a chance to see FX compete again on main. Get a chance to see the top dogs, if you will, on paper, the 1 seed, LT back on stage again. That'll be a fun matchup coming up actually fairly soon. And so be prepared, folks. Flying through today. Ooh, a couple subs. Actually, a couple subs for the same team.
Wait.
TXD pull Legacy.
Legacy.
And they pull CVVT, moving in KKN and Zombra. Zombra is a staple on this roster. Zombra played in Vietnam last year for Dfiw 24-25. Yeah, I mean, almost all of this roster did. I was looking through their previous history. It's like almost every single player is the same. But I do remember Zombra in particular being a rotational sub for this team. But one of the subs they didn't pull is Little Egg. Do you remember Little Egg?
Yeah.
Heli operator.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
True.
So once we get to a helicopter map with TXT, you might see Little Egg pop in. I wonder what the reason for those subs were. I wonder if production could help us out on the back end and see if they gave any reasoning or if they just want to try some people out. Feel like they've got the window of opportunity to do so on Cracked.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Legacy kind of feels like a staple in terms of the vehicle gameplay side of things for TXT. So that's a little bit surprising to me to see that substitution be made. But again,
I mean, maybe honestly, maybe they're like, Legacy, we want we want more entry fraggers to get us onto these points. Because again, the attackers don't earn that many vehicles.
Yeah, but that's the point. You do get vehicles.
Yeah, eventually.
And he's been the main operator every single time.
I don't know. That's like, I mean, I was about to make another sports reference that half the people or more won't understand. I mean, but that's like subbing out a starting 5 in minute 4. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't see the reasoning for it, but of course they have a ton of strategy. I mean, this is a well-accomplished, well-practiced team. I know these substitute players are really strong. I just don't know the reason why for the Legacy pull.
Zombra's going to go nuts here, by the way. And we're going to be like, oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure my thought process on the reasoning would be that these players coming in are heavy entry fragger infantry players. And they need more of these on Cracked, especially on attack. That's my thought process.
So we'll have to keep a close eye on what operators are chosen specifically by Zombra and what operators are chosen by KKN as well, because we want to know why that kind of substitution was made. I mean, you're up 1-0. You're feeling confident. I don't think they made any substitutions yesterday when they were going up against RRQ. So very, very interesting to see a big adjustment coming in.
Here we go.
TXD have the opportunity to 2-0 in the lower bracket right now up against AHR. They've got to do it from the attack side on Cracked.
Here we go. TXD going to be in the red. AHR going to be in the green on defense. Not looking for just one sector. Got to get them all. And TXD are sprinting at the point.
Wow.
Talk about pedal to the metal, folks. I'm telling you, sometimes you just put your head down and run, and it works out for you. Already putting a few bodies on the point, and in the meantime, NTPP coming in the backside of the shotgun and more, trying to find some extra damage on the backside so the defense can't put reinforcements onto the point. cause enough of a distraction to where they have numbers advantage, and this A sector is ticking away.
Looking at Zombra over there, does look like he is playing, what is that, Saniva on the point. So that's going to be an interesting adjustment as well. Maybe looking to go ahead and get defensive towards this building. We've actually seen this strategy before, so keep a close eye on that. But yeah, TXD with an early contest towards the Sector A. Are AHR going to make an adjustment? Are they going to start to flood the point? I mean, you got members all the way off in the distance playing Luna and look for some snipe shots, but you're losing A.
Yeah, NTPP is just picking off reinforcements on the backside. This is an easy A sector capture. I said that the defense needed to hold their resources for the B sector. I didn't mean that you give away the A sector in 6 lives. This is a brutal start, unfortunately, for AHR. Let's see if TXD can keep up the pace. Dude, there's something in the back of my mind from Vietnam, remembering, I wonder if Zombra is a one-trick Saniva. There's something in the back of my mind of this TXD team playing on trench lines and Zombra on the Saniva operator. I don't know. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. If you're that deep in the bag of the global Dfiw rosters, I would love to know. Or if you're a fan of TXD watching at home, let us know why you think the subs happened. But a Saniva, whether it worked or not, I'll call that a success. A very quick capture of A, and immediately the attack is sprinting at B1, and they've already got a tank ready to rock and roll. This is Skynet, one of the best vehicle operators in the game. Going to pick up a lot of damage on the potential vehicle here of Louisville TTV.
Yeah, I mean, the AHR side of the tank needs to find some value here. It needs to kind of put the team on the back and start to make something happen. NTPP is probably going to be our first player to enter that double-digit mark for the kills. Looking to play the head glitches all around the B1 sector. He is getting absolutely flooded right now from the defensive. He's not going to be able to fend them off, so he does go down. And taking a look at where some of the other attackers are positioned. By the way, as soon as the sector did get captured, I did see Zombra go ahead and hit the respawn. So probably
changing
operators. To go ahead and change the operator. So I don't think it's going to be a Saniva one trick. But again, that building on that Sector A, Saniva can be finding some value over there. But a quick change of strategy. And now AHR actually taking a quick opportunity to take it to TXD, trying to go ahead and push them back off of this hill.
They're trying. A couple respawn beacons here can help. Just keeping bodies around B1 potentially. They can work their way through the onslaught of the attackers on the opposite side. High ground achieved. Players on point. B1 in control by the attackers. Pretty significantly able to put a foothold onto the map. They will then work their way to B2 from B1 while still maintaining control of it. How are they going to do that? The classic. Skynet is going to sit on B1 with a tank, and all of our infantry is going to move over towards B2.
I did see Whistler. I mentioned that I wanted to see him back in the spotlight. Did see him picking up some kills with that MP7, so still potentially in farm. This tank is getting active for the side of AHR. I don't know if I've ever seen a tank over here all the way to the right side trying to cut off some of these rotations. So an interesting kind of little position here for the tank to be finding itself in. And it looks like it is actually finding a lot of value in combination with the gun up top, and Skynet is still off in the distance. This is very, very common on the side of the attack. They want to keep that tank alive, so it does play a little bit of a passive role, but it still finds value towards the side of B2 with some of those shells raining in.
The attackers slowed down a little bit here, trying to assess how they decide to push together as a unit. Skynet still finding a bit of damage from distance with the tank, but is SJD successfully holding B2 and making sure that they get some extra score. That'll be nice for them to add some score, potentially call in another vehicle to give them a small advantage to kick things off.
Remember, this is one of the players that actually got subbed in here. This is going to be KKN. Playing the role of the recon, looking to maybe get crazy on the flanks. You mentioned that potentially they wanted members to get active, to be in the front lines, and not necessarily seeing that right now, but maybe they wanted somebody to go ahead and flank. The respawn beacons are important for some of these attacking flanking positions. And Rui on the Mini 14 has been pretty much in a similar position throughout, right? On Sector A, we saw him very, very far away from the zone itself, and it's going to be a similar position here. Playing the Luna, which, you know, is very, very common in public warfare games, but we actually feel like we don't see Luna a lot on the competitive side of things.
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways you can kind of see through smoke, if you will, or get info through smoke. Luna is kind of the classic way to be able to do that, so not a bad idea for the B sector to be able to help your team with the crosses between B1 and B2, but still, Take a look at what Poco is able to do on this backside. The attacker is setting up a pinch, kind of keeping the defense trapped around their point. He's doing a pretty good job, actually, of trying to hold these flanks. Unfortunately,
oh my gosh.
S-in-SP.
You won that?
Really strong play there to win the fight and clear off this high ground position, giving his team another foothold as they slowly but surely pinch their way in onto B2.
Yeah, I love the fact that you went in and mentioned that the attack had seemingly paused. But it looked like it was worth it because they have all kind of conjured around the point in their specific locations as if this is like a full-on planned attack. Hey, this squad goes over here, this squad goes over there, and then they go ahead and funnel in. And because of how they funneled in towards B2, they were able to pretty much take out all of the squads that were defending it from every which angle. Now, they are going to be losing some of those follow-up fights, unfortunately, so I think the defensive side of AHR is going to be able to reflood the point. Actually, as I say that, some incredible individual efforts, especially on the flank, from members like NTPP is actually making that very, very difficult.
NTTP is fighting for his life against some spiders and otherwise a lot of utility being thrown his way. He's able to stay on his feet and utilize that shotgun effectively to find a ton of kills. B2 likely falling right here. Attackers really well done. Slow the pace a little bit, set up the right push, and then clear off the point. Maybe got enough bodies there that it will fully fall here in just a moment. Luo TTV is in kind of a tough spot. Does have the tank, has done a good job of keeping it alive. I've actually seen a little bit of value from it as well. The problem is, can't get too mixy. If he gets up into the mix and he dies, that's actually GG's. Desperately needs this tank, especially for the C sector. I would expect to see a little bit of shenanigans on the C sector from the attack because they're going to be able to pull in some more vehicles, and you might even see those vehicles start climbing some rooftops.
Looking to go ahead and actually take out this tank. You called it. It would be GG's if they were able to go ahead and destroy this thing, but they're doing a great job of defending against all of those rockets that are finding their way across the map. I think TXD did a little bit of a pause there for some reason. I mean, we've seen pauses before on different maps. I'm not entirely sure.
They're getting everybody over from B1 to B2 before they full cap it, so
Yeah,
that
okay.
pushing into C is nice and easy, and
Nice.
they're actually together.
Like
look
momentum.
Look how quick the transition is from B to C. So as they move into the C sectors, usually the attackers will full send on C1 and take the hangar, but I'm not sure if that'll be the play for this attacking team because it kind of feels like they can do whatever they want, and if they feel that way as well, they might try to full send C2 rather, which is more difficult. Let's see what they decide to do.
180 tickets available for the side of TXD. This will be a very long, drawn-out defense for AHR if they're able to be successful in doing so. Once we get to the later stages of this defense, if it does take some time, score streaks will play a big part of the attack for the side of TXD, but I don't even know if they're going to need them. The individual prowess is continuing to shine. And remember, when we do make it to the C sector, this is when we start to get a little bit crazy on Cracked with the vehicles, both sides gaining access to multiple vehicles. It turns into like a 3v3, I believe is what it ends up being in the vehicle count. So keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye on when those vehicles are going to start to fly down from the sky.
I'd love to take a look at the map view if we can to see what the attackers are setting up right now. From what we can see in the free cam, looks like most of the attackers are on respawn right now. I don't really see them on the map. So a decent job of stopping the flow. Here a couple players are. Whistly finding a lob, and it looks like, I didn't quite catch that player's name, but a second player picking up a tank as well. So vehicles coming in for the attack, and again, this is what I was talking about. These vehicles are going to get mixy because they can afford to. They've got the advantage.
And there's a small moment on Cracked where the attacking side has a big advantage in the vehicle gameplay. It's going to be right now. You can see they have 3, and it's just to 1. HR on the defensive side, I believe they do gain access to a couple more vehicles around this time as well. But because the vehicles have already touched down for the side of TXD, it gives them a big advantage in terms of having access basically to these vehicles, so that way they can help destroy them as they fall down.
Well, I mean, quick shot here too. I mean, they just don't have the score to call in vehicles. That's the other problem. The AHR just haven't found a ton of kills, haven't found a ton of score to call in more of those vehicles. They did just get another successful objective. That might be enough. Should see AHR likely call in another vehicle here shortly.
I think it's too late though. Again, I mentioned the vehicle's already in for the side of TXD. If they do call in a vehicle, they're just going to swarm it with rockets and tanks.
Yeah, cut it down before it lands. Yeah, I agree.
So keep an eye out for that. A big swarm towards the side of C1 by some of the boots on the ground from TXD. Looks like they're going to go ahead and gain access to that one. NTPP, very rare loss of a head-to-head battle for him there, and we're gonna see one of these cheeky spots, aren't we?
I told you. I knew TXD was gonna try something crazy. They're gonna climb some buildings. They're gonna get some high grounds with these tanks. Cracked is one of the unique maps like that where it's got some verticality, but it's quite short. So you can kind of finagle your way up onto some of these rooftops with the tanks. You've seen it in the past. Pretty classic strat. This is going to be funny if they decide to do it. Now, again, somewhat as expected, they were waiting for their vehicles. They then made the push. C1 now in complete control out the hangar for this TXT roster. They're going to set up for new and prepare for this push over to C2. So far, everything very clinical.
Yeah, absolutely. Rui here. Still playing that Luna, still in the Mini 14, and finally the tank does make its way up to the rooftops. Be interested to see where this one goes, what kind of an angle it can actually find, and look at that, off in the distance, those two vehicles are finally making its way down to the ground, but just like I called out, Oak is going to be able to go ahead and pepper both of them down. One's already destroyed, the tank's under heavy fire, 10% HP remaining, and it's going to be destroyed halfway before it actually reaches the ground. The tank was trying to defend, but what can you do?
Yeah, that is tough. They have the right vehicles. You called it out perfectly. They had the advantage, and because they had the advantage, when those vehicles were called down, there was just no way they're hitting the ground fast enough. They have the right lob. They're ready to rock and roll, and so because of that, they maintain a vehicle advantage, and they've got some tanks on high ground. So this is just a slow walk to a victory that desperately needs a miracle from AHR.
I mean, for Lue here, he's been in the tank for quite some time. I don't want to be too critical, but only 8 kills so far. He's been in this thing for quite some time. Over the course of multiple sectors, an urgent redeployment from the side of AHR. That's going to be a very, very early one, right? Like TXD haven't really even pressed the attack. They had 2-3 bodies on point, and it pulled out an urgent redeployment for the side of AHR, and it's not even really working.
It's because they saw this push coming from the attackers. They knew they needed to sack some bodies in order to be able to cut some of the attackers down with the pace of play they were playing. So they wanted to be able to respawn immediately and jump back onto C2, even if they died on the far left-hand angle there that you just saw. So I don't hate the idea. They didn't lose C2, not yet, but that is a significant score investment when they haven't earned that much, especially when you consider that they just lost 2 vehicles just a moment ago. They're going to be vehicle poor, they're going to be score poor, and all of a sudden you're going to see a team like TXD, who has plenty of score going around, maybe call in a few artillery barrages or something even more desperate. Here's a couple more vehicles, the rest of their score, and a couple freebies coming down, all of which will be cut down. See you later. No chance this vehicle is hitting the ground. Where's that last Allure rocket? See ya. There it is. I'm telling you, TXD's chemistry is perfect.
Well played there. Giving them no chance, pretty much just suffocating them in the vehicle gameplay here. TXD is doing such a good job. Now they're feeling the momentum. Now they're feeling pretty good. They're putting a couple of bodies onto the point of C2. And look how many members of AHR are missing from this specific zone. There's like nobody around that could even be here in the next like 5 seconds. So a little bit of a lapse here. Individual prowess here from NTPP is not going to be found. The bow is going to be finding the best Vin, but Poco always behind him, always finding the res and keeping him active.
Looking like GG's. Need a miracle. The miracle is being called in the form of an artillery barrage.
Vehicle's in.
This has got to wipe everything under the sun and a vehicle. It is landing directly on point, so the attackers are going to have to tank this in order to still capture right now. It is going to buy them a little bit of time, AHR, being able to use this artillery barrage. And our attackers, finally vehicles in a bit of jeopardy, able to back up, get their engineers online, get this thing healed back up, and then reassess this point from a different angle. Here come the flood of the attackers and the flood of the defenders. They're going to butt heads, and I can only expect to see red standing when the rest of green falls.
Yeah, but you can see they're trying to make their way through that little bit of an alleyway, but the vehicles are just having an absolute field day. That's going to be 10 members of AHR that are going to be forced to go ahead and wait out that full respawn. The pressure is being felt right now. They're investing a tank onto the sector itself, but it is under heavy fire from the side of that lava. It is able to go ahead and push the tank off, and now look at the flood from the side of TXD. They don't even have really any score streaks that are helping them out here. Obviously, the vehicles are playing a big part. The artillery barrage is helping out a little bit as well. But the full-on onslaught, it looks like every single member from TXD is getting involved in this attack.
Oak is having a day in those vehicles, man. seeing his name fly through the kill feed because the defense is being forced into choke points. This is the thing about Crack. Once the defense is pushed off the point and they have to move on to C2, they're having to sprint through these alleyways where the vehicles can get triple kills on a single shell. Like, this is just a tough one to retake. They've already lost the ground, they've already lost the vehicle war, and there's the final nail in the coffin if they needed any more. Nobody is raising from the dead. Unfortunately, AHR are out of here, and TXD remain in the competition in the lower bracket, ready, poised to prove they should be the defending champions yet again.
Some emotion, some claps, some fist bumps across the entirety of the stage. Great to see that the team is feeling good. They did not want to exit the competition early. That one meant a lot, man. Again, we wanted to see them prove themselves. They put up a very good fight yesterday. Unfortunately, it was not enough. And then today they returned to form. This is the TXD that it feels like we know in dominant fashion. 2-0. They're going to be moving on until tomorrow.
Look, I gotta say, it's a tough shake. You go down to the lower bracket, and you either have HAN or TXD as your matchup. I mean, come on.
It's like a second winner's bracket down there, man.
I'm telling you, listen, we only brought 8 teams to the global finals here with Dfiw, all champions in their own regions, all teams solid. Somebody's got to lose.
There's 4 teams, man, that are looking tough, I'll be honest.
I'd put a 5th one in there, but we'll talk about them in a moment. Congratulations again to TXD. Expected, but still well-earned, showing us what textbook warfare looks like, what practice does. It helps you make perfect, and they were perfect on Crack. Held them at the line, held the attackers at A, and then walked through the entirety of A, B, and C sector on Crack with ease. Everything going their way. Because of that, they are done for the day.
Obviously, the story has been told, but the tickets, I mean, never even dwindled below, like, what, 130. They were in full control throughout. Substitutions, they worked. I'm interested to kind of see the individual breakdown on the leaderboard as well, see if those subs, how they ended up performing. But yeah, I mean, TXD looked good with or without the subs. There it is. My eyes are going straight to Whistly once again, finding himself with those kills. Love to see that here. I got to go ahead and find my main man, Zambra. Okay, actually, all the way at the bottom, all right? And Kkan also towards the bottom. So those substitutions, not entirely sure. I mean, obviously, Zambra, we did see him kind of playing that engineer role. Going to be getting some tags in on the engineering side of things. Take a look over towards AHR. Do we have anything really going for us? Any standout performance? I mean, a couple of the members there picking up 20-plus kills. We see Rui towards the top was playing that Luna on the Mini 14. Revives were a little bit lackluster. And, I mean, the engineering column is looking pretty desperate as well.
Yeah, I mean, and I do want to bring up the classic age-old question or quandary that we just brought up in the last matchup in another stomp, right? Oftentimes, the commander's score will look bad if your team is not able to execute your game plan. Here's the thing. The team did actually execute. They got a couple of objective marked successes for SJD. So that's some extra score that the commanders earned. And unfortunately, I think here's the issue. Just like RBN, there is a commander question. Is that a strategy issue? Is that a skill issue? Is it a commander issue? Maybe a little bit of everything. But either way you look at it, unfortunately, AHR is out of here. They are done in this competition. And as we look back on the highlights, we'll be able to see why. TXD swept them, attack and defense. A went down immediately, and if that set the tone of the way TXD was going to attack, it was GG's from the start.
I don't think I've ever seen the approach to the A sector where it was just run down mid, throw a couple of stinger smokes, and we're already on the point. We're already going to capture it. And after that, it was all about the momentum because instantaneously, as we go over to the B sector, each side gaining access to a tank each. And that was pretty much the big question mark for us, right? The side of AHR and their tank. Think about it. I kind of called out Lue. Had 8 kills when we went over to the C sector. Did not really find much value in helping defend B in its entirety. So you got to imagine the TXD tank was able to go ahead and help the push come out. But I mean, it's really, really hard to find value when everything just happens so fast. TXD, again, we're just in control. They went ahead. They put an emphasis on the vehicles that were falling down from the sky. There was 2 chances for AHR to kind of find those vehicles to help them out. And both times, TXD were able to go ahead and thwart them, destroy them in the air, and we know exactly what the end result of incredible gameplay like that was.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the snowball nature of warfare. Whenever you gain that advantage of the vehicles early, you know that you're going to be able to shoot the vehicles down of the other team quite quickly as they come flying in, especially if you're coordinated enough. And if there's one thing you can say about TXD, you can talk about their skill, you can talk about their gunny, you can talk about whatever you want. One thing you absolutely cannot deny, even if they lose, is that their team chemistry and coordination is one of the best in this competition. There's zero question about it. They've done a fantastic job of making sure that they all work together on whatever the objective is. And a big shout out, of course, to Whistly, who was top of the leaderboard in both the attack and defense side as a support operator, picking up 31 total revives while also nearly top fragging at 25 kills.
Yeah, great job. Winter going to be the top frag there. Is going to be in the same squad, of course. And then ATX also proving that this squad is just all about the support, picking up 37 rescues, 40 assists as well, just getting absolutely active, helping his team out in every which way possible. Now for TXD, man, I feel like Whistler is going to be another one of those names that we have to mention, and the list just keeps going on and on and on for this team in its entirety. And again, man, they're looking scary. The momentum is going to start to pick up for the side of TXD, our reigning champions.
They are done for the day. We will see them tomorrow, and they are chilling down here in the lower bracket for a little while longer. They're still continually going to have to fight for their lives in this tournament, getting win after win after win until eventually, hopefully for them, making it to the grand finals. Romania, though, a fantastic commander and a well-earned spot for them, was able to lead the team to victory. Fantastic calls throughout the course of these last two maps, and a huge win for them. This is one they expected to win. I think on paper they probably weren't too nervous for, but even still, they looked clinical, which is great news if you're a TXD fan as they move forward in a competition and face some better competition.
Absolutely, and I will be very, very interested to see how the interview for our winners here go. Obviously, you know, one of the biggest things is, one, who are we going to be interviewing, and then two, how are they going to be feeling after this little bit of a bounce back, right?
Yeah.
It's a great thing to kind of pick the minds of some of our players and kind of hear what the team in its entirety is feeling.
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of the same of we executed a game plan, we felt comfortable. Usually these players and these commanders are humble in many ways because they know that warfare can be very one-sided when things go perfectly. So they're going to be excited about that win, certainly looking forward to whatever their next matchup is. Now, we'll figure out what those matchups are here in actually not too long. I don't want to jump ahead too quickly because we do want to get to that interview, but we are moving from lower bracket elimination games. After a quick break, we will be going to the upper bracket games. We'll be going to the teams who have not lost yet, and that's going to be fun to watch because we have a chance to see FX take down the behemoth of LT. We've got the rest of our upper bracket as well to walk through. We'll break all that down here in a moment. Some great matches still in store for you, so make sure you don't go to sleep, or if you just woke up, you can go grab your morning coffee, but you're not going to want to miss these games. Now, Vivid, I think as we look back one more time on AHR, I do want to congratulate them on getting here. Unfortunately, they are done. They are the second team to be eliminated in this competition. AHR and Reborn out of here. We have 6 teams standing, and there's not one of these 6 teams that I could look at and be like, I don't think they've got what it takes. I think all 6 of these teams have a chance to potentially make grand finals. It's just a matter of execution against whoever their competition is.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it yesterday. As soon as we watched game number 1 of the entire tournament, we were like, whoa, this tournament's about to get crazy, and it has not disappointed yet. Here in day number 2, we are looking forward to some of those big matchups that have yet to come. And yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just all excitement all around the board, man. These matchups that we have coming up are super, super crazy. And I feel like there's just a big question mark on them, like who's going to win. I mean, I feel confident about my predictions for them, but it goes back and forth.
Yeah. We'll talk about predictions later.
By the way, let's talk about predictions right now.
Oh.
For this head-to-head specifically.
We both got it right.
We both got it right.
Bang! Heck yeah.
Did you say 2-1 or 2-0?
No, I said 2-0 this time. I felt very confident in that one.
Okay.
TXD is the team that I actually thought would beat RRQ yesterday. You don't need to talk about your wins. You are perfect
6.
almost.
That's 6.
You're perfect in results.
Perfect in results.
You have missed a couple game tallies.
Not a couple, just 1.
That's insane, actually.
I said 2-1 and it was... Wait, no, I said 2-0 and it ended up being 2-1.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Dang it!
But anyways, a big proponent of TXT. I think they're a very strong team. They lost to RRQ in the first round yesterday in the upper bracket, and it's going to be that RRQ HYD matchup that we'll be waiting on. I think that's the last match of the day, if I remember correctly.
Let's hit the pause button real quick. We're just talking about predictions.
Yep.
I want to pick your brain. If we were to stop right now, who would you predict to win the whole tournament?
That's crazy. Halfway through day 2.
Dude.
Halfway through day 2,
Dude,
you're putting me on the spot?
We only have 6 teams remaining. You're like, you could be 1 for 6 in probability here. I'm just saying, man.
That is a very difficult question to answer.
And then I'll ask you after we watch these next 2 matches.
Yeah, well, that will change things, certainly.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, do I think FX will beat LT? Probably not, but I think they can. If FX beat LT, I think FX could win this entire tourney. That's my answer.
Wow.
I think the winner of that first upper bracket matchup could be the winner of the entire event.
And then if FX lose?
I think LT likely.
Okay, so you think it's between those 2 teams then, basically?
I think there's other teams that maybe on paper are better than FX, but I think that matchup will dictate the winner, yeah.
Okay.
I'm extremely biased, though. What about you? You can't put me in the spot and not take it?
I'm thinking RRQ.
You think RRQ is going to walk all the way to the finish line and win this whole dang thing?
Yeah.
I love that from Vivid, man. He's going to RRQ all day. They did have a fantastic day yesterday, taking down the former champions of TXT. It's a great storyline.
But, I mean, again, let me answer that question after we get to see them play today.
Yeah, fair.
You know?
Yeah, again, we're jumping ahead because we can, and it's fun too. But a lot to talk about. I guess while we have a second, too, we can remind everybody at home where we're headed next. We're going to Cyclone, baby. We're back.
Oh, boy.
Welcome back to Cyclone. That's where we're headed next for this next matchup. Both of these 2 teams know it as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a little while. I see that interview getting set up right behind us. We'll be going there shortly to get one more chance to hear from TXT and see what they had to say about that last matchup. A lot of fun quandaries and questions. Folks, who do you think is going to win this whole dang thing? We're a day and a half through a 5-day competition, double elimination bracket. We've sent 2 teams home, and we're about to send 2 teams to the lower bracket for their first loss here in just a little while. Is it going to be LT? Is it going to be FX? Is it going to be HYD? Who is it going to be? RRQ? Will they go all the way to the grand finals like Vivid is predicting? Let us know your predictions in chat. Would love to read them out and check them out. I've been checking chat, especially during our breaks, and you guys have been loving the competition. So thanks for buying in, watching with us all day yesterday. Some of you stuck with us for 14 hours yesterday, which I appreciate. And some of you are just being able to tune in on your time zone. I also appreciate that as well. Vivid, any thoughts before the interview?
Listen, man, obviously I'm excited to hear what TXT has to say, how good they are feeling after that win, and if there's like any excitement. I feel like a bunch of our teams just have not been showing emotion. I want to see some more emotion,
clockwork right now, man.
Yeah, I just want to see more emotion, man. Get excited.
It's clockwork. I think you're going to see a lot of clockwork of like, we did our job. We knew what we needed to do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my prediction on this interview. I don't know. We could just predict
We're
everything.
predicting on interviews now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's head down the interview. They're ready for us. Let's see what TXT has to say.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访。那我们这次有请到 TX 战队的指挥官 Rumina， 有请 Rumina 和各位打个招呼。
So Rumina, say hi to everyone and introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Rumina from TXT.
首先要恭喜你们拿到这场比赛的胜利。其实知道你们这两天非常的辛苦，从昨天最后一场打完之后，已经1点多的时间了，其实没有太多时间休息。这短短不到12个小时的时间，你们做了哪些准备和调整呢？以及当时你们打完那场之后是什么样的一个状态？和大家分享一下。
So Rumina, we know that last night you fought until 1 a.m. It was really late and you only took less than 12 hours rest. So what was your feeling after losing that game and what preparations or reviews did you do to today's match?
So first of all, I think we feel upset and disappointed, and yeah, it's really impact from my team. But from we know that, and we take to the hotel, we have some meetings about our mistake and what to do, what to fix it, and that's it. We play on it today. Yeah.
选手刚刚表示，昨天晚上落败之后，他们整个队伍也是感到非常的气馁，但是他们没有放弃。他们在回到酒店之前，就在现场对当天的比赛进行了复盘，而且还针对今天的比赛进行了一些战术上的布置。
还是做在提前的一些准备了，非常非常的刻苦。下一个问题是，想问一下，其实今天看到你们使用到了很多的这个回响干员，想问一下你们队伍怎么评价回响这个干员的，以及它会适合出现在阵型的哪个地方？
Okay, Ruminant, so we noticed that you used the operator called Echo in your match, right? So why did you use him, and in which map or in which positions do you recommend other players to use this operator?
So, from my opinions, the Echo is strong on two things, from two reasons. Is his ultimate that can scan the enemy in front of this, and you will know single move of the enemy. That's so strong. And the second thing is the Echo grenade that can affect to the wall and have some a little damage and have some debuff. That the enemy can move freely. That's why they're strong. And I recommend all the players use in the front line or in the small map.
好的，那么 Rumina 刚刚表示，回响这名干员是非常强势的干员，主要有2个原因。首先呢，他的一个技能是可以通过声波扫描到敌人的所有动向，一举一动尽在掌握。而且还有一个强势的之处在于，这名干员他不仅能够对敌人进行扫描，还能够对敌人造成 debuff 以及一点小小的伤害，所以他觉得这名干员是 两全其美的一个选择，并且如果要推荐的话，他推荐把回响这名干员布置在战线的前线位置，所以这个是 Rumina 的经验总结。
OK， 虽然是一个侦察干员，但是还会当这个突击干员来使用啊。OK， 最后一个问题是想问一下，其实昨天是一个小老师，但今天是一个全新的开始。作为上季的冠军，其实现场有蛮多支持你们的粉丝，有什么话想对你们的粉丝说的？
So Rumina, you won the last championship, didn't you? What did you want to say to the fans that have been supporting you?
So we thanks a lot for the fans all around the world that support us. That's mean a lot to my team, and I feel very sorry about our lose last night and on the PWC, and we will try our best on the lower bracket and come to revenge.
Rumina 表示非常感谢各位粉丝对他一直以来的大力支持，而且他对于昨天的惜败感到非常遗憾和抱歉。不过他也表示他会站在过去的既往经验之上，不断的砥砺前进，拿到最好的结果。
OK， 也谢谢Rumina接受采访，接下来把时间交还给解说席。
Thank you.
Thanks so much to TXT for a great interview yet again. Humble, talking plainly about, upset a little bit about their losses, but prepared for the future, and that they wanted to tell their fans they still got this. They will get the win that they desperately have wanted ever since that Vietnam LAN. We got a great time listening to TXT, but we got more matches coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we're in the upper bracket. It's LT versus FX.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Child closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder. Role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Pulling flash! Sending jammer!
Throwing delayed flash.
Allied troops engaging.
Searching for hostiles. Throwing delayed flash. Sending jammer. Throwing jammer. Shh. Storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026. It is day 2, and we are halfway through our 4 best-of-3s today. We are flying through some matches with a couple early stops. Coach Vivid, been here all day. We're all day yesterday. We'll be here all 5 days, just us two, bringing you all the action here with our English broadcast. Let's take a look at where we've been, where we're going. Vivid, talk to me. We got LT versus FX next.
Obviously, things have already been spicy. We had some elimination matches. We have unfortunately lost RBN and AHR from the tournament as a whole. But in my opinion, we're getting a little bit spicier because we're going to the upper bracket of things. LT versus FX is going to be up next. And if you stick around a little bit longer, we're going to be tuning into HYD versus RRQ a little bit later on. We got some heavy hitters going head-to-head. I'm very, very excited to kind of jump into these two things. I know Goj is a big fan favorite of FX, but I'm sticking to my guns. I feel like LT, man, they look super, super strong as it currently stands.
Yeah, LT is coming in basically 1 seed if you just discount the fact that TXD was the champion last year. They look like the strongest team. Most players regard them as the strongest team. And I'm excited to see what they're able to do yet again against a solid team, right? I think that's the other thing to keep in mind. FX is a strong team. They've done a pretty good job in their matches, and we've seen definitely moments of greatness, but they're not as polished as these guys on your screen right now. 78 Dog, the spiritual successor, if you will, to their original commander on TL, which was AG78 Cat. 78 Dog and his Dog squad, the Commander squad, are a fantastic squad of players that did really well in their matchup first round yesterday. I think 78 Dog ended up becoming the MVP most oftentimes. Does a great job of being at the top of the leaderboard, making the right calls at the right times. And so I'm expecting him to do really well. A couple other heavy hitters, though, on this roster. You've got Kiss Shot doing big things. Deanne and Leanne in that final squad. You'll say those names 5 times fast, and you'll probably make a mistake. But as a duo, they were picking up top 1-2 Slayer categories for this roster in the same squad. So that's the fragging squad to watch out for. Talk to me about this FX squad, though.
Yeah, FX, I mean, obviously highlighted there, the commander, pretty much the player that's going to be towards the top of the leaderboard every single time for this team. It's going to be Wormy, but without the help of Randy, he would not be finding his way up there. And in fact, the duo has kind of split when it comes down to playing around the map and playing in the vehicles, because it was Randy and Boom who were kind of the duo for the side of FX. And I'm actually very, very excited to see them kind of return to the server together. We also saw Nataxi was getting very, very active with the vehicles as well. Meg and Wag, Rasta, and Snar FX were the squad. Man, these guys just felt like a nuisance for the side of RBN yesterday, constantly finding flanks based on the positioning of Wag himself. So take a look for this squad to be finding, you know, kind of like that strike squad that Goj likes to call them.
Yeah, the strike team of Wag, Rasta, Meg, and Snarf is one to certainly watch out for. This is the squad that when things start going awry, they can fix it by making big plays.
Yeah.
This is the same type of a squad that Reborn had with HR and with Stickinson and the like. They have this squad that can make these big plays as a unit, just them alone. Though oftentimes we saw them on Ascension on their map, making big plays, going for a strike team to blow up vehicles on the back line, making big flank routes on the back line. So let's talk about our predictions. Listen. I'm going to throw to you first. You think that LT are going to 2-0 sweep FX. Tell me why.
I mean, listen, we saw LT go head-to-head with HAN. We know how HAN look. They look very, very good. They're a very dominant team, and they 2-0'd them. All due respect to FX, I think HAN looked like a better team than FX, and the fact that LT already kind of 2-0'd a quote-unquote better team, in my opinion, the math is simple. They're going to 2-0 FX.
Listen. I will say this. Do I think LT on paper is maybe the better team? Yes, but that does not change my predictions. I think FX can shock the world here and take down the top team. One thing I was talking to FX about in the pregame kind of before everything got going yesterday is that, hey, they've scrimmed a lot of teams, and they feel comfortable against different teams that maybe it doesn't matter what skill level they are or where they're seated in this event. They just their play style plays a little bit differently against some of these other rosters. LT is one of those rosters where I think they can compete. The pace of play is the way they like to play. FX love to play extremely fast. They like to play a little more high risk, high reward. And if a couple of those high risk plays pay off and they get those big rewards, I think there's a pretty decent chance that FX can actually grab not only one win, but potentially two to secure the match victory. I do think it's going to 3 games. I cannot see a world where LT does pick up 2 wins.
Okay.
Or sorry, 1 win.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be, I guess, too surprised when you actually take a look at how the matchup went yesterday between LT and HAN, because we were kind of expecting LT to kind of just stomp them out, but then HAN were actually able to put up a very good attack. Goj, what are FX good at? Attacking.
Extremely quick and aggressive attacks.
Yeah, so maybe LT is a little bit weaker on the defensive side of things, and maybe, FX might be able to go ahead and pick up a map on the attack side.
Well, we're going to see these players walk in and see if they're nervous or excited. Let's check them out.
欢迎来到2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛。
Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
有请龙腾战队。
Please welcome Team LT.
潜龙出渊，腾啸四海。
Rise from the deep, roar to the world.
有请 FX 战队。
Please welcome Team FX.
雷霆万军主宰战场。
Vroom!
战意拉满，通往胜者组决赛的道路就在前方。接下来，让我们见证这场强强对决。
Spirits are high, and the road to the upper bracket final awaits. Get ready to witness.
The road in the upper bracket continues, folks. We got 2 teams in the upper bracket, 2 teams that have not lost a match yet. However, FX has dropped a map to Reborn. Talk to me, LT. You've been hyping them up. I agree. They're a very strong team. Any other big highlights while we have a moment before the game gets started and the players sit down? Anybody else you want to shout out? Anything about this team that makes them so dang different?
Not necessarily anything too crazy or highlight specific, but let's talk a little bit about experience up on the stage.
Yep.
LT, of course, versus HAN yesterday. What map did they play?
Yeah, it's Cyclone.
They played Cyclone. Yeah. What map are we going to be playing right here? Cyclone. Now
folks, we're playing Cyclone. We're playing Cyclone.
That adds a little something to it, right? Like LT had to be feeling comfortable on the map. They've already played it. On the flip side of the coin, right? Kind of play around with the narratives here. FX technically have had the opportunity to watch LT play Cyclone.
Yeah.
On both the attack on the defensive side.
I mean, yeah. Listen, Cyclone is an interesting map because it requires a lot more. What's the word? I guess variance in the way you play. You have to be able to be boat aficionados to really be a successful team. And LT pretty much was. They did a really good job of utilizing their boats effectively throughout the course of Cyclone, which could give them a pretty big advantage here if FX isn't ready for that.
But guess what? We also saw FX play Cyclone yesterday as well. So kind of crazy that both of these teams are returning to a familiar map. They both are pretty much on equal ground. They've had experience on the map up on the stage, and both teams have had the opportunity to watch the other play the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I think both these teams probably VOD reviewed late last night. We saw Wormy here at like 1:30 whenever we were finishing picking the maps. And we saw their picks and bans. I'm not sure if we've shown it yet. If we can, that would be amazing. But we'll be able to talk about a little bit of like what they didn't want versus who they're competing against. Because the bans, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure Wormy banned Threshold. It's something like that. I remember the ban going off. It was so late last night. We were here for so long. I'm pretty sure it was a ban of Threshold. But it felt like the reason for that, something you and I talked about, was because they VOD reviewed for LT. They know what LT likes to play, and they said, we're going to make sure that is off the board so that even if we get a map like Cyclone, we know that we can compete on that map. So they took out their best map, go to Cyclone, VOD reviewed probably what LT strategies were, and vice versa. So both teams will likely know what the others are going to do, and here in the Hongshan Sports Center, this is going to be a fun matchup. I don't think it'll be as clean of a sweep or as clean of a stomp as the last 2 matches. I think FX is a stronger team than the other 2 teams that got cut down. They've already proved it against one of those teams that got eliminated. That's Reborn, who is out of here. And I think if LT comes in a little cold or comes in too confident, FX is going to shock them and start things hot with an early win.
And taking a look at all the players on the stage, they're getting ready after all of their walkouts, making sure everything does feel good. I will say it does look like LT are actually going to be starting on the attack side and FX are going to be starting on the defensive side. I was actually going to make the point that if FX was the team that was starting on the attack, I felt like they would have had a better chance to actually win this head-to-head because, again, it looks like FX are a better team when they are attacking. So if they could have picked up that first win on Cyclone with a little bit of momentum, then I feel like they could have carried that over into the subsequent rounds. But the fact that LT is starting on attack, I feel like LT will probably for sure win the attack, and then FX will be left to their demises down 0-1. Can they kind of re-lock in and be that attacking team that we know?
Well, I mean, we did remember that yesterday we saw a lot of Cyclone, and we saw a lot of attacking victories on Cyclone as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's very likely. I mean, listen, you predicted 2-0. I think it's very likely, since I'm predicting 2-1 in the favor of FX, that we see attackers win both sides. I see LT going up early here. I see LT winning map 1, even if it's fairly decisive. I can see FX closing the distance, doing it again, going back-to-back and winning the attack themselves. And then when we get to map 3, that's where things could desperately and dynamically change. And I think desperately, FX need to get the map pulled. They want to probably pull a map like Craft, if that wasn't banned, and use that as their third map once they tie things up. But it looks like our teams are all getting ready to go and discussing between the squad leaders and the commander of what to do, how to do it, when to do it. Everybody's on the same page. A couple quick reminders, by the way, as we take a look at a couple members of FX. I saw some people in chat talking about it, and I do want to remind you where this team is from. Again, I am a little bit biased only because I have casted over this team quite a bit now, but this is our Americas region team and truly represents all of Americas. They had a chance to interview Wormy yesterday, the commander of the roster, and he said we heavily rely on our bilingual players to communicate effectively for our team. There is a slight delay in our comms because if Wormy makes a call, it has to be translated by their bilingual players that are squad leaders. They have a bilingual squad leader for each of their squads.
That's crazy.
A great strategy for a team that half of which speaks Portuguese, half of which speaks English, and truly represents the totality of the Americas region.
Yeah, super cool to learn more and more about every single one of these teams. I think it's also important to note, you know, we keep referencing just 6 months ago, we had an event very, very similar to this, the exact same format, but one thing was missing that is present here, the Americas region. This is like the first time the Americas region is going to be represented on the international stage for Warfare specifically. And FX, man, they showed up, they showed out. 1-0 so far. They've been representing very, very well. Can they kind of continue? Heavy weight on their shoulders.
Yeah, and just because I know some people are tuning in today that didn't tune in yesterday, if you don't know their story, there's a lot we can tell about it. And I've already mentioned the bilingual part of this team and that they represent the region. But also, this is an interesting story of a team that had to cut a lot of friendship ties. This is basically 2 separate squads, 2 separate teams that cut out the chaff, put together their best players, and created a super team to represent the Americas region well. And they really did in the regional finals. They dominated the Americas regional finals. It was not even kind of close, unfortunately. They are just that much stronger than their friends and opposition. And they formed this super team to come compete on a global stage and prove that they are one of the best teams in the world. So excited to see if they can prove it against one of the other best teams in the world who crushed the competition in their own regional finals, representing China mainland here in Wuhan, China, with LT. Being told, by the way, that they did win their regional finals against Q9, pretty dominant fashion.
I do apologize. Me and Goj have not warned you guys that you should have got your popcorn ready. Cyclone, it can go the distance, and if it does, gear up, because it can be 30, 40, 50 minutes sometimes. It's a very long map, especially when you have 2 teams like this going head to head. We are 40 seconds out. Teams are loaded in. LT is starting on the attack side. FX are starting on the defense. Wormy's probably going to be jumping in the boat early on. No need to predict it. Like I said, we're going to be jumping in just 25 seconds. Gear up, everybody. This is going to be a good one.
Gonna be a good one. If it goes to game 3, we'll remind you how that tiebreaker works and who gets to pick what. But for now, it is all about Cyclone. And this map will look very familiar because we saw it a ton yesterday. And yeah, we had like a 50-minute game. See how close this one will be. FX is scrappy, but are they polished enough to take down LT? Dropping in, baby, and I am pumped to get started. All smiles from the FX roster. I saw them, by the way, in the hallway right before this game got started. They were showing their national pride with the flags. They were screaming, they were yelling, they were jumping up and down, high-fiving, fist bumps. We're ready to rock. LT going to be starting on the attack. FX on the defense.
And here we go to keep the dream alive, to continue as an undefeated team at Dfiw 2026 here in Wuhan, China. 2 Titans so far. It's going to be LT, it's going to be FX going head-to-head. And the Jet, the big advantageous point for the attacking side on a map like Cyclone, is already finding some early value.
Betterzici finding an immediate elimination of not only a vehicle, but also Boom and Randy. One thing that we didn't bring up immediately was that, yes, of course, on Cyclone, you've got that Jet, and they come barreling in and immediately grab a huge advantage. LT, a strong play and a play that is trying to be followed up by another great play. Take down the boat of Wormy, take down the commander, and the only remaining vehicle for the defense. And this would immediately be a capture on Sector A, and that's exactly what's about to happen. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, all vehicles down, LT up early.
6 kills as well out of the Jet. This is very, very scary. We have just seen air dominance on full display just earlier today. When you have a vehicle up in the skies that is uncontested by an AA vehicle, it gets scary. Things can go quite quick. And that snowball that starts to form, starts to roll down the mountain, it just gets bigger and bigger. How well can this pilot take over and take control of a team like FX?
And Betterzici is the pilot. It is the pilot operator that we saw all day yesterday, subbed in to run the Jet. This is their role, and they do it near flawlessly. A huge advantage to start things off. A lot has been picked back up for the side of FX. And A is not immediately sacked, but it is looking dire. Defense swarming the point, trying to scramble up over the ridge. And down goes another vehicle. A quick look at the map feed is important to note what the attackers have been able to do and how they're holding the defensive line. But while we were doing that, FX can't get anything going off rip. This is a lot of pressure immediately at the start of the gate. This is what FX will need to do when we swap sides, but they got to figure out how to stabilize.
Yeah, this is scary early on. I mean, the pickups just keep rolling in for the side of LT. They have yet to be halted in any which way. They're actually already storming towards this B sector. Obviously, there's going to be a great deal of spawns coming in for the side of FX, but some of those early peaks towards some of these giant walls are going to be going in the favor of LT, just on the back foot of that Jet, kind of halting the side of FX from finding them into those very strong head glitches, some of those strong spots. And as you can see, the pressure was coming in, but the attack actually couldn't even cross the line yet.
We've got an AA gun built for the side of FX. And I believe the vehicle that they are going to be able to utilize to some degree. Dian showing us their gunny. Siren is in the light tank. In a bit of trouble, having to back way up. This Jet forcing this tank to play peekaboo in the bunker here. Moving into new. AA gun going to go down, or at least the operator of it. Betterzici is doing a great job in the Jet. Continue to maintain pressure down below. Air superiority, we saw the efficacy of it on Ascension with the helicopters. It's the same deal here with the Jet. These strafing runs going to be huge.
Yeah, a lot of pressure right here. You can see FX are kind of bundled up in the corner. The respawn beacons are what's keeping them flowing right now. But what's going to absolutely counter this little bit of a spot is, of course, the 3 vehicles that are right on the other side of the wall. But to flush them out, it's just going to be the Jet throughout this attack. I mean, how can you ever go ahead and set down a strong foothold when you're on a map like Cyclone? Not a lot of cover when you're going to be outside, and the Jet is again going to be uncontested, picking up 15 kills total so far.
Yeah, a brutal awakening to what is going to be a very long map. Again, with the B sector, a couple of reminders of the way it's going to play. The attackers are trying to come over to the high side. The defense is going to have to hold the low. And if the attackers are ever able to clear out the bottom tunnel while pouring infantry, or for this instance with the vehicle advantage, just throw the vehicles on high ground, that should be how they capture this B sector. A strike team on the backside, who is it? It's going to be Mega, it's going to be Rasa, it's the team we expected to make some big plays, and they almost make a nice play on the back half of this, and even another rocket lands. 78 Dog, the commander, was in deep trouble. Really well done from the engineers to get those repairs done in time to keep that tank up. A nice idea from FX, but it's thwarted as it looks like Hang going on a huge flank. Reminder, this looks extremely reminiscent of what LT did last time. Hang is their route man who will place a respawn beacon here on the far side and potentially go for a snipe on this Siren vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. Urgent redeployment called in from the side of FX. Wormy is starting to feel the pressure, and it is a lot of pressure. The B sector is being contested, and there was almost no defenders on it, but finally the flood comes in, and look, Hang is finally on the prowl towards Simon over there. That knife does come out. That's going to be hurting the tank. Not going to have full access to all of the utility. Down to 50% HP. No correction.
No way.
Down to 0% HP. FX lose another land vehicle.
And perfectly executed by the commander to mark that vehicle for death as well. He got the read from Hang that it was going to go down soon, and so it was marked by 78 Dog rather, and because it was marked, they're going to earn that extra score that they can utilize in either this sector or the next. The attackers got a lot of bodies here. They got vehicles here. This is going to be a capture on the B sector. We are flying through these points. So far, everything in the hands of LT. Whatever they want, they can execute on for now. We'll see if FX can figure out a way to slow this team down.
It's going to be very, very tough. Complete shot in the dark here at a statistic. The average time alive for the land vehicles for FX right now, what is it, like 20 seconds?
Yeah, pretty low for sure.
Crazy stuff. LT being absolutely clinical. Hang again, trying to play spoiler. He is on a hack claw and is applying so much pressure, pushing these vehicles back because they know if they see that hack claw, they know what could quickly follow. Bitterzicki up there at the top, 21 kills, complete air superiority from the side of the attack.
Yeah, fantastic stat line there from our jet operator at the top. Otherwise, you see a couple players on the FX side, only a couple on double digits. This is extremely one-sided, but we do know Cyclone is a very long map. Can go any way you want. Unfortunately, 78 Dog is going to make sure that they have an advantage going into the C sector. Immediately cut down another vehicle for the side of FX. The only one that they have is Muzz in the boat protecting the canal. They need to keep that boat up going into New, because once we get into the D sectors here, we know how valuable it is to hold the canal, hold the water sightline, or sorry, the water alleyway between D1 and D2. C at this point is just a matter of, I don't know what, 30 seconds away from being captured, because the attackers do what they always do, which is sprint underneath, capture from underneath, and this time the defense, Wormy, usually they've got a tank destroyer they're able to send underneath and play spoiler, but they don't have anything. All they have is this boat, and they can't afford to lose it, and it can't really affect this fight. This is a freebie here for C. It's going to have to be an extremely long and arduous hold on the D sector if we want FX to come out victor on this map.
That being said, I would imagine that LT would have already captured this, but FX are actually finding themselves in a position to put some bodies on the point. They're actually contesting this so much so that they actually have a little bit more in terms of boots on the ground and members on the point here. 78 Dog has to be careful in the tank right now, down to about 50% HP, trying to get his engineers in a position to where he can get the repairs off, trying to apply some pressure. Right here is going to be the Viren, but he's going to be sniffed out, and 78 Dog is going to be fine in the tank, and LT as a team, as a whole, are going to be fine because they're going to be capturing A, B, and C in a matter of about 6 minutes.
Muzz needs to get out of here, prepare for D1, D2, get in the water, cut off some of the reinforcements. We know what's going to happen when we move to the D sector. We've seen it 3 different times. What will happen is the defense will choose likely to hold D1. D2 will be given up freely. While that happens, the attackers will set up their foothold to make a push over the water. And this is where Muzz comes in. He has to put a ton of pressure down this lane to make it difficult for the attackers to get a freebie here. If we don't stop their momentum, the bleeding will continue and D sector will fall quickly, and we know what happens if you go into the E sector with full lives.
One of the additions to Warfare, that AAV is very, very good. Probably find some of its most value in the entire game on Cyclone towards this D sector, because it can go in that canal, it can contest the boat, and then it can drive up onto the zones themselves and start to contest them as well. So keep an eye out for that AAV. You mentioned it, the value of this boat is critical, keeping it alive for the side of FX, but I can't lie, I'm not feeling too confident in their ability to go ahead and defend it, because LT have destroyed every other vehicle that has been in their way almost instantly. Once they turn their sights towards this boat as a cohesive team, it's probably going to be gone.
As expected, D2 will fall here shortly, or at least it's being contested. A boat on the side of LT means that Muzz is going to have to go huge. He's got 2 boats, though. They're about to put a pinch maneuver and a tank on the side. This is a fight that you are going to lose, Muzz. The problem is, can't get to a safe position. If you could at least trade one out, that could be huge for the side. How is Luna and Muzz still alive? There they finally fall with the help of PZ Dog in the water. Our only boat for Muzz and Co. is down, and Muzz is trying to take something with him. Gets sniffed out as well. Golly. Great efforts here, but unfortunately, even the AAV stays alive for LT.
An incredible feat there. I mean, 4 different sources of attack onto that boat, by the way. You had the boat itself, the AAV, the tank from the side of LT, and then you also had engineers joining in on the fight. Like I mentioned, LT, once they pick up a plan, once they all follow it, it just works, man. And FX are feeling that very, very personally.
Yeah, but Zichi is got 20-something odd kills. And we're on the D sector. Just going to be chilling, waiting for E.
There it is. Big damage on the 78 Dog right there. The engineer is going to be peeking around the corner. But before that does happen, he's actually going to be sniffed out. And whilst all this is happening around the corner, the urgent redeployment is called in for Wormy. When they called this in before, it basically did nothing. Can they make something happen here towards the D sector? Take a look at D2. It's getting captured quickly. Take a look at D1. Simultaneously getting captured. This is usually one of those sectors where you can, capture one of the zones at one time. Then you have to go over to the other one. How in the world are LT managing to capture both of the zones at the same exact time through an urgent redeployment?
Because of these vehicles, 009 just sending an AAV onto the point while the other tanks are into the mix on D1 rather. This is utter domination right now, and they just have more firepower than their opponents. They're winning gunfights, yes. They're winning the strategic plays currently, and they have the vehicle advantage. They're putting the pressure on while they have the advantage, and that bleeding will not stop. FX is down bad right now, and they cannot stabilize. D sector will fall immediately. And somehow, some way, a miracle is needed for FX if they want a chance to win map 1, and it has to happen on E sector. Here is the problem. Even a miracle might not save them when Berzechi is up in the skies, in the jet, about to rain terror down on a vehicle-less team.
Yeah, of course, as we do know how Cyclone plays out. He was silenced there for a little bit during that D sector, as it is all inside, but the approach towards this final sector, this is without a doubt the most amount of tickets that we have seen over the course of this week. Just yesterday that we saw Cyclone played a couple of times. This is an incredible feat from the side of LT. And look at this, the line, the prepare to attack, that's just now disappearing. And they are already right on the outskirts of these zones, ready to pounce.
It was a weather missile.
E1 probably the target.
Adjust attack plans to adapt to the impending storm.
We've got a boat, we've got an AAV joining the mix, we've got some dynamic weather about to change things up a little bit. Who knows, maybe a changing of weather could be the changing of the tides for FX. It's feeling unlikely, but you never know.
If you were discounting a miracle, I'm sure we could discount the weather as well as being a big enough of an impact to help out FX in that regard. But yeah, E1 is seemingly going to be the target. You can see a couple of vehicles, the boat, the AAV, rolling up on the shore, making sure that they're finding the support that they need. And what's really, really tough for FX to kind of deal with is that usually the economy... Wait, hold a minute.
That was crazy.
Burger is nasty. Let's see if he can go ahead and sniff out the respawn beacon, else that flank might come in for the side of FX. But yeah, FX is trying to go ahead and pressure the tanks that are just sitting up on the hill, able to go ahead and just apply so much pressure.
Here's a vehicle finally falling for the side of the defense. And with so much action happening on the sectors, with so much value happening on the sectors, they're relying on Berzechi to take down this AA, and that's exactly what happens. It is a brutal awakening for FX. Wormy has found his way into a boat and is seeking any bit of cover he can find. Becoming a bridge troll under the water, praying for a changing of the tides right now. E1 completely falling. It's going to be held by the vehicles while he goes down to a jet yet again. This is the best fighter pilot in the game right now from what we have seen, and will likely continue to be the best as we move in deeper into the upper bracket if this continues.
LT are just feeling so comfortable right now that they're just calling in vehicles on the points themselves. That being said, FX are going to take a little bit of advantage of that, take out that assault vehicle. Not that big of a win, because we know those assault vehicles do not provide that much value. Randy is going to be getting something going here for the side of FX in that tank destroyer. Is he going to be able to go ahead and carry throughout, make something happen for the side of FX? Maybe a little bit of a pause here for the side of LT. I'm very, very surprised they actually allowed this vehicle to touch down. Bitterzicki is trying to make something happen. He's trying to go ahead and pepper it, but is able to only get it down to 50% HP. So 2 vehicles available now for the side of FX. That's going to be an AAV and a tank destroyer. But Bitterzicki is trying to go ahead and change the tides once more. He's doing another bombing run. He's going to get down to 25% HP. This time around, I bet you in about 10 seconds, that's going to be destroyed.
I mean, where do you run? Where do you hide from a jet? It's going to be Randy by himself in a tank destroyer fighting for his dang life. And the only reason Randy isn't the target of the jet is because, unfortunately, Siren is. Down goes Siren, down goes AAV. Randy, the last hope, the final stand, and the urgent redeployment to get these players back onto the map and hopefully pull something out here on E2. An artillery barrage over the top will at least force 009 and likely PZ Dog to back up a little bit. Could open up a window of opportunity for Randy to make a play here. Decent amount of damage downrange, but he's taking some in kind, and it looks like the LT team will also answer that artillery barrage with one of their own. Nobody's happened on the point when there's barrages going left, right, and center. A lot of green respawning, and smartly, Siren's going to come in the backside, unfortunately lose the gunfight here, but with the help of Nitaxi, should be able to get a trade and should be able to at least try to stall out E1 to recap and trade this. A good play. Here's the problem. Where's that guided missile going that's calling in right now? Do you think it's E2? No.
I would imagine it's going towards E1. They're feeling a little bit of a pressure over there. They have so many vehicles on the side of E2. They're feeling comfortable with the attack over that way. Guided missile is going to be landing. That's going to be picking up 8 kills for the side of LT. An incredible feat from 78 Dog. Gets the guided missile so fast. LT have been in full control. They now have the E2 zone. Take a look towards E1. Some of these times, the floods can kind of happen. The strategic beacon is going to be placed down. They're trying to go ahead. They're trying to storm the zone. But look at LT. They've been on top of things throughout the entirety of this map. They know exactly what's happening. Bitterzicki in the skies. The vehicles are swarming this beacon. They're trying to end things now. FX are swarming the point, but they're falling like flies.
Perfect read. Right when that missile was called in, we knew for certain it was landing on the backside of E1. It was the only play FX could make, and it gets thwarted immediately. Anytime FX thought they had an advantage, thought they had a play that they cooked up, they got read like a book. LT, another textbook win. Wow, what a start to what could be a tumultuous matchup, or could be another clean sweep.
Well, I have to apologize again, because I said, go ahead, get some snacks. You're going to be sitting here and watching this game for 30, 40, 50 minutes. No, you had to watch it for about, what, 13 minutes? That was insanely fast from the side of LT. Obviously, just the sheer amount of time, that as a metric alone speaks to how dominant they were. But to just add on to that, I mean, their tickets throughout as well never went below 170 for a majority of those sectors. I mean, obviously towards the end there, they were down to like 160, but in the bulk of it, man, they just were not even going down ever.
Yeah, that was clinical. Honestly, you know what it reminded me of the most was actually the very first matchup of the day. It reminded me of the value that you see somebody like Sarah Jin in the air take and be able to create on the map. The amount of space that they were able to take because we had air superiority, LT win that on the back of Bitterzicki. 37 kills from the Jet, top fragger for the team by a sizable margin, aside from their commander. And again, big credit to a commander that can pick up 34 kills while also leading their team in score and leading their team in comms. We look over to the side of the defense, and of course, stat lines look miserable, unfortunately, just because they couldn't catch a break. I will tip my hat, though, to Leo. Leo picking up 27 kills on a losing side with that fast of an aggressive stance from the attackers is a feat nonetheless. Leo was putting in a lot of work for the team.
Yeah, firing as well, right? So just playing that assault character, just kind of flying around and was trying to apply some of the pressure to the vehicles as well, helping out those engineers. But yeah, this one fell apart very, very quickly. If we're going to take a look at any of the key moments from that matchup specifically, I would say that it just came off the back foot of the Jet winning out, destroying the Lav instantly, because usually you need that Lav alive. That's the only thing that's kind of keeping that Jet at bay. A bunch of times when we've watched Cyclone, the Jet is actually forced off into the distance, off into the horizon. It's very, very hard to find value, but the Jet just went for it, man. Again, one of those vertical attacks.
Yeah.
Some of these pilots on some of these winning teams, they feel so confident, they just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. That's almost like, it's like you're kind of rolling the dice a little bit, because you can full send a strafing run down and play for a lob and get punished immediately for it. If you win, though, it is well worth the risk, in my opinion, because it opens up the map like this. Once Berezecchi won that fight, everything was GG's from then on out. Too good of a pilot not to find value in nothing shooting at you. Too good of a pilot not to kill every single vehicle on the map. And too good of a pilot that allows your entire team to have so much space to work with. That's the difference, is the attack really did not feel any resistance from any vehicle or any flank, because that strafing run from the Jet continued to find value after value on every single move.
One of the things that FX is actually the best at is the tank destroyer as well, because you have Wormy, who's very, very good at using it. You also have Randy, who's very, very good at using it. One of the highlights for me for the team of FX in general was how good Randy was at piloting that tank destroyer, and then Boom being inside of it as well. Them as a duo were so dominant, but the tank destroyers just kept getting destroyed instantly. LT were in full control. FX never had a chance.
The problem with this map and the problem with the Jet still being alive is actually the E sector. The rest of the sectors are important, and at the very beginning was probably the best play, but having the Jet for E, it's just GG's. Like, if this Jet is able to stay alive till the very end of the map, I mean, Berezecchi picked up whatever it was, 30-some-odd kills, never died because the Jet never went down, right? That is 34-0 in the Jet. That is GG's from front to back, because E is so dang open. And this play was perfect. This was a great read. It was a predictable one. It was the only move FX could make, and well done from LT to read it. The best guided missile we've seen in this competition thus far finds 8 kills right on top of the respawn beacon and where everybody was pushing from the attack. It was a perfect read, perfect placement, and well executed from this LT roster. Again, that is textbook. That is practice, and that is perfection. Very well done from LT. We're going to have to see FX do a lot of the same. A little bit of some smiles there from some of the players on FX, because they were like, man, we just got rolled. But job's not done. Here's a quick look at the best squad, though. Leanne told you, watch out for them. This squad are our fraggers, and they have found quite a few kills between the 4 of them.
Yeah, Lazy as well is constantly finding himself in the kill feed. And, you know, those type of matchups, those type of blowouts are always like bittersweet, because for me it's like, man, like I wish that one kind of went better for FX. Like, obviously we're rooting for both of these teams to do very, very well, but those types of matchups, those type of games are very, very important, because when we go into games and we talk about the importance of the Jet and it doesn't really seem to be doing anything in some of these games, then you watch something like this happen, you're like, oh, so that's why we have role players who are kind of playing in those lobs that are playing all the way back and keeping those Jets at bay. Now you see why. Because if you don't do that,
by the way,
you just lose.
What's crazy is that a guy can basically top frag for you, be your fighter pilot, and then I think is going to get subbed out here in just a second, because their only role, there he is on your screen right now, the best fighter pilot in the game currently, Berezecchi for LT, will likely be subbed out going into the next round, because that's their only role. Play the fighter pilot, play the Jet, and when the Jet's not on the map, he's not on the map. This guy's cool. He's got some aura to him, Vivid.
Aura indeed. Off the stage he goes, he's like, listen, you guys got it, man. I give you guys the lead. Do something with it. Close it out, 2-0. I'm expecting that. I'll be waiting for you guys backstage.
Yeah.
Now, I will say,
getting his own popcorn.
Yeah. LT have looked the best. They've played Cyclone 2 times now, and we've seen them on the attack twice. They have looked the best on attack, and maybe, you know, Bitterzicki is the difference maker there. It's not that they looked bad on the defense, right? They still looked good. They still won yesterday. But remember that head-to-head between LT and HAN yesterday. HAN actually took LT to double overtime. It was a very, like 5% was needed to be captured on one of the zones, and HAN would have actually won that game, and it would have been 1-1. So LT have shown that they can be beaten when they are on the defensive side of things. But remember, this is literally what I said. I felt like LT would win on the attack no matter what. That's why I wanted FX to actually be the team that was starting on the attack, because they just got absolutely crushed, and that's the only thing they're going to be thinking about over the course of not only the next like 3-4 minutes before they gear up and go into the next one, but also in the back of their minds when they are attacking, even they are a better attacking team than a defending team. Yeah, they're going to be thinking about, dude, we just got crushed. We're down 0-1, man. Like,
well, and I think that's the important note, right? Like, LT does have, I mean, I say aura, and I'll use that again. Like, LT does have aura in competitions like this because everybody has seen their VODs and know how capable they are. They know their strategies work a ton of the time. They know that they're near perfect with the way they play this game, especially on the attack, to be able to play these really quick, aggressive strategies. And so they have enough aura to where when you play them and you get shocked and surprised about how fast you got stomped, 100% that's a morale hit. That's going to be extremely tough for FX to turn around from. I totally agree. I would also venture to say, and again, biased, there's no question about it. I'll own it. I said it's going to be 2-1. I still believe it can be. But I want to say Cyclone is a bad pull for FX. This is not a map that they're super comfortable on. This is not a map that they showed us that they were that good on. They were just a little bit better than Reborn, who's already out of this competition. So FX, if they pull something like a Cracked, if they pull something that's a little bit more feasible for them to play, maybe like a Threshold, they maybe could have put up a better fight on the defense. Really relying on this team to make some big moves. And if I'm them, I'm making risky plays. I'm going full send, full tilt. There is no patient play style, a strategic play style that's super slow that is going to beat a team like LT in my mind. You got to send the house and hope it pays off to win this attack. That's my opinion. Biggest question marks, of course, is some substitutes potentially happening. Who's going to be running that jet for the side of FX? Is Bitterzicki going to be pulled out? Or are they going to give him a victory lap on the ground? I can't imagine it. They've got a game plan, but still, some fun conversations.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, you were kind of mentioning that this was maybe a bad pull for FX. No, I think it was just a really good pull for LT.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
I would imagine that as we kind of continue into the further stages of this competition, some teams might be looking to ban a map like Cyclone.
There's only, what, 2 maps in our pool that you can pull a jet? So, I mean, they've got a substitute that, I mean, probably also is a good helicopter pilot, but they've got a substitute that plays a jet only, which means he's only playing 2 maps.
Interestingly enough, don't LT ban Fault? The other jet map?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about. I wonder why.
I mean, none of the teams want to play Fault, so we don't have to get into the weeds on that. But
it's like, it's just no real deep dive in. Yeah, we just don't want to play Fault. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Even though we have the best jet pilot. Yeah.
Anyways, it is a fun conversation. Likely also pretty good in the helicopter, I can assume, and has some other roles they may play. But hey, listen, if you've got a 20-player roster and you can pick up 5 subs that you can potentially play with, you might as well grab the best jet pilot you can find on the map and put him into your substitute roster, pay him whatever it takes to get them on your team, because he almost single-handedly just won them that game.
Yeah, it was crazy. LT are actually some of the favorites to go ahead and win this whole event, and they kind of just showed us why. Yesterday, it was like, whoa, man, some of these teams are actually kind of taking it to them. I think that attack from LT right there kind of reminded us of the prowess that they have, the reputation that they have coming into this event.
Yeah, swapping sides, baby. It's time for FX to show us something. They're on the attack. And again, as a reminder, this is the upper bracket. If FX lose here and LT win in a quick 2-0, they will be going down to the lower bracket, still in this competition. We are not eliminating any other teams today. The next 2 games, this match and the next one, will send a team to lower bracket. This is a double elimination format. 5 days of competition, and we are only barely past the halfway point of day 2. We're not even halfway through this competition yet, which is so sick to say. We had a total of 4 matches yesterday. We're playing a total of 4 today. It'll be 3, 2, and then the last day, Sunday, is just the grand finals. That grand finals is a best of 5.
Sure.
It's gonna be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, cannot wait to see, obviously watch the grand final itself, but then to see which 2 teams actually make it through. What are going to be our final 2 teams? Who's going to be fighting for that championship? I wouldn't even know who to guess right now, honestly.
Well, you did guess, though.
Yeah, I did guess RRQ to win the whole thing, so maybe like RRQ versus LT.
Yeah, which in theory, if they win their upper bracket matchups, if RRQ wins the next one and LT wins this one, they actually meet earlier than that. They have to play in the upper bracket finals first and then make their way to the grand finals.
Which, we know how that went in Vietnam.
That's right. And
so,
if you all know ball and you know how brackets work, which is pretty standard at this point, you also know that if a team goes undefeated throughout the course of this competition and stays in the upper bracket, they're playing way less matches. They actually skip a full day of competition, by the way. They get a day off if they go straight to the grand finals from the upper bracket. So a big advantage here if you can go undefeated. Quick look at FX. A few shaking of heads, but still some smiles.
Yeah.
They got to rally, man.
Yeah, they really need to, but they should be feeling confident. I keep mentioning that FX, they look better when they are on the attacking side of things. They looked better in the regional qualifiers. They looked better yesterday when they were on the attack. That is just a continuing theme right here for FX. They got to be feeling confident. They should be feeling confident. They have a game plan. They know exactly what they need to do. They know exactly what LT are going to be doing on Cyclone. They had the opportunity to watch how they play the defense, and they know. Also, here's something cool, too. They watched a team almost beat them when LT were on the defense, so they kind of know what works.
Yeah, could VOD review on what worked or what was a stumbling block for them. I mean, I think the biggest question mark is what this FX team is going to be able to do with the jet. We've got to pay attention to the air superiority. Will you see value early? Will you just be harried for 20 minutes? Or will that jet fall quickly? A lot of hypotheticals, a lot of question marks, and
there it
I
is.
love it. Our subs, as expected, Owen in, NW Dog out, Betterzici out, Snowdoze back into the mix. Snowdoze, by the way, is a difference maker for this team. Snowdoze had some big plays yesterday in their matchup against HAN. So this is not like a downgrade by any means. If anything, Snowdoze is the starter, and Betterzici is the role player. So watch out for Snowdoze now that they are on the map, and the defense will not be picking up any jets. So our fighter pilot did his job. He's going to head to the wings. Pun intended.
Excited to see what these 2 guys can do.
You excited?
Not going to be as warmed up. They didn't get the opportunity to play in the first game, but I'm sure waiting in the wings, watching their team go ahead and win that first game, they got to be feeling pretty confident. And this is what they're used to, man. They've been subbed in. They've been subbed out before. They've been subbed in and out yesterday as well. Confidence for LT. They're up 1-0. This is to take them to that upper bracket final where they will play for a chance to jump straight to the championship game. There is a lot on the line between these 2 teams right now. FX, of course, want to keep the dream alive for the Americas team. LT want to prove why they are the favorites. They want to keep the ball rolling. They want to stay undefeated. They want to go 4-0 all over Cyclone. This time around, they're going to have to do it from the defense. And FX, they've got a lot to prove. Are they really the attacking team that we keep saying they are?
Here we go. Gotta capture them all. Gotta win the entire map. Let's get into it, folks. Let's see what the pace of play looks like here for FX, and let's see who is operating that jet and where they go. Full frontal assault. Head up to the boat. Play the edge of it, the lip of it. Try to get some pot shots over the top. Owen immediately for LT is going to be your lob operator. He's going to be backing up to a bit of safety, looking for taking some shots in the air.
By the way, it looks like the only thing that's going to be finding itself up in the skies over the course of Cyclone is going to be birds. Birds, and more birds. I don't see a single jet for the side of FX opting to not jump into that. Maybe a lack of pilot, maybe a little bit of a...
I think it might have died already.
Nah.
You don't think?
We
jumped in a hair late. They're at 179 lives.
Nope. I think we were in early enough. I do not think they jumped into the jet at all, which LT might be thrown off a little bit by that. I'll be interested to see, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the jet did get blown up, but I don't think anybody jumped into it.
I think it got pieced. Okay, we'll see. Maybe they jump into it late and catch this lob by surprise. We did see Owen there backing up, so maybe went out into the open, didn't see the jet, and then backed up. But either way you look at it, doesn't really matter. Let's jump into the action again. Attackers, FX, Randy, working their way towards the point right now. See Randy using that assault vehicle to get up close and personal. That assault vehicle then, not Randy's, but the other one goes down. Keep pushing. Randy actually finding a few kills. Luna finding also 78 Dog, the commander, as Hang picks up a nice kill and will pick up those revives as well for the defense.
Some of the flanks trying to come out here from multiple angles for the side of FX. Wormy was trying to work over there on the side with the bow, just pick up a couple, but is eventually snuffed out. Just as a little bit of a point of comparison, by the way, LT at this time of the match had actually captured Sector A, and FX on the other side of things have yet to kind of take a stab at it at all. And there he is. Wormy finally joins the pilot seat.
You're right. Comes in a little late to make sure it doesn't get insta-kill when it spawns in. I actually like that strategy from Wormy. Sorry, I got a little too excited about the jet dying. Wormy up in the skies. Wormy as the commander likely will meet the squad leaders are going to have a little bit more agency in their calls. Wormy will have the eyes in the skies. The AAV down means that Wormy is the last remaining vehicle for the side of the attack and already finding a bit of value here with some shots over the top, picking up Yuan.
Trying to make something happen here, but if you take a look at the vehicles available for the side of LT, the two vehicles that usually apply enough pressure to the jet to keep it away are alive. The boat's up, Lob is up. They got to start attacking this jet before Wormy starts to go on a rampage.
Yeah, this is actually nice to see that Owen is going to have to be distracted. Owen has to sit here, stay alive, and pepper Wormy so he can't get whatever he wants on the map. Already his presence being made known, and that allows the FX attackers to start pushing up. They're going to get to the pillbox and then work their way around it, start capturing this point. So far, so good for the side of FX, and I really like the strategy of late joining the battle with the jet to make sure it is alive.
Now they're finally getting some members of the squad onto the point, trying to make something happen. Oh, and again, this is going to be pretty much that role player role that we were talking about, where its only role is going to be keep applying pressure to the jet and potentially even take it out if you hit one more shot right now. You might go ahead and do just that, but Wormy is so far away, it's hard to go ahead and really quantify exactly how far away he is, but he is very, very deep in the skies, and he's going to be safe for the time being. Going to wait for his jet to go ahead and repair. On the other side of things, on the ground, FX, they've got a lot of numbers on the point, but somehow LT have more. They're constantly defending this. It is 0% captured.
Yeah, they've got bodies on the point. They're slowly making their way that direction. Decent damage over the top. Wormy's actually going to clear out a lot of defenders. This is a really important strafing run that needs to connect, and it doesn't do enough damage to hold down the line of the defense that are moving up to the point to make sure it's contested. Unfortunately, was starting to take a bit of damage and needed to play a bit safer. A smart play from Wormy, unfortunately, not to overcommit. Needs to stay alive.
By the way, this boat off in the distance for 009 just picked up a 4-piece. Is raining in absolute terror to anybody that is trying to go ahead and attack towards that A sector. Owen seemingly lining up a little bit of a shot here, waiting for Wormy to go ahead and make a mistake. Wormy is trying to make some of those runs over top of the A sector, but every single time that he's done it, he's gone down to about 50, 25% HP. So every single time it's been scary. So great job from LOT to go ahead and remind Wormy what exactly can happen if he gets close and personal again. And yeah, look at this, he's going again, but I can guarantee you he's not going to get out of this unscathed. Trying to hit some shots here is going to be Owen. Not too much to worry about for Wormy, and he's trying to go ahead and actually take on the boat.
Ooh, he is
takes
very low.
A lot of damage, 10%. One more shot will do it. I think I just heard that whiz by the way.
Owen is very good with taking some shots over the top. Leading that jet, knows exactly where he needs to lead it to get some damage down. Well done. Ian here for LT, able to pick up Urk in the assault vehicle. Not sure if he was able to get this vehicle respawn beacon down. That's another vehicle down for the side of FX. An important one, but not paramount. So far, it is a scrap. It is a tussle. It is an all-out brawl on the A sector. Looks like the attack mostly playing inside of these pillboxes, working their way around, and finally the attackers get their tank destroyer. Finally, Randy putting on a little bit of a show for us. so far, down to 132 lives means they've taken quite a bit of hit. And actually that tank destroyer goes down.
How?
That was a ton of Allure rockets all at the exact same time. That Snowdo's already showing his impact on the map after being subbed back into the mix for that Better Zetchi pilot.
Wormy now. I saw exactly what he was aiming towards. He was aiming towards Owen in Slav, so not necessarily going for those runs over the point anymore, potentially trying to go ahead and take out the Slav. And this is that position that we usually see out of teams when they do play to defense, but remember, just let's go back to that last round. The FX Slav was like in the middle of nowhere, and that's why Bitterzicki was able to find so much value out of the Jet. Owen knows how to play this just a little bit better than the side of FX.
Jet goes down.
Plays safe, and yeah, Wormy.
Jet goes down. From what we could tell, Wormy with a smirk on his face, I have an expectation. I hope they have that in the replays. I have an expectation that I think Wormy got hit by one of those wire-guided missiles. You can see anytime Owen is taking the shots up in the sky, he throws out a wire-guided missile where he thinks the plane may cut to once his shots start going up. And I think Wormy may have cut straight into that missile and gone down with a blast. Either way you look at it, Jet down is bad news for FX fans. They were starting to get some traction on the point. This is going to open up Owen on the LT side to get a little bit more active. And potentially, as Wormy is trying to get a little mixy with the jet ski, it's immediately at least scared by 009 here with the boat. But I think Owen's going to be a tear on the map now.
Yeah, you can see Wormy's always trying to do something away from the team, trying to make something happen, because just going head on towards this point is currently not working at all. So he's going to be trying to make some sort of a flank happen. Muzz in that AAV is also trying to make something happen, but once again, tank destroyer down. Randy is so good in the tank destroyer.
Can't live long enough.
But he's finding nothing.
It's just too coordinated, man. This is the thing that LT is so dang good at. It's the thing we were touting TXD about. They just perfectly time all of their Allure rockets with the AT4s. Once they have visual, they say everybody 3, 2, 1 fire. I don't care how many engineers you have. Finally, we're seeing it go the other direction. Finally, we're seeing Boom pick up a destruction of a vehicle there against LT, and it's 1-1 in the vehicle category. Owen is likely, definitely going to be the last remaining vehicle operator for LT, and we've got that AAV that is being run by Muzz right now. Could be a window of opportunity for the attackers to make a move for A.
Yeah, they've got to make something happen. The tickets have already been dwindled all the way down to 90, and we were just on the first sector of a map like Cyclone. We have seen them turn the tides before. The assault vehicle trying to get active. Wormy
gets a splatter.
Gets a splatter, very, very similar to Crack. That's eventually going to be stopped, but he jumps out of the vehicle. He puts the respawn beacon down, and he tries to go ahead and find value on the flank. Remember, he keeps trying to do this. He's going to be met on the other side by Saxon, and yes, Saxon's going to find the best of Wormy, but now the defense is going to start getting active. They're going to start building that advantage. Warfare is very, very forgiving, and so is the map of Cyclone. They give another opportunity to play the airspace. The Jet has been called in once more for the side of FX, and I gotta imagine
they need it.
It should be a different pilot than Wormy, because we just saw Wormy go down, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's going to be able to respawn that fast for the Jet to be on the board for us, but either way you look at it, the attackers all over this A sector.
Finally.
Once the defense lost a lot of their vehicles, they were forced back, the attackers all piled up, and then death ball onto the point. What did 78 Dog do? Doubling down. We've got an urgent redeployment happening for the side of the defense, and an artillery barrage landing on point, actually right off center on the pillbox. So these guys can actually stick point or get inside of the pillboxes and likely stay alive through the artillery barrage. And because of that, that is a lot of investment from 78 Dog. A lot of investment that, unfortunately, won't do hardly anything for them. Urgent redeployment won't do much besides set up for new. They've marked this vehicle. I think this AAV, actually definitely the AAV, for destruction. Not sure that will fall. That's a missed opportunity. And then the urgent redeployment and the artillery barrage not doing much either. So in general, that's a small victory for the side of FX. 30 lives down moving into the B sector. It wasn't clean, but it'll do. It'll do, Pig.
A little bit of a substitution happening mid-game here. I actually see off in the distance, Wormy is going to be jumping into the tank destroyer. That's kind of been handed off to Randy over the course of this competition, but Wormy, this is where he kind of made a name for himself. He was all about the tank destroyer, but started to find incredible value in some of the other vehicles, so he kind of handed it off to Randy. Actually, do I see Randy in the driver's seat now?
Yeah, they're working together.
Okay. That's good to see.
Natoxi up into the sky. Natoxi was the last jet operator, if I remember correctly, for this roster. Natoxi was the original pilot and didn't find a ton of value onto the map, and so maybe they tried Wormy out. Natoxi almost immediately going down on another strafing run. They're playing safe right now. Just the threat of a jet does force the defense to play a little bit different, and it might give them just a hair of enough breathing room for FX to make a play here for the B sector. Randy getting active, playing for this lob on the far side. That's 009 backing up, realizing he might be in a bit of danger. $78, the commander for LT goes down.
My gosh, they blow up the tank.
Whoa.
Right behind him.
They blew up the tower back there, and it was, I think $78 just made a mistake, just got a hair too close. That was wild.
That would be crazy if that's what kind of turns the tides here in favor of FX. Obviously, LT is going to be in this for sure. They still have vehicles available, so it's really going to be no big deal. Natoxi's still trying to make something happen in the jet up top, but Randy is also still trying to make something happen in the tank destroyer. He has found absolutely zero value when he was on the defensive side, when he has been on the attacking side. He has not been able to get active, and it's all on the back foot of that lob that's pretty much just keeping it at bay. But look at this. The strike squad's coming in. This is going to be Hang. He's done this before.
Watch out for 009. 009 on the backside. He's got a full squadron inside of it. Snowdoze pops out. Main player substitute doesn't matter. Well executed. Nice play there from Snowdoze and 009 to swing around the backside and take down the tank destroyer, and the assault vehicle follows as well. Hang almost gets over here.
Wait.
Oh, wait, it's still going to steal the boat.
What?
Steals the AAV. I thought Mega saw him. Mega just tapped it so that maybe some of his players could respawn into it. But Hang, the route man, gets paid again. This guy's always doing something crazy.
Robbery in broad daylight on Cyclone. FX, I mean, do you even calm that man? You even say they just stole our AAV after I got out of it? My fault? That would hurt to say. That would hurt to hear coming over the comms. Now LT, remember when they lost that vehicle on the backside to the explosion? They've pretty much just reevaluated. They've kind of picked that one right back up. 78 Dog is going to be taken out all the way back on the other side of the little bit of a river that runs between the two sectors and kind of playing that passive position. I got to ask you a question, Goj. How in the heck is 009 pushed up this far and facing almost no resistance consistently? How have we not sent more of an investment? Combine the jet, combine some rockets, combine anything. Be cohesive. Be the team you know how to be. We're just sending Wormy as like a solo towards the thing. We're leaving Randy alone over here to kind of face it off in the tank turret. We're just sending assault vehicles at it.
They've got our spawn pinned right now. Here's the action that you wanted. The Toxie throws some damage down range. The problem is Owen's been sitting in the backfield. 001. Owen's only job is to make sure this jet does not find value. If Owen's not there, 009 can't do his job. If Owen's not there, Snowdoze doesn't take down Randy and the tank destroyer, and that tank destroyer is running rampant on the map, and this B sector is already taken down. Owen is the unsung hero of LT. Zero questions about it.
Wormy is going to be finding himself in the boat now. We did see him. Oh, nope, sorry. It's actually not a boat. It's a jet ski. I get confused sometimes. Look at the bottom of the screen. He's going to be putting a respawn beacon down, and this is exactly what I want to see because this beacon has clear sight towards that beach that lob has kind of been posted up on for the side of LT. That is the pain point right now. I don't even want to see any of the members from FX approach this hill, this main hill towards the B sector until they take care of that vehicle. That should be the main priority. It's pushed up so far, it feels free, but nobody's going for it.
And listen, I'll echo something I said right before this matchup started. I'm really looking at WAG, Rasta, Mega, and Snarf in particular to make a big play right now. This is the strike team of the attack.
Oh my gosh.
And unfortunately, the attack can't get anything going. Anytime they have a vehicle, these Allura rockets come flying in. Hang on the back line, steals another vehicle. I'm telling you, this Hang guy is crazy. He is a solo. He doesn't even play with his squad. He just runs around the back line of the attack, steals vehicles, blows vehicles up, drops down respawn beacons, kills everybody. Hang is crazy, man. I love it.
So much value from those individual plays. Sometimes it's hard to quantify in a 20v20 game mode, but it is being displayed on multiple fronts right now from the side of LT. Finally, FX, they do get one of their vehicles to land. It's going to be another one of those tank destroyers. It's going to be Randy being trusted again with that. I'm not even going to get too excited about that because this is just more of the normal. Tanks getting destroyed as they fall down from the sky. What can the side of FX do? I mean, 60 tickets remaining. We're going to be seeing that assault vehicle go down that did get stolen, but again, not too much value being found from those types of vehicles, so no big deal. And a different approach actually from the side of 009. He's going to be posting this vehicle up a little bit differently and for a good reason. Again, not going to get excited.
Snowdoes, man, I'm telling you, main player Snowdoes back into the mix, making a huge difference on the map. Vehicle after vehicle after vehicle falling.
That was the jet.
And finally, air superiority controlled. Owen, he did his job. He's got his one
kill.
He's got his one kill. He only needed one.
Great job there. They're going to be calling vehicles in. You know you're winning when you call vehicles on to the sector you are defending. How far pushed back, how far pushed up are LT pushing FX all the way back to what feels like their spawn? I got to tip my hat a little bit to FX because they're doing something that we saw yesterday, kind of pausing. They feel like they need a reset. They feel like they need a little bit more of a plan to kind of approach this, and they're trying to get active, but again, 009 in this lava is just finding so much value, taking it to the house. Now Randy's trying to get active in the tank destroyer. Can he make something happen? The shots are being traded. He's going to be putting the lava down to about 50 HP.
Got him.
He's finally going to be destroying it. He's got to back up though. He's taking heavy damage. Find some support.
Nice play.
Find your engineers, and he does get in. He gets to the destruction, and he gets out. And say it ain't so. Another vehicle being stolen. LT, stop.
Ian stole this one and will likely pick up the commander. Wormy as well. Give him a little double tap love. See you later. Oh man, this is brutal. But hey, we'll give credit to Wormy picking up that kill. I want to give a shout out as well. I'm seeing a lot of love for him in the chat. Siren. Really want to see Siren step up here. A really strong player for this roster. Again, I've been casting over Siren, Rasta, Snarf, WAG for years now here in Delta Force and Warfare, and these guys are veterans in the space. Siren has moved over to the squad of Natoxi, Muzz, and Urk, really trying to support that roster with their vehicle gameplay. And it's going to be a team effort right now, but we need some heroes to step up and make some miracle plays. Siren's definitely one of those.
So many vehicles now for the side of LT. They've got 2 posted up on the sector itself, and then they have 2 posted on the hills just behind. Remember, one of these vehicles that they have was stolen from the side of FX.
Here's a push.
If it went back to the side of FX, we'd actually be 3v3 vehicles right now. It's going to be a big difference maker. Yeah, they're trying to make something happen. Finally, that pause. They're going to be hitting the play button. They have the game plan sorted. The calls have been kind of made. What are they going to do? How are they going to play this one differently?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, even just those respawn beacons, that's what they're used for. The assault vehicles being stolen, not having those vehicle respawn beacons is actually a huge problem for the side of the attackers, because once they make these pushes, one of the things you can do is just get the respawn beacons at any of them down on the low ground of some of these cliffs, and at least you've crossed the river. At least you have some cover when you pop back into the map. We got 2 vehicles over here side of the attack, but it's 2 to 4 in vehicle advantage. We know how math works. Not great odds for Randy and Siren to stay alive. Here's that vehicle support I was talking about with Siren and Urk. Trying to stay alive here, taking quite a bit of damage. High ground in complete control by LT. More and more, this is looking just too difficult for FX to handle moving into the B sector. They invest in an artillery barrage that doesn't get much for them. Hang finally sniffed out on the backside of where the attackers spawn.
Not before he got a respawn beacon down.
Oh, jeez. Yep. See if WAG can find it. Look at it. Could see a couple players pop onto the grassy knoll and make a play.
As soon as FX have started to go ahead and try to make that attack happen once again, they've lost 20 tickets, so they have doing an absolutely tank, goes ahead and spawns right back in. His squad must be playing vehicles, by the way, all the way in the back, because every single time that he's in a position like this, like nobody ever follows him.
Oh, jeez.
And take a look at that. PZ Dog finds the vehicle. One remaining vehicle, but I can't lie. You may have a vehicle left, FX, but I feel like the hope counter, it's at 0 for me, man. LT just looked too good.
Yeah, the problem is you've got, because you have the vehicle advantage, now 5, by the way, Owen and 78 Dog, Commander, is up on high ground. So they can actually see over the top some of the cover that Randy and Siren was using to try to stay alive. So once the light tank was kind of in the ravine, they thought they had enough cover to where they could tank a couple of Allura rockets, but a well-placed shot over the top with the help of the Allura rockets to take that tank down, and now all hope is mostly gone for FX. A hero moment. A miracle play is desperately needed. The problem is, Warfare is such a team game that heroes, unfortunately, don't often stand up and win 1v20s, which is what is needed right now. The last remaining vehicle of FX falls, and as does their hopes of staying in the upper bracket. 4 lives and counting. That is going to be GG's on the B sector for FX. First time on land representing the Americas region, and they are not done yet, but they are done against LT. A dominant performance from the top seed. LT stand tall, they stand undefeated. LT have not dropped a map yet. LT are the best team here on paper thus far, and we'll see if anybody can hold a candle to them as we get deeper into this competition. And finally, the last player will fall there. We'll wait until every player falls, as they only have 1 life remaining. They're going to fight until their last dying breath. There it is. LT win in the upper bracket. LT moving on into the upper bracket finals, awaiting their competition later on another day. FX will join the likes of some other opposition down below in the lower bracket with one last chance to stay alive in this competition and battle their way to the grand finals.
LT given a second opportunity to prove just how good they can be on a map like Cyclone. HAN took it to the house yesterday, tried to go ahead and take LT to that second map, to round number 3. It looked a little bit different, but now LT are like, hey guys, don't worry. We're the team you all know us to be coming into this competition. We're dominant, and we're going to showcase that against a team like FX. Well done from the side of LT. Not only did they put on an absolute performance in their attack up against FX, but coming into this one, we were talking about how good FX can be on the attack, and we were proven wrong. FX were kind of humbled in that regard. They were shut down at an early sector in every which way. LT, take your well-deserved bow. Enjoy the rest of your day as you go ahead and 2-0 FX in very quick fashion.
Got a lot of supporters here in the crowd as well. We got the upper deck starting to fill out today, so a lot of action here, and especially with the hometown heroes of LT, that's got to feel good. And listen, I love seeing some support for some teams locally. Obviously, I hate to be wrong, though. I thought FX was going to pull off a miracle. Unfortunately, it was another quick 2-0, folks. LT dropped our third 2-0 in a row, and that was on Cyclone. And that went pretty quick.
Yeah.
Kind of weird to say that we're done with 3 out of the 4 matches we're playing today.
What is happening?
Woo! Flying by. Let's take a look at the stats. And, well, Lazy at 40 kills at the top of our leaderboard. 009 putting in a ton of effort. 94 in the engineering score is a fantastic stat line. We saw that on main stage a ton. Obviously, our commander, Leanne, as per the usual, Deanne, near the top of the leaderboard, just slaying out the lobby.
You're not going to shout out Owen, who quadrupled his kills after he picked up that jet.
That's right.
4 kills there, man, but obviously doesn't tell the full story. Did a great job taking a look at FX, right? Do they have anything really going for them? I mean, not really. We see Ezak picking up almost 30 kills there. That's kind of like a surprise performance. I feel like we would kind of chalk that one up to be. Leo also did very, very well. I feel like on both sides of the coin here on Cyclone, was constantly up there towards the top in terms of the frags for the entirety of the team. And I got to tell you, we're used to seeing Wormy towards the top of the leaderboard now. As a whole, of course, the team did get shut down. But Wormy, on an individual level, whenever we kind of saw him, in the boat, in the jet, when he was trying to make the flank plays on the jet skis, when he was trying to make the flank plays with the respawn beacons, when he was in the tank destroyer for a little bit of time, when he was on the bow, nothing worked for the guy. He is usually the star player for FX, but he was completely shut down by the whole team of LT.
And I think he was trying to be a hero to some degree, which they needed. I don't mind a risky play like that. Was playing in vehicles, was playing hero plays on the back line, was taking jet skis to try to take down boats. I don't hate it, but yeah, it wasn't a huge impact, unfortunately, from Wormy. And Randy Savage and Boom. Those are guys that usually are major impact players, but the reason is what's on your screen right now. Hardly ever did they have a vehicle advantage, and the only time that they did, usually the jet wasn't finding real value, so you could almost take it off the map and trade it for the defensive vehicle as well, let alone all the steals that we saw. But let's take a look and see if we can catch this first. Oh, it was wire guided. That was from the boat. The boat got the first elimination on the first jet. That's why Wormy was smiling. What a play. They were able to take down the boat, though, in answer. And once they got the second jet, Natoxi did a pretty good job of staying alive and keeping Owen busy, but didn't find value with the jet, which is what gave the huge advantage to LT in the first match when LT was on the attack, is that their jet was everywhere at once.
Just some great hero plays from players like Hang. How in the heck do you get into a position to where you can steal the enemy's AAV? Some frustration coming out from the side of FX as well. And I was looking for some emotion from the side of LT. We did get a little bit of it after they did win, right? Some smiles coming out, but this was pretty much the name of the game for LT. Every single time there was a vehicle anywhere on the map that was not theirs, they either stole it or they blew it up.
Yeah, and again, that's just the way the cookie crumbles here in Warfare. You got to either have a vehicle advantage or take vehicles off the map by blowing all of them up both ways, trading it, and then you got to play the infantry game. Once you have the vehicle advantage, oftentimes you can keep it because you can take these vehicles down before they hit the ground. A great play here from LT thus far. They took down every advantage as per the usual and made sure they kept what they had. They kept the high ground, and once they kept the high ground, there was nothing that this team could do. There's nothing FX could do to break through the defenses on the B sector. Great effort, but still, of course, we know who our best squad is. They're usually our best squad, maybe always will be, because they are the fraggers. They pick up their rescues. Their stat lines are wild. Leanne, Deanne, and Lazy top fragging for the roster at 40 total kills. Yujan at 25. Plenty of revives to go around. And again, can I just say, super cool to see support operators pick up 40 kills and also 51 rescues. That's sick.
That is incredible value out of just 1, 2, 3, 4 of the members out of a 20-man roster. So shout out to these guys. They were the best squad on the attack and the defense, by the way. So I'm excited to kind of see how these guys continue to perform throughout the rest of the tournament. Of course, even though they are a part of the best squad, we of course do denote a MVP and why we wait for that one. Actually, love this shout.
009.
009.
I like it. I feel like we chose 009 for what they were able to do on the back line.
Yeah.
This was the cherry on top. This was like the creme de la creme of what LT was able to do on the defensive side, because they didn't just hold the high ground. They didn't just win the air superiority. They also sent 009 around the backside to make sure that any of the reinforcements that were trying to help with the pushes that the attackers were making were getting either obliterated or they had to think twice, because 009 and Snowdoes were on their backline causing so much chaos.
Yeah, I felt like they kind of showcased a little bit of a strategic maneuver here against the side of FX. 009, 94 engineering score as well. So an incredible feat, but yeah, it looks like they showcased a little bit of a strategy here with the positioning of that vehicle that FX were just not able to go ahead and adjust to. I kept calling for it, man. I wanted to see something happen. 009 was just too good, though.
Yeah, really strong plays, and I think, yeah, it was kind of that weird quandary of like, hey, our attackers are so far up that all of them turning around to go help us with 009 doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you don't do that, you just kind of lose on the back line as well. So, and you get several of your vehicles robbed because they're holding the back line. So Hang had a free route to just swing around, grab the assault vehicle, and drive away. pretty cool. Very good strats there, but we will be seeing FX later, not today, but tomorrow, most likely down in the lower bracket. They're going to be battling against some of the teams that you saw earlier today. We'll take a look at that bracket a little bit later to see who they're playing against. But those players, those teams will be fighting for their lives in the tournament later in our competition. We still have one more best of 3 to get to today. The last remaining match of the day is another upper bracket match. It is a double elimination tournament, so the next loser still in the competition, but the next winner will be moving on to the upper bracket finals, where they certainly could earn an undefeated title moving into the grand finals. A lot still on the line for all of our teams. We are going to hear from our winners. We're going to hear from LT, likely the commander, to hear a little bit about why things went so well against FX. See what their plans are for the future, or if they've got predictions maybe in some of the other matches. Vivid, any final thoughts on that matchup? Anything you want to see from FX as we see them later in the competition?
Yeah, I want to see FX on a different map than Cyclone.
True,
and to be fair, I want to see LT on a different map than Cyclone as well. So looking towards matchups tomorrow and onward, I need something different for Cyclone for both of these teams. I feel like FX towards the end of that as well, we kind of saw the reaction from Wormy after the game did end. Still all smiles, which I think is personally a big positive. They went against the Titans of LT, and they're still feeling good afterwards. Great to see.
I think they realized that they were a little bit outclassed. I think that was the thing. I think they said once the Jets started going down, once they couldn't find any advantages, once their attacks were thwarted at every push, once Wormy couldn't feel like he had any presence on the map, things were GG'd from there. Speaking of GG's, let's hear from the winner down on stage with an interview.
Hello， 各位，欢迎来到赛后采访。我是唐。我们这次邀请到龙腾战队的点点和恒，有请二位和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是龙腾战队的点点。
大家好，我是龙腾战队的恒。
想问一下线上以及现场的各位啊，今天他们发挥的溜不溜？把你们的掌声送给他们。OK， 今天第一个问题，打完场比赛之后感受怎么样？来，点点先回来回答。
So the first question for you is, how was your feeling after this victory?
很开心吧，因为打他们战队的话，我们还是做了很充足的准备的。
很充足的准备。OK。
He's very happy because he is fully prepared for this fight.
恒这边呢？
也是我也感觉比较很开心啊。我们这次对战对我们来说也有很大的收获，能让我们更加弥补自己的不足吧。
Heng is also very glad for this victory because they have harvested a lot from this fight and they knew where to improve.
OK， 作为三朝元老，点问一下点点，这一次参赛和之前有什么不一样的感受
？So， 点点 ，this is your third time participating in this tournament. What's the difference? What's your feelings?
这次的布载协同会比去年更好，我们相信我们在接下来对战的比赛中都会打出自己的风采。
So Dian Dian believes that this time they did better on the coordination between infantries and vehicles, and they believe they will do better in the future.
OK， 想问一下恒，这次是恒第一次参加我们全民战场的国际邀请赛，有什么心情和大家分享一下？
So Heng, is that your first time in this international warfare competition, right? What's your feeling right now?
我作为第一次参加这么大型的赛事，其实我还是有一点紧张的。但是我虽然在线上的时候有一颗大心脏，但是来到线下面对观众，面对对手，还是有紧张的这种程度的。
He was really calm when it was just online, but now everything happens physically, and facing those fans and audiences, he still felt a little bit nervous.
OK， 其实刚才点点有提到嘛，这次布战和载具是非常要好的一个关系。要不今天一边是布战的代表，一边是载具代表，要不兄弟们抱一个？来。OK， 接下来我要搞点事情了，有一个刁钻的问题想问一下，今天点点作为布战组的代表来给载具组来打个分，满分100的话能有多少分？
So a tricky question for you now. As the leader of infantry group, how do you rate the vehicle group? The maximum is 100.
我给99分吧。
99分，
少1分，怕他们骄傲。
怕他们骄傲。OK， 那横作为步战组，作为载具组的话，给步战组打个分，能有多少分？
我给步战组打1分，多这1分，我不怕他们骄傲，因为我希望我们今年能拿到冠军，把冠军留在武汉。
They have given each other 99 points and 1 point because those two added together 100, and they wanted to get the champion in Wuhan.
OK， 也是期待接下来龙腾战队能够把冠军留在武汉。谢谢2位，谢谢。
Thank you.
A great interview there with Dian and Hang, and it was cool to hear the contrast between the two. One was a veteran, had been playing in LANs for the last 3 years, and then one a newbie to the scene. And of course, they're giving each other credit because, well, they both earned it. Insane stuff from both of them. Great interview. Folks, we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, our last match of the day. You're not going to want to miss it. It's got to be a banger.
Court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority, protect company assets. Child flow.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture sensoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash!
Allied troops engaging.
Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the unbreakable, unshakeable.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Child closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026. We are almost done with day 2 of 5 total days of competition. Coach Vivid, we've been here all day and excited to get into our final best of 3 of the day. 2 new teams to bring back up after some interesting gameplay yesterday, Vivid. Let's talk a little bit about HYD and RRQ. Both these teams strong, both in the upper bracket, but only one of them will be able to maintain a spot in the upper bracket and potentially try to take down LT in upper bracket finals. What you got for me? Let's talk a little bit about HYD and RRQ. 2 totally different teams with 2 totally different histories of what they've been able to do even in this competition.
Today's matches have been crazy. 2-0, 2-0, and 2-0. Speaking about how HYD got here, they 2-0'd yesterday against AHR. RRQ had a little bit of a different track. They had to go all the way. They picked up a 2-1, so a little bit of a different approach, but for both of these teams, like Goj mentioned, the same thing is on the line to remain in the upper bracket, to secure yourself the day off tomorrow, and pretty much guarantee 3rd place as well. So pretty cool. A lot of the line here for these 2, and I know exactly where we're going to crack, which I think is going to play a big part of this. We saw HYD, they were pretty dominant over AHR. That was on a map like Aftershock. Again, we keep saying that. The way that one played out, it felt a little bit weird. It felt like both of those teams were a little bit unexperienced, but when we jump over to a map like Cracked, both of these teams are for sure going to be experienced.
Well, let's talk about where these 2 teams came from. We're not looking at the bracket currently, but they both had totally different play styles and really results of the way their matches went. Reminder, HYD, they played AHR off rip, and frankly, they stomped them, like you mentioned. Let's take a little bit about this roster. Talk to me about some of the heavy hitters on this roster. Who are the difference makers? Why were they able to roll AHR so easily? Obviously, Commander RCCK maybe did a great job. Anybody else?
there's only really one name that sticks out to me. I'll be completely honest, right? Like you mentioned, it was an absolute stomp, and we didn't really get to see a lot of this team. But one thing that we did get to see a lot of was 2KA on the bow on Nox yesterday was absolutely popping off. And let's take a look about, you know, the map that we're going to be checking out. It's going to be cracked. Again, you do have Sector A where it's going to be a lot of boots on the ground versus boots on the ground in that initial engagement. So I'm kind of looking towards 2KA to start things off pretty heavily on the side of HYD. That being said, they do have the Giants, the Titans of RRQ to go against. Their kind of approach to this tournament, the reason that they are here, it felt like they were very, very motivated yesterday to go ahead and take down TXD, right? That rematch. They felt like they were getting discounted the last time that they took down TXD. So they wanted to go ahead and, you know, have a same result, go ahead and beat them again. They did just that. And they got to be feeling good coming into the competition today.
Led by Krauser, and an interview yesterday by Laraf after their win really did show that story of what they've been able to accomplish. Again, they win their regionals, they win the Pan Pacific. It was a great match, but they ended up beating this TXD squad, and so being able to beat them again was exactly what Vivid just said. It was proof in the pudding. They wanted to prove that it wasn't a fluke. So far, they've done that, and they have to continue to do that. If they want a chance to win this entire competition, which Vivid said that he thinks they can, they got to take down HYD. A really strong team, but still having a lot to prove, I think, in comparison between the two. RRQ, they went to Game 3. We saw a ton of them. We know exactly the way these players play. We know that Musa is going to be a big difference maker for this roster. Popey was a top stat leader for these teams. And so in general, we understand how RRQ plays. We've barely ever seen HYD play because of how dominant they were in Aftershock, and it was kind of a weird game anyways. And so I'm excited to see what HYD can do and learn a little bit more about the way these players compete and who's going to be emphasized moving into a map like Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why this 5-day competition is so fun, because even though we come into the specific event knowing enough about these teams to kind of, you know, see and predict how they're going to do, we just continuously learn more and more about these teams. So like Goz mentioned, very, very excited to kind of learn what HYD still have to offer. Let's take a look at our predictions. Goz is back on the Vivid train, 2-0 for RRQ. And listen, by the way, I'm 7 for 7.
I don't care what your record is. I don't like it that I agree with you.
cares?
It's way more fun to be against you. But I just feel like RRQ have this, man. What we saw from them yesterday was so special. I think they're the better team. I would love to be proven wrong. I've been wrong a lot in today's broadcast, but that's the fun part of it because I just can't bring myself to agree with Vivid. But this one feels like it's going to be another convincing win. Today has been all 2-0s, and it's been 2-0 domination sweeps. Not even close. I'd like to see a really good match here to end the day with a bang. RRQ could certainly bring the heat, and I think the biggest question mark is just whether or not HYD can answer. Currently, our predictions are saying they can't. Again, would love to be wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those weird things as well where RRQ did feel so motivated by the fact that on the opposition was TXD.
Yeah.
Can they kind of carry that motivation over into a different head-to-head? I mean, I'm sure they can. They have the skill needed to go ahead and do so, but again, they just felt so passionate yesterday about taking down TXD. That's probably what, you know, helped them secure it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Oftentimes, esports, it doesn't matter when you're playing your rivals, if that's who they are, which it sounds like they are the rivals. You play totally different. You play with an extra bit of fire, an extra bit of passion. Yeah. You're able to execute a little bit better because of that. Sometimes it'll actually mess you up too, but RRQ did great under pressure. So expecting them to come out on top. We both expect this to be a 2-0. Again, I would love to be surprised. Biggest takeaways from their matchup against TXD? Anything that you would walk away and say, hey, this is what RRQ really thrived in that matchup?
I mean, Ascension.
True.
Just the
True.
map. They were so good at Ascension. Also, you know, we've kind of talked about this across the board here for multiple teams. Some of those teams that seem to be very, very good have those squads that kind of flank. RRQ have one of them.
Well, let's take a look at the players walking into the stadium and see how they're feeling.
2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛。
Welcome to 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
有请 HYD 战队。
Please welcome Team HYD.
凌越巅峰温品冠军
Overstrike.
有请 RRQ 战队
Please welcome Team RRQ.
中框归于 RRQ
Viva RRQ.
"并肩作战，信任为盾，配合为刃，向着正角组决赛拿下这场关键对决。
One crucial battle stands between them at the upper bracket final.
Well, here we go. Our competitors are ready. I am pumped about this matchup, and I gotta say, the alt jerseys are looking nice. I like the purple there for RRQ. Changing it up on day 2. What do you think?
I mean, that is slick. That is clean. Love to see it. What else is slick and what else is clean is those walkouts, man. I've yet to go ahead and get over to that tunnel and get one of my own. I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. Goj has got to be my cameraman, man. Help me out a little bit.
We should do a walkout for Grand Finals Day in our suits. That would kind of be nice.
Now he agrees with me.
Chad, if you want to see that, let us know. You may not care. But anyways, hey, let's talk about RRQ and HYD a little bit more now that they've walked out and we can see their fits and how they're feeling. Again, I think this is going to be a matchup that is a little less one-sided than some of the others, but we still both predicted a 2-0. Somebody else we didn't mention on the RRQ side, on the HYD side, that was an impact player and a squad leader was Hazmat. Yeah. Remember what Hazmat was able to do with his roster? That is going to be the Charlie squad to watch out for. Hazmat, Mume, Mirika, and Lise is the squad that I think could be a difference maker for this team. Given what we've seen, we're not 100% certain who will really change the game for the roster or what even roles they play because it was such a quick matchup and Aftershock played a little bit weird. But I do think Hazmat, from what we do remember and what we have seen in the past as well, is an impact player and a squad leader, meaning that squad will likely move as a unit.
Speaking about who we've seen pop off in the past, I know we've seen Killua pop off in the past as well from the side of HYD, but obviously, you know, nothing from the past really matters. Again, it kind of feels like we're going to be seeing HYD for what feels like the first time. Like, yeah, obviously we saw them play yesterday. They won, they stomped. It was 2-0. It's very, very quick. But we keep saying it was on Aftershock. It was just a weird game, how it kind of played out. So I'm very, very excited to kind of see how they kind of face up against RRQ, who, you know, Goj keeps pointing out. I pointed out earlier on, this is actually the team that I think looks the best right now to go ahead and take home the competition in general. Of course, I'll go ahead and answer that question in full after we do get an opportunity to go ahead and watch match number 8. But as a quick reminder, we are here in Wuhan, China, and so are the players as well. Hongshan Sports Center. It has been very, very enjoyable so far. I've loved the setup of the stage as well. A little bit of a change over the course of the past 6 months to the stage itself, and these players have done a great job of just jumping on the stage and getting ready immediately to keep things rolling here today.
Good shout. Been having a blast. Taking a look at HYD, Bravo Squad, Charlie Squad, Echo. Looks like most of the same, by the way, when it comes to their starting lineups. Both of these teams don't have full roster of subs, and no major changes from day 1 to day 2. And again, teams representing their regions well, but right now it is about team chemistry and communication. It'll be fun to compare also the difference between Krauser and RCCK, maybe the two commanders of HYD and RRQ. Again, every time we've watched a team, every commander has a different role, a different play style they prefer, but the onus of responsibility remains the same. Got to communicate effectively. You've got to make the right calls. And then the squads have to listen.
We've called out a lot of the individual prowess for both of these squads, but I took one last little peek at the rosters here to remind myself one player on the side of RRQ that I feel like we did not go ahead and talk about was Ragnarsson. And I feel like Ragnarsson actually was a part of our highlight reels quite a bit yesterday after their win. Just based off of the sniper. Yes, indeed. And the reason why I wanted to go ahead and point that out is because a lot of the times on Cracked, we see some of these players do just that. They pick up a sniper and they like to play off in the distance, which they can find a lot of impact on the back foot of that. So it'll be interesting to see if Ragnarsson kind of follows that up with another sniper performance here on Cracked. It's a little bit of a map change than what they played yesterday, right? And kind of those highlights were coming from the map of Ascension, which is a much bigger map. But again, I feel like Cracked does employ the opportunity to go ahead and bring that out. So I'll be looking towards his squad and the Delta squad to see if they go ahead and do that.
I mean, speaking of Cracked, while we've got some time here, let's bring up some of the main strategies we see on Cracked. Let's talk about operator comps. Biggest question mark is how many engineers are you going to invest in the early part of Cracked when you know there's no vehicles, at least off rip?
0. Usually.
But you get them pretty quickly. And we saw
so
how
swap.
much you can swap. You can run obviously Assault. You can just run Virons and get those magnetic bombs. But those vehicles traditionally aren't going to get super aggressive. They're going to play the back line. But if you have enough engineers, you can still take it down before it lands. You then get the score bonus. You get the score lead rather, and you're able to pull in some of your own vehicles. That's the nature of the game. Again, I think something else that we don't talk about that often. This is Victory Unite. So you can call in a ton of vehicles in this game mode because of what Commander is able to do. And so that kind of changes the way Cracked is played. Like, this is a much more vehicle-heavy map than it traditionally is in just pubs.
Yeah.
Because it's Victory Unite.
Absolutely. I feel like probably during Warfare competitive matches, the moment that we probably see the operator of the same played the most across the board is probably the initial onslaught on Cracked. I feel like we probably have like 10+ stingers is what it kind of feels like for both sides of the board. We'll kind of try to pay attention to those operators as we do kind of jump into things. Quick reminder, what's on the line for both of these teams? This is a upper bracket match. Both of these teams are currently 1-0 after winning yesterday. They want to stay in the upper bracket. They want to go to the upper bracket final to go ahead and do it. They're going to be starting things here. HYD, they're going to be on the defense. RRQ, they're going to be on the attack. And as we know it, we're of course going back to Crack for the second time today. Earlier on, it felt like an absolute stomp. Are we going to get a little bit more of an even matchup? Time will tell. It's up to RRQ and HYD.
Here we go. How fast are the attackers going to swarm the point? The answer is immediately. They are full sending around Street View, actually. They're going to go street level first, try to play smoke and run around the outside. Going to be met with Mirka, who immediately falls. A nice early aggressive stance here for RRQ, and they are lighting up the kill feed. Things going well for them currently as the defense have tried to maintain the high ground position that traditionally is attacked by the attackers. And in that motion, RRQ swing around the other way and say, fine, you can have high ground. We're jumping the point.
Yeah, I'm trying to count how many squads are over here for the side of HYD. It looks like there's 2 full squads, which leaves them with 8 members. But even though they do have the numbers advantage, right, 8 on what feels like 4, The side of RRQ has done a great job of going ahead and dwindling down some of these numbers, but because of the medics, they're actually going to be able to pick all of them up. Ragnarsson is trying to go ahead and make something happen, but he's going to be thwarted. And while all of this action is going down, they're fighting for what feels like nothing. The RRQ are actually on the sector itself. None of the members of HYD seem interested in jumping on this point. RRQ might sneak this one away.
I like this strategy a lot. That feels like they've read the playbook of HYD. They knew that HYD is going to go play high ground. They were going to play the top of the ridge. And so they didn't even bother trying to egress there. They swing all the way around the flank, smoke and run, clear out a couple people trying to hold the flank. Those defenders that were just trying to hold the flank were prepared for maybe a squad, not 15 of the 20 players on the map. Immediate capture, immediately RRQ looking like the stronger team. But that's just Sector A. Sector B is a whole different beast.
An over-investment for sure, trying to prepare for the flank from RRQ, but it never really came in. They only sent 4 members over towards that flank. Now HYD going to be under immediate pressure again towards this B1 zone. This is kind of typical of Cracked, but HYD are also going to have instant access to that tank, as is the side of RRQ. Both of these sides want to go ahead and keep these vehicles alive because you pretty much need it, obviously, for the B sector, but you also need it for the C sector. You need it for the rest of the game. We'll have to keep a close eye on which one of these two teams can go ahead and press the advantage when it comes down to the vehicles. As we tune in, some of our players on the map, yeah, for sure, playing the snipers, but not necessarily finding too much value out of that. RRQ are going to go ahead and capture B1, and they have not lost a single ticket so far. Still at 180, 179.
Classic playstyle here. I would say classic playstyle. The defense usually sack B1 in order to control B2 effectively. Problem. They didn't do that. They are giving away B1, or it feels that way, and they have nobody on B2. Look at where they're positioned. The defenders are cut between both points.
What the heck?
The attack could just take both. The only thing stopping them from taking B2 is Lance in the tank with the rest of his gunners that are in there with him, these engineers. This is brutal to watch. That feels like a huge mistake from HYD not to just sacrifice B1 and set up a perimeter around B2, play on point, play in the courtyard, set up in the building, take the high ground, play with Lance, your tank operator. They get over-aggressive and go for a high-risk retake of B1, and they can't even get out of the trench between the 2 points. Caught between tank and 15 guns, and the whole B sector is gone in a blink of an eye. What on earth?
We've seen some dominant performances in Warfare before, but this, I wouldn't even count it as a collapse of the defense. I'm just going to go ahead and say there's been no defense. What is happening? HYD, they're trying to make stuff happen on the flanks. Have they forgot about the zones themselves? Look at this. They're kind of just playing on the outskirts of every single one of these zones. And RRQ, they're probably feeling a little bit confused. Look at this. They're also trying to press the advantage towards the tank that's on 25% HP. Almost finds the final blow right there. The explosions are actually making their way into the warehouse right now, down to about 10 HP, trying to make the repairs come in to keep that tank alive. And take a look at this. Yeah, again, HYD, they have this position up with the house that they're interested in holding, but they're not pushing in towards B2, and maybe that's because they're actually pushing towards B1. The tug of war is actually coming in. This is very, very familiar with what you've seen. Finally, HYD making a play happen towards one of these zones.
Yeah, it was the right play. They didn't have a home. They didn't have anywhere to go, so they have to go play for the retake of B1 just so they don't just give away the B sector for free and hope and pray that things happen for them on the C sector. Now, I will say you can see that a great actual play, whether they know it or not, B1 was actually selected by Krauser in what they wanted to capture. Bad news, not going to get that score. So this is even a bigger deal for HYD to gain back some momentum. They don't get the extra score from that necessarily, nothing huge at least, but they at least stop this Krauser commander and RRQ from earning a bunch of score that they could utilize to call in more vehicles and therefore gain a vehicle advantage. Good job from HYD to stop the bleeding. They then call in the urgent redeployment to make sure that they're able to keep control over it as the last remaining members of the attackers are being cut down over on B2. Where do they go? Back to B1. Our tug of war is beginning now. The question is, will it go back and forth, or will this be the final hold and the final pull here for the defense on B1? Will they just stand their ground? And currently it's looking like that's the case.
a key part of what makes this work usually for the side of an attack and why they're favored in a moment like this is because they have the tank that's going to be closest to B1. Actually, the tank, the vehicle, usually defends B1 solo. Doesn't really ever need any help from boots on the ground. But obviously, as it currently stands, does need a little bit of assistance, and that's because there are so many bodies on the point in B1, right? They're all tucked away in that building with respawn beacons galore, trying to make something happen.
By the way, Ragnarsson was sniping and was 11-3, so
nasty.
We take those. Solid scoreline.
Tug of War. Tug of War goes as B1 is now fully captured, but take a look at this. There are 0 red bodies on the B2 point, and HYD are trying to make something happen.
Yeah, a classic trading of a 2-sector capture zone. I mean, this is, or 2-zone capture sector. This is classic warfare here, and at least HYD is throwing it in a bit of chaos in order to not give away this entire sector at once. It was almost a brutal awakening to this match, but a pretty good job here to slow things back down after the pace of play was fiery from RRQ. They've got a really nice defensive line set up on the backside, and unfortunately, no! Talavanya able to connect on the back line, and Lance goes down. Talk about a change in momentum. I was just lauding HYD for the defensive line, but with Lance down and another tank being called in for RRQ, RRQ have just about every position and advantage they need besides this B2 zone. They should be able to take the rest of the B sector here shortly.
I want to see them press the advantage as hard as they possibly can. You're up 3-0 in the vehicle side of things right now. Get one of those tanks onto the point right now, even if it feels a little bit risky. I want to see them capture this very, very soon. HYD, the only thing that they have left is to just put bodies on the point, put bodies up on the rooftops, and try to go ahead and find a vehicle destruction of their own. Correction, I did go ahead and mention that RRQ had 3 vehicles. I thought they did because they called in 2 all the way on the backside. Maybe they lost one in transition, but just like I requested, V9 is using the tank directly onto the zone itself and is going to be a big help in clearing out some of the remaining members from the side of HYD. This is a great attack from RRQ. Great job from the engineers to go ahead and take out that tank. But look at this, HYD. We know exactly what the game plan is now. Surrender B2 and go for B1 as much as we possibly can. But now that we have 2 tanks available to us, surely this doesn't work as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is, again, another classic strategy. When you've watched this map over and over again in comp, there's only so many things you can do. A pretty good job from HYD to try to retake here, but when you have vehicle advantage, especially when they're playing aggressive with their vehicle advantage, you put one vehicle on B2, you put the other tank dead center of B1. You almost don't need anybody else because you got a full squad that can play from that tank, pop out. Engineers can shoot their gun if they want, pop back in, heal, repair, doesn't matter. That tank's going to do a crazy amount of damage and an easy hold on B1. Here's another retake, though, on the backside of B1. Well executed, well organized. 2 full squads come swinging this direction. Now with the tank gone, the tank has to choose, now can I take 8 people down? Well, make it 7 because Ragnarsson's landing his sniper shots. In the meantime, Musa doesn't care, and he didn't ask, finding a vehicle from a distance. Now 3 tanks, 3 vehicles, one of which is a tank destroyer. Says, well, maybe a single tank can't do it. With the help of a destroyer, the help of Krauser, we retake here. We take B sector. Well executed.
Yeah, I was wondering how HYD were finding the space to go ahead and just keep flooding this point. Taking a look at the hills off in the distance, right on the outskirts of B1. There's like 3 respawn beacons down, so 3 squads pretty much have instant access to that, but the strategy is going to fall short as soon as the vehicles start to join the fray. RRQ have a big advantage going into Sector C. That being said, they did lose their tank on B1 right now, and actually Krauser is under heavy fire right now. They're trying to make something happen. HYD, they were still spawning on those beacons, but he's able to go ahead and take the remaining members out. Sightline set towards Sector C, and I feel like RRQ got to be feeling pretty good at where they currently stand, because remember, Mauza sitting all the way back with that tank should be able to continuously take out all of the vehicles that get called in for the side of HYD.
This LAV, or LAV, as chat wants me to say. I like LAV better. Called in, 3rd vehicle for the side of RRQ. They've got everything they need under the sun to get this win. Now it's just a matter of execution. HYD trying to hold the line. That's Hazmat, that's Lease, that's Mume. at the top with Mirka trying to help out, but they're just outnumbered and outgunned right now, doing everything they can to keep each other on their feet and keep fighting. Unfortunately, they'll lose most bodies onto C1, a classic early aggression, and another classic shot here from Malza way up on the ridge, hitting their shots on the floating parachuting vehicle that this HYD team desperately needs.
Yeah, super hard to counter strat. The approach from the attack, this is very, very common. This is what we always see, but it's why we kind of talk about how important it is to keep that initial tank alive. So when it did get destroyed, RRQ did such a good job, and it was a big momentum swing. Now, speaking about momentum swings, the tank destroyer is trying to get Swifty towards C2. It does take a lot of damage, but it is able to go ahead and get out of there. It's got to be careful, though, man. Some of those sweeps are very, very scary, and you can see a bunch of engineers are poised up all the way on the backside of the map. You got to imagine they're going to be calling in a vehicle and trying to protect it every which way that they can. Nope.
Those vehicles are dying like off spawn in the air. Talk about coordinated shots. I mean, that's probably the highest I've seen a vehicle explode in the air. That's not an actual jet or helicopter. Anyways, V9, DHM on your screen right now in the live, just getting active downrange. This is one of the choke points on Cracked. It's one of the ways you can find so much value. Also, Talavanya picking up like 6 at the kill feed in their vehicle. This is utter destruction right now. Again, it's warfare, and vehicles are a huge piece of it. But in Victory Unite, Cracked becomes much more of a vehicle game than it traditionally is in pubs, and I brought that up for this very reason, because you have to utilize your advantage. When you have the advantage, you talked about this last time we played Cracked, Vivid, you have to take these vehicles out before they hit the ground. And it's even easier, frankly, in Cracked, as long as you're aware of where the vehicles likely will be called in from. The quote-unquote safest place for the defense to call in their vehicles is behind the one, I'll call it a skyscraper, the one tall building on the far side. Looks like Javier may be in a bit of trouble. But if you know that, you're going to play to destroy it every single time, whether take your shots early or just swing around the outside where it is less protected. Little nuance there. Pretty easy to get the kill is all I'm saying.
Javier feeling the pressure right now, but you can see there's a giant strike squad off to the left that's not going to be able to defend C2. Is anybody from the side of HYD going to be able to defend C2? They call in the urgent redeployment because they're starting to feel the pressure right now. There is only 4 boots on the ground actually capturing C2 right now. Somehow they're making it work, but the tug of war comes into play. There's a couple members from the side of HYD jumping on the C1, but they're going to be taken out very, very early on, as there's 2 vehicles that are interested in going ahead and defending that possession from the side of our RQ.
Urgent redeployment, the only thing saving them here for a moment of just stalling out this C2 capture.
Javier.
I mean, this is just
Javier.
Frenzy.
Javier.
A frenzy of kills. It was all Javier and all Krauser, and everybody from HYD is dying, all on respawn with urgent redeployment down, and they all were spamming out. I think more than half the team is on respawn timers right now. That's gotta be GG. There's no way these defenders can get to the point fast enough. They've got to run so dang fast to get here, and when they arrive, Javier will be there to meet them. See you later. A crazy, dominant performance. Maybe the fastest win we've had in this entire competition. Krauser, RRQ are going to get the win here unless we have a miracle from HYD, and the miracle has to come right now in the form
C1?
of a retake on C1. They're still battling.
Falling apart potentially here for RRQ. If that tank destroyer goes down, I'd be a little bit worried. Javier has to be a little bit careful, but it looks like they've regained C1 in a dominant performance. But as I started to say that, C2 is contested for quite a quick second. But RRQ, look at this, they're hype. I can actually hear some of the people in the arena screaming for that win right there. And yeah, that had to be the fastest win we have seen so far. They got the early advantage when they took Sector A, when they took out the tank on Sector B, and after that, it was a clean slate, man. They weren't even slowed down.
Ooh, back to the drawing board. Crack's a tough map. It's a map that punishes you if you make a couple mistakes. And the biggest mistake, unfortunately, was that Lance got cut down early in his tank. once the defense lost their one vehicle, immediately, what did we attack do? The attack calls in their second vehicle. They have the huge vehicle advantage, and because of that, no other vehicle would land and hit the ground for the defense. You lose your one, you lose them all. That's how little room for margin there is on Cracked, something we've been talking about all day today, in this match already and the match before where we saw Cracked. So I asked you the hard-hitting question. We both said 2-0. As we take a look at the stats, who are the biggest standout performances? This is the easy part. I'll ask you the hard part later.
I mean, definitely Javier in the vehicle of the tank destroyer. I mean, that being said, even though it looked like he was being pretty dominant, did not necessarily pick up the most kills for the side of our RQ. Gotta give a big shout out to our score leader, stumping the commander Krauser himself, Mozera, on the back foot of 60 revives. That's nasty on the attack. That's what's keeping them alive. That's what's keeping them so healthy in the ticket category. Who is the biggest fragger for this team? Arixa. I think it's going to be on the gun as well. So even though the vehicles were a big part of the win here for our RQ, some of the gunnies finding incredible value. Ooh, before we jump away from this, 2KA, I called him out. I said, listen, the bow looked like it was very, very good. He actually had the most kills on the server with 29 right there. Great stuff.
Yeah, listen, as much as it was the most dominant performance we've seen and the fastest win we've seen on the attacking side, I will give some credit to HYD. They put up a bit of a fight. Like, they still were able to strike back some. They had some nice retakes. They had a couple decent stat lines individually, but could not piece together as a team. It started here, though, on the A sector. The best play, and really what gave the attackers such a big advantage, was that they swung low side. They went street side because they knew the playbook of HYD. Caught them by surprise, took A sector immediately. So when we got to B, they had all the momentum. What do? Immediately take B1. And this is where things got weird because the defense were kind of trapped between the two sectors trying to figure out what to do. I think the play call was we retake B1 when they leave. And that's exactly what happens.
I personally think that everything that HYD did in terms of their playbook was played out perfectly. I think what the problem is, right, the game plan was there. I think they over-invested in everything they did. Let's go back to Sector A. Do you remember when they were trying to protect the flank to the left side and they had multiple squads over there? They had way too many members over there. They had nobody on the point ready to defend it. Remember when they kept playing the tug-of-war game on Sector B? They had 3 separate respawn beacons, 3 separate squads trying to play for that tug-of-war towards B1. Guys, you gotta have somebody on B2. Usually you only really need a couple members, a couple of boots on the ground to go ahead and play that tug-of-war game because there's nobody gonna be there for the side of the attack. And then towards C2 at this point, it doesn't even really matter what you're employing in terms of the game plan because you are just so far down in terms of
Cracked is one of the maps too where it's kind of a thing where if you've got the vehicle advantage like the attackers do, it's less that the defense needs to figure out a way to win, and it's more that the attackers don't need to scam and lose the game, right? And it can go either way. It can go vice versa on Cracked, but it doesn't often go vice versa.
Yeah.
The main reason for that is because the attackers, if they are losing in vehicles, they can call their vehicle in way back, all the way back to the original spawn. And it's far enough away that sometimes you can get away with it. There's a couple of pieces of cover that can't be flanked. For the defense, I said this before, and it's, I think, a really important topic, is that when you're calling in your vehicles and you don't have the vehicle advantage, and your vehicles are getting shot out of the air, the safest spot for you isn't really very safe at all. It's behind the tallest building.
Yeah.
But if you don't have people covering the flanks, a bunch of engineers or a bunch of Virons or something, those tank destroyers or those vehicles that have the advantage are going to come swinging up and be able to shoot that thing out of the air, whether it's on the ground and about to land or literally off respawn in the air. Crazy destruction and great timing from our RQ to keep their advantage. Again, I think it's whoever gets the advantage early, it's about not losing rather than the other team trying to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see HYD actually try to play their engineers over towards that hill that our RQ were kind of playing with that tank that's destroying all those vehicles, right?
Mausa,
they tried to play for it. Just didn't happen, man. Our RQ were actually there to answer. They were ready for it as well. So as much as we can kind of criticize what HYD was doing in terms of overinvestments here, overinvestments there, our RQ were actually just responding to everything that HYD did very, very well. Obviously, it was a stomp. They must have been doing something right.
Yeah, okay. Well, let me bring it back up. The hard-hitting question.
Oh, okay,
We both said it was a 2-0.
Right.
Do you think that RRQ holds them on Sector A? That's the question I got for you. While you think on it, let's talk about the team that may be able to do it. The squad, the best squad, Marv, Wu-Tang, Ripstra, and Arixa are the top 4 players as a squad, and for good reason. Take a look at that stat line. We see solid assists, solid fragging across the board. These guys were all damage all day.
Incredible stuff from the side of these guys. Should I answer your question now or later?
You can answer it now. We're about to see the MVP of RRQ, so that's going to be the player to beat, which I think we know who it is. So
absolutely. But listen, I think they're not going to hold them on Sector A, but I can almost guarantee you when they do capture Sector A, I think they'll go into Sector B with like less than 120 tickets. I think the vehicles will start to flow in for the side of the attack, and they'll just overwhelm the defense, but then they'll probably lose on Sector B.
So you think that HYD will get Sector A, but they'll get it when they have about, like, what, 70 lives remaining?
Yeah.
Okay. Heard. Yes, Chef. David's been cooking on his predictions. We'll see if he cooked on this one. Chat, let me know what you think. It's going to be an A hold, or do you think we'll go to Game 3, or even just a later hold and a later win for RRQ in this game alone? Again, taking a look at top squad, now MVP. Give it to Mauza. I agree. I think MVP doesn't always go to the player at the top of the leaderboard because, again, this is a role-playing game. This is a team effort. And Mauza was a huge difference maker for this roster in that tank from the backline on the ridge, putting down a ton of damage and putting up a ton of assists on the actual vehicles that were flying out of the sky, and still 22 assists in general, just shelling these points. So great job from Mauza.
Yeah, absolutely. Was this who you were expecting to be the MVP?
No, usually it kind of depends. Like sometimes when we're talking, they'll pull MVPs or, the other talent from the Chinese broadcast will also probably have the same idea of us of like this person made huge impact plays that doesn't appear on the leaderboard, and that's how the MVPs are chosen. I just assumed it would be our commander would be at the top of the leaderboard and therefore our MVP. But I agree with this one. I like the Mouse pull. I think was a huge impact player for the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Hitting those tank shots on all of those vehicles kind of falling from the sky. All right. So what do HYD need to do here to go ahead and stump RRQ on the attack?
That's the question that you have for me?
Yeah, I mean, can they do anything? Is this duo?
Listen, I actually don't think HYD is a bad team. Again, we talked about some of the individual slaying power that they have. You brought up, 2KA, I think has to kind of go crazy in this map, like have pop-off hero moment 1v4s. And I think it's going to require somebody like a 2KA to play the route, clear up the backside of, let's just say it's Sector A, for instance. Clear up the backside of Sector A so that the whole frontal of force all goes together as one, pushing a point where they outnumber their opponents.
Yeah.
So basically, 2KA needs to go 1v4, and the rest of the team needs to go at least 1-1 or close to it.
Yeah.
And they technically win that map war of bodies on point. I know it sounds simple, but I think HYD, based on the way we just saw what happened in Cracked, I think they have to have a hero.
So the thing that I need to see happen, I feel like it worked for RRQ here, worked in an earlier game today on Cracked as well. I feel like just the run it down mid strat towards A is kind of it. That's been working. Just smoke like 3-4 times with the stinger, and then you just run in.
For A?
Yeah, for A.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one thing that's been working on Cracked every single time we've seen it successful on the attack is a full send, send the house, all gas, no break, close eyes. I mean, just send it. So I like the idea. And, I think that's replay. I was about to say, oh my gosh, we're in game already. No, I like the idea. I think a full send is nice.
I want to see HYD, again, I was kind of critical on the idea that I felt like they over-invested in terms of like where they're putting all of their pawns, right? Sometimes you only need one squad responsible for something, and to me it felt like they assigned those tasks to like 2 or 3 different squads. You could be finding value elsewhere. So pay attention to the attack. If they have some of these attacks where you see like 10 plus boots on the ground doing the same exact thing, I think they're going to lose pretty fast. I don't want to see that.
I'm going to agree with you, but also a slight disagree.
Okay.
I agree. I actually think on the attacking side, it may work better.
If they just run up mid, I think it'll work. But if they do like flank with like 10 plus, I don't think it'll work.
Yeah, I think the defensive side, I totally agree with you. I think they overinvested in a lot of plays. Yeah. On the attacking side, you almost need to invest that heavily to make something actually work. But anyways, let's take a look at it. Look, alt jersey buff. That's all I'll say. RRQ looked good yesterday, but this RRQ looks great. I'm loving these purple jerseys. I know, you know, they shouted it out in the interview, our interview with, not our commander, but with Laraf. Laraf is saying, you know, they've got their org owner here. They've got a bunch of support here in person. And so I'm sure they were thinking, let's rep everything that we can for our org with a couple different jersey options to help us win in style.
And we were talking about whether or not the passion would be there for a team like RRQ. Taking a look at the huddle right there, the comms were kind of flowing in, look like words of encouragement. To me, it looks like indeed the passion is there. Vivid, why are you kind of questioning the passion? Because yesterday they were so invested in the matchup against TXT. They looked good, but there was a little bit of a rivalry kind of going on there. So when you reset, when you go against a different team, can you bring the same energy? So far, it looks like they can. RRQ are on the verge of going 2-0 and continuing the trend throughout the day. They want to remain in the upper bracket. They want to go to the upper bracket finals. As it currently stands, HYD will be the only thing in their way. Can they hold them back on a map like Cracked? We'll find out as we jump into the game in just a little bit over a minute.
2KA gonna have to go buku bonkers on the map.
50 plus on Sector A.
50 plus. 50 ball Jamal. We need it right now on the first sector. Would love to see. Wonder if we'll see some more snipers swinging back the other direction. Had a couple snipes actually, one from each side at least. That could be fun. Yeah. I think if I'm HYD, I totally agree. I think I sit in the house. We just gotta run it down mid, man.
Just go.
Throw the smokes and send.
Just go.
Throw the smokes and send it. And of course, you know, we'll say the same things we always do with Cracked. They've got to have the vehicle advantage. I mean, we should have a vehicle advantage counter with the amount of times I've said that. But it is probably the most important part of Warfare, especially in esports. That advantage is so, so crucial. The power play. Another sports reference for you. Huge, huge boon. What do you think about RCCK maybe? There's a lot of comms flying from that commander.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and pay attention to that then. Pay attention to the cams, kind of see what's happening in terms of what conversations are being had. We are indeed kind of jumping into this. As a quick reminder, HYD is going to be on the attack. They are currently down 0-1 to the RRQ Titans, who are returning to Cracked. They're going to be on the defense right now. Sector A will tell a lot of the story for how the remainder of this map is going to go. Who's going to get the early momentum? We're going to have to wait, find out.
Full tilt, full sin does not happen. We are far and few between. Where are our attackers? My goodness, Elegant was deep in their spawn. Here's Lance. He was our tank operator in the last rep on the defensive side. Now on the attack, HYD getting stuffed at the line.
Javier now, of course, has been one of the members of RRQ that seems very, very comfortable in those vehicles, but now he's going to be on the medic role, trying to get active on the SMGs, and we've actually seen a couple of players throughout the day find themselves start to get very, very active in a similar situation. That being said, we've been a part of this match, this round, for about a minute, and 12 tickets have already been dwindled. HYD have to be careful here. Great shot onto Elegant right there. The bows, man, they're so cool. Very, very precise. You need to be accurate with those things. You need to be able to aim. I don't use one.
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about that, huh?
Nope.
Luna Crutch player. Anyways, RCCK maybe trying to command the squad to move as a unit, play together. But Arixa being a bit of a thorn in the side, actually shooting thorns, man. Shooting those arrows down the range so if anybody peeks out of the smoke, they're going to get crushed. Really aggressive defense here, honestly. RRQ, here's Popey. Going big for one. Pretty weak here, though. Oh, almost gets a two, but defense getting much more aggressive, playing for these 1v multiples on this hilltop, knowing that if they give up this hilltop above A, they could very well lose the point. Solid job from HYD to continue to get those revives so they can actually push as a unit. Yeah, we're low in numbers. This is looking like a cap may happen here shortly, and D's going to have to jump the point.
Yeah, this is actually a very good opportunity for the side of HYD. They did chop down a couple of the members of RRQ, so they're going to be on the respawn timers. And look at this, simultaneously from the flank, from up on the hill, they're starting to flood in towards the sector. So they've kind of got a two-phase pronged attack as it currently stands. Can RRQ go ahead and defend this? The smokes are being the MVPs of this attack because they're allowing the revives to go ahead and continuously flow in. The rest of HYD needs to go ahead and join the fray, though. Some of the members of HYD are jumping onto the point, and some of them are still off in the distance. I think that's going to be the difference maker. It's kind of allowed RRQ to jump back on the point, but as it currently stands, looks like it's still back and forth. The revives are probably playing a big part of this.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was just talking about. I feel like they needed to full send that play. As the attackers, they full send there, they at least get some percentages onto the point. It forces the D to jump point, which means they can't hold the power positions. And then you can kind of regain.
Oh my gosh.
Lance.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. Oh, yo. Lance is snapping.
Oh.
Lance is snapping. Oh, and he gets. Oh, no, he doesn't get that one up. I thought he also got that player up. They almost bit big there.
Yeah, big couple of kills, though. Those are huge wins. HYD need to do something on the back foot of plays like those. Let's see if they can do just that. I'm taking a look at the kill feed in the top right. It was actually all red for a moment right there, but Somplex trying to make something happen out of that, shooting some arrows into the smokes. That's not going to work out. And look at this, HYD proving me wrong. I thought they were going to dwindle all the way down to sub 100 tickets, require the vehicles, but the push comes in, man. They're looking pretty strong to take Sector A.
Yeah, great job. They did a good job of battling through a couple nice plays indoors, and then just swarming the point.
Beacon.
I feel like defense was just a hair too spread out. Once they saw a body starting to stack and play for capture point, they needed to answer back. And I'm wondering if it was a respawn issue. This A sector is quite far from the defensive spawn, so that's what it feels like. Defense is going to go ahead and burn an urgent redeployment here to make sure they're set up, I guess, for B, or maybe try to swarm and retake this. Feels like a little bit late. I mean, they're already at over 75% cap on A. There's no way these players get here in time to stall this thing out in a significant way. So maybe a bit of an overcommit there, but at the very least, you're going to get all your players back on. Because this transition to B, I mean, it's 40 seconds before you can actually do anything, but you can let the attack kind of set up for new and set up for this attack. And if everybody's on respawn, it might catch you unaware. Here's the tanks, though. Both teams going to get one. This is the same tank operator, Talavanya, here now for the defending side, RRQ. Saw some decent value in the tank. And, well, aptly named Tank Brit. Did I see that correctly? I think so.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how RRQ played their tank. Talavanya, remember, playing in a similar road is where RRQ was able to take out the tank on the opposing side of HYD when they were on the approach. How are HYD going to attack the B sector? Obviously, B1 is usually a little bit of a gimme, but RRQ will obviously look to play the tug-of-war game later on. Just trying to get active and trying to go ahead and delay, take some of these tickets away for the side of HYD.
Yo.
A very clean shot right there. A very clean follow-up for the side of Arixa. 14 kills to his name as it currently stands, and he's looking to continue. Can't find any more members amongst all the smoke, amongst all the chaos. Actually, he does off in the distance towards the B1 point. Starts to take some shots in the back, and he's forced to go ahead and duck and cover.
Tank BRK, by the way. Sorry about that. But Arixa on 14 kills, 14 and 6. Looking to just disrupt the back line. HYD doing a pretty solid job here. They're going to take B1. I mean, Arixa has been and will continue to be the problem. Unfortunately, needed to hit a couple of those shots, and they get shot in the back. And it already tanked the Tempest ult, so won't be able to get the self-revive off. Goes down. Here are the attackers, though. They're going to set up a nice flank push. That is a full squad of 4 running around the far left side to be able to play for the backside of B2 and cut off the reinforcements of the defense. In the meantime, Talavanya playing very safe, way off on what would be the left side if you're facing B1 of the B2 capture zone. Playing in the street, trying to hold a choke point and potential rotation that the attackers could make over to B2.
Trying to continue the highlight reel is going to be Arixa. This time is only able to go ahead and pick up 1 as opposed to like the 5 he found last time. And now Talavania, as some of the attackers start to get a little bit closer to B2, those sight lines will be opened up, cleared up a little bit better for the tank, and that's when he will start to look to get a little bit more active. But like you mentioned, playing very, very passive. We saw what happened when the defensive side loses the tank early on. They cannot go head-to-head with the tank on the opposing side, and you're pretty much suffocated in terms of the vehicles being able to be called in. So you got to go ahead and keep this tank alive. And for the side of RRQ, they obviously are going to know that. But for the side of HYD, what they are looking to do is find a very big flank onto the side of B2. Krauser with a sneaky little respawn beacon. Maybe spawns a little bit earlier. How did Javier spawn into that beacon?
Snuck in there, man.
Look at him.
Do they know he's here?
No, they don't. They thought they destroyed the beacon, but he like snuck in at the last second.
Yeah, they're looking like they're keeping eyes this direction, though. They feel like there's going to be some more players this direction, but Javier just sneaky. A lot of action happening around B2, though, and I think the biggest thing you mentioned is that both teams still have their tank. We're going to stick with Javier and see if he can make a play. He's taking a sweet time. Doesn't want to give up position, and oh, they found him, and they're dead.
Javier's got a shotgun, though. You got to imagine that he's in an advantageous position, but the util comes out, puts him down to about 50 HP. Let's see, when the two-pronged attack comes in, it's going to be Widow jumping off the building with Shoddy in hand. A little bit of a trick shot there. And whilst all the chaos is going on, RRQ are actually looking to go ahead and take back B1. I feel like me and Goj have been a little bit distracted watch some of the individual plays because we are already down to 140 tickets. What happened?
40 lives sent. They tried to take B1 and immediately send B2. They were kind of stuffed in the line and backed off of B2. But in the meantime, like you said, B1, they had a full squad strike team taking B1 on the back side. It forces the attackers to retreat, which is a nice play when you felt like you were outnumbered towards B1. You're starting to lose some of your reinforcements. Forces the attackers to back off, retake B1, and then readdress the fight from a different angle. I actually quite like HYD's position right now. They have these two sections of attacking. They have the one on the far right side, you know, branching off of B1, and then you have this, I wouldn't even call them a strike team. It's like almost half your force playing this high side, playing the rooftops over there on the left side of B2. But yet again, a nice respawn beacon and a big play from this squad that mostly is thwarted down to a 1v1 to finish off the fight, and he spins over the top, tries to trick shot him. Popey, the man, the myth, the legend, will pick up at least one revive and get the players back into the mix and start capping B1. I liked the attacker's position, but now they are fully split in half. With this respawn beacon outside of B1, you have half your force out on the right and half your force way out on the left, causing, I think, maybe you need much more of a force in one position. I think you stick like a strike team and then the rest of your force on the right, which maybe is what they're trying to do right now as they try to retake B1, but I don't know. I don't hate the idea. It's just not being executed maybe perfectly.
Ozera is actually on for like a 1v4 right now. The jump comes in. Jeez. How? The shoddy, man, the introduction of this secondary shoddy has been found to be so valuable for a lot of the plays throughout the couple of days we've seen the competition here in Wuhan, China, and a player just finding so much value like Ozera. It's great to see. They've actually successfully held on to B2, right? No attack kind of coming in for the side of HYD while all the chaos is going on B1. And they have actually almost captured B1 in its entirety as well. Goj, remember, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I called for HYD to stop sending like 3 squads towards the B1 point to play that tug of war. How many squads are causing all this chaos for RRQ on this B1 point? It's just one, man.
Yeah.
You don't need too many squads to do the same exact thing sometimes.
Well, it's kind of what I was talking about. I feel like you just need a full send one thing, and they had their force completely split in half. Now they've got a position where it's this one squad, HYD squad, out here, this movement on the far left side. Everybody else is together. I like this a lot better. It feels a little bit more cohesive. They just need to clean up the rest of the players on B1, get control of it. And I would even argue, I mean, it's a little more risky. Let's bring our takedown into the mix to hold B1 so we can actually make a coordinated attack. But RRQ, a hero, almost goes insane on B1, but even just those moments are showing what RRQ has in their bag. Their bag is deep. They've got some heroes that can win 1v multiples, and it's really one of the biggest difference makers between these two rosters right now.
And sometimes, man, I'm not going to lie, I kind of count out those engineer players instantly. I'm like, oh, this engineer player is probably not feeling like too confident, not usually going to be the gunner of the squads that's going to be on those type of roles, but proving me wrong right there. It's awesome to see hold up off in the distance, the Lav being destroyed. That could be a big swing of things.
Yeah, the attackers are able to yield more vehicles right now than the defense, but being able to at least take down one of the now 4 that the attackers have and almost take down the tank as well, it looks like, would have been a huge value add for RRQ, Krauser, and the team. But now that you have an advantage, you have to push the advantage. RCCK maybe's got to be telling his team, get that tank healed up and get that tank on B1 so we can actually make a move at B2 and not just take these weird fights outside that are fairly inconsequential.
We have had this weird 4v4 here between these two squads for so long. Let's take a look to see if HYD can go ahead and apply the pressure. No, the building goes ahead and tanks the final rocket right there.
Oh, no.
The lob is going to land. The tank is going to land. Oh, that is bad news, Bears, for the side of HYD. Remember, when the attack of RRQ was so good, it's because they were able to go ahead and destroy all those vehicles. But HYD, they didn't even get one of them. And on the back foot of that, RRQ is starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. They want to call on the urgent redeployment as well. But I'm not even sure why. If you take a look towards B1, I mean, they can kind of play that tug-of-war game. And B2 is still in complete control for them. And V9 is hitting both shots from 100 meters out.
Man, what a crucial moment. You needed that last Aluru rocket to connect. I'm not sure if it got shot out of the air or if it like accidentally clipped the building or something. Almost looked like a slight mistake, but still, 3-3 in vehicles is a huge win for the defending side. Lance is going to have to go big. Lance again was the tank operator in the last match on the defense. Now tank on the attack. As expected, one of our tanks, now that we have 3 vehicles, one of them is going to go sit near and around B1, while the other tank shells from a distance. Same strategy that the attackers last map implemented RRQ. It's just not nearly as effective because you allowed the defense to pick up 3 vehicles.
Widow trying to do a little bit of a flank onto the vehicle of RRQ. That would be great. Oh my gosh, that's going to be a straight up strategic respawn beacon that the entire team of RRQ can actually spawn into. They actually want to go ahead and put a lot of pressure onto the point of B1. But again, it's just going to be one singular squad that's going to be landed right now. And look at this, RRQ are trying to implement a similar strategy as they did on the attack. But on this time, during the defense, they do go ahead and take out one of the vehicles. And we're still kind of focusing on Widow, who's trying to go ahead and make something happen. Currently, Javier in the lab is down to 50% HP, but Widow is snuffed out. He's taken out, and now RRQ are still pressing the attack on this B1 point.
Yeah, I think that team strategic respawn beacon didn't really find any value. I'm not sure if anybody respawned on it.
He might have meant to call a smoke or something else.
No, I didn't hate the play if maybe people died, but it didn't look like people died in time to be able to utilize it. We still got a solo causing a disruption on B1, so what do? HYD send like 9 people for him, because that's apparently what they need. Good grief.
2-piece.
Nice find there, Mauza, and continued disruption here. This is really well done from the RRQ team to just make HYD think twice about B1. HYD have not put up a real push to B2 this entire sector, which is exactly what RRQ is asking for. Krauser is telling his team, keep being a thorn in their side, keep making them think about B1, keep making them respond to you, and keep winning 1, 2, 3, 4, everyone falling at the hands of RRQ. And this time, yes, it was Popey up in the lead, but a lot of the rest of the team follows. B1 now in deep trouble because of the artillery barrage over the top, and a great play from these two squads to fully invest their time and effort to retake B1 and make HYD fear that they will lose right here, right now on the B sector.
Yeah, super, super scary, but take a look at this, a huge investment. HYD seemingly happy with conceding the control over the B1, but they're trying to go ahead and spawn on the rooftops over here. Maybe they have set their eyes over towards this vehicle, but taking a look off into the distance, Mauza is doing Mauza things, continuously destroying these vehicles before they touch down. HYD, we got to go ahead and turn our eyes over to this play towards the rooftops. Why are they over here? What is the game plan? What are we going to do now that we have this position? I feel like every single time we take a look at this rooftop, we've usually only had one squad over here. They haven't found any value, so why is the call to go ahead and send another squad over here? They're not even seemingly pressing the LAV either.
No, I agree. I think it's an overinvestment on that rooftop. It's a decent power position, but you have to do something with it. They've been sitting up there for nearly, what, 80 lives at this point, and really have just been taking these weird 4v4s on the off angle. Now, the answer is, if you stop getting shot in the back over here, you actually make your way across the street in a much shorter duration flank or cross to the B2 sector. The problem is they just haven't done that yet, or at least we haven't seen them do that because we've been focused over here on B1. We now have complete control over both zones in this B sector. It is looking clearly like it's going to be an RRQ victory, and this might be one of the nails that gets added to the coffin of HYD. Both vehicles go down. Both vehicles will not land or be able to be used. Anytime there is a chance HYD can grab an advantage, it gets swept out from underneath them, and they fall flat on their back and say, now what?
It's kind of cool. HYD is trying to call on one of those little transport vehicles in front of the actual vehicles that they're calling in, like the tanks and the tank destroyers, to try to eat some of the artillery barrages from the side of RRQ. It's just not working. Like, RRQ is aiming properly, finding the angles that are necessary to go ahead and take them out. So they're staying up on top of that. We've seen Poopy kind of pop off. We've seen the whole team of RRQ pop off because
Poopy's
remember,
the man.
me and Gouge were talking about how they kept going to that rooftop. They sent 2 squads over there, which they conceded B1. Now they have 50 tickets to go ahead and basically just full reset on the sector of B and try to reclaim B1 and B2 with just 50 lives remaining.
We don't get to do this often. Look at Popey. I mean, this is an individual making a difference. He's double positive. He is 39 and 18, make it 40 and 18. That man is worth 2 of a normal player on the side of HYD. Individual plays like that make a huge difference, especially when you have several players doing a lot of the same. Those KDAs, we don't see them in the leaderboard at the end of the game, but when you are able to see them in-game, it really shows you the difference that these players are making. I mean, Arix is able to hold down a full choke point of these players getting out of spawn. Speaking of getting out of spawn, they can't buy a vehicle at this point. RRQ have complete control. This has got to be GG's.
Arix is actually keeping up with Poopy as well. Poopy has 40, Arix has 38. So you talked about the individual prowess. Every single time this guy takes damage, you think he's going to lose a fight. He makes something happen. You think about it for a second. You're like, oh my gosh, is he going to make it happen? He doesn't eventually go down because I jinxed him. It's not going to be his fault. But RRQ are still in full control of the B sector. You posed the difficult question, are they going to hold them on A? I said no. I thought they were going to have a little bit of a stronger hold, but it looks like the strong hold, the strong defense, was actually going to be set up towards the B sector.
I'm so glad we're showing the map view. It just really tells the story of what we've been echoing over and over and over again. The red team, the attackers, they can't even get out of spawn at this point. RRQ were not content to sit back and hold B2 and hope that it was enough. They have fully retaken B1, and then they have pushed them back and back and back. The attackers can't get out of spawn, and they are desperately relying on these revives. They're desperately relying on their medics and the smokes to hopefully get them onto the B1 point. Insane.
Talking about getting onto the B1 point, finally HYD, a full reset kind of comes in. They get a couple of members of their team onto that point, but Poopy is going to be in the mix right now. You can see him kind of jumping around in the smokes. He is going to go ahead and fall, but a giant barrage of explosives coming in from all of the vehicles from the side of RRQ are trying to go ahead and stop the efforts of HYD. You can also imagine that this artillery barrage that's being called in right now from the side of RRQ is also going to be landing on this B1 point. Typically, these investments are what we usually see be invested in towards B2, but RRQ are so far ahead of the game right now that they're able to go ahead and fight for B1. They do eventually go ahead and lose it. but they do gain a lot of position around the map. And as we saw off in the distance, Javier was actually able to go ahead and take out another one of those vehicles. He actually jumps out of the vehicle. He's interested in jumping into the Allure rocket. They actually take out the assault vehicle from the side of HYD as well.
Crazy job here, RRQ. Again, as expected to some degree, HYD is going to have to start lining up one of the last couple pushes that they can make. But the problem is, anytime they're talking about what they do next, they have to reassess because Popey's just going insane. Again, a retake. And again, domination on B1. And you blink and you missed it. We lose 20 lives because we didn't have anybody to pick us up. There's too many players.
Bottom right, by the way, Krauser, over the last couple minutes, he was smiling, he was laughing. They're cracking jokes over there on the side of RRQ, man. They're feeling really, really good about this matchup. I mean, obviously, no reason not to. And they are so far ahead that they've even got a guided missile to go out and toy with if they do so, please. The rain of vehicles does come in, and oh my gosh, it's a Christmas miracle. A vehicle for the side of HYD has touched the ground.
With 16 lives left and a lot of bodies on the ground right now, I don't know if that miracle is going to be enough to make a huge difference, but we'll take what we can get. Enough score to call in 2 guided missiles with another successful objective. Let's see what comes of the rest of the score and whatever vehicle advantage we have finally found with HYD. Here is one of the pushes happening. Immediately thwarted by 2 players. I mean, what is like, these guys are getting into the mix back there. Arixa is causing so much chaos. Look how far that Timstol, by the way, brought him back. That was nuts.
I want to see RRQ just start to have some fun with these guided missiles. Now they have 2 of them available. Of course, they don't be overconfident. You don't want to underestimate your opponent and go ahead and waste a bunch of score. But with the push coming into B1, why not call it in now? Can we go ahead and predict a guided missile? We can indeed. Krauser, the commander, is looking to take over this match. He wants to go ahead and win the thing now. HYD, they're going to be forced over the point. I don't know if this is going to find a lot of value in terms of the kills because HYD should be fully aware of the fact of where this is going to land. 3 seconds separate them. They're actually able to go ahead and secure beat number 1. Now, they're going to go ahead and look to avoid the guided missile, which they do successfully, as do all of the vehicles. They need to go ahead and make a giant push towards B2 right now. Urgent deployment called in for Krauser. He's starting to feel the pressure as well, but Lance finally gets into the mix. He's been in the back lines all day, takes it to the front lines, and instantly is met by the side of RRQ.
Lance goes huge, and Talavania answers. Mauza there as well. A huge investment from HYD. It was the right play. It was just too little too late. The guided missile lands, and they say, what do? We full send as a unit. This is what I've been asking for. They sent the house, and it almost worked. Here's the problem. Javier was there for backup. Talavania's still there, and they win the trade, they win the round, they win the sector, and they win the match. RRQ, not infallible, but pretty dang good.
All smiles down the line here for RRQ. Fist bumps are coming out. Like I mentioned, when you take a look at a team and they're winning that dominantly and they start laughing, they start smiling about halfway through, you start to feel a little bit worried for the opposition. I mean, I guess you could say the worries came in a little bit earlier than that. The way the first round of this one went, when RRQ were on the attack, it looked like they were the better team, and they went ahead and solidified that statement as well with their performance on the defense. They didn't hold them at A, but I feel like a hold on B on a map like Cracked, that's obviously going to be good enough.
Respect given, and again, this is not the end of HYD. HYD will move to the lower bracket. They'll still fight for their life in this tournament. Moments of Greatness, certainly a team that could make some waves and maybe grab some upsets down in the lower bracket, but they're not going to beat RRQ, not today. RRQ is too polished. They played too well. They have too many heroes. This is a strong roster here to continue to make a statement. They'll be joining LT in the upper bracket finals, and they're going to give us one more bow and a wave for what they were able to accomplish today. That is 4 matches that went 2-0. 4 matches in near clean sweeps. Crazy.
It's what I expected coming into the day, though. For some reason, that's just how our bracket was kind of drawn up. I was taking a look at some of the head-to-heads, and yeah, day number 1, we had a lot of those games go a lot closer. But because of who won and who lost and the matchups that we got today, it was just 2-0s across the board. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. RRQ, no surprise that we see Poopy up towards the top, 52 kills, but Arixa also joins him up there, 50+ in 55. I'm actually going to be curious. I'm going to search for 2KA on the other side of things over here. 30. I see a 36, 42. I mean, man, there are some actual fraggers on the side of HYD. I'm actually very, very surprised.
I'm going to be honest. I was asking for a hero of 2KA or any of the individuals from HYD in order to get that win. And instead, RRQ delivered what I was asking for. Popey and Arixa almost doubled up on anybody else's kills on their team across the entire team.
Oh, they literally did.
Crazy. I mean, they were going insane as a duo up on the front lines, picking up. Again, their KDA was well over 2 in a game like this. That is pretty rare and, of course, extremely impressive. So there's many reasons why RRQ was a better team in that instance in that matchup, but those two guys really dominated the defensive side for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, whenever we do see a Warfare match just be so one-sided, it's very, very easy for us up here to just be like, it was all about the vehicles. I feel like sometimes over the course of this match for us, it actually felt like it was the individual plays from some of the players of RRQ getting into the mix, right? That one squad of RRQ that kept pestering B1 and recapturing it like by themselves. That is an incredible feat. Obviously, the vehicles did come into play when they pretty much deny every single one of the ones that HYD was calling in over the course of that, but RRQ just did such a good job across the board.
Agreed, and taking a look at some of the highlights, you can see what happened. I mean, again, I actually thought HYD did a pretty good job of capturing A fairly quickly.
They did.
I like the play style. I like the way they pushed onto B1 immediately, and they were able to take B1 almost instantly. However, it was a really strong play from RFQ, and again, I think a small mistake from HYD with the way they played the transition between B1 and B2. It's a tricky thing to get right, and I think this might have been the first mistake. HYD invested a ton of time, a ton of effort, and a ton of bodies for that high ground building, the broken on the far left side, to maintain an area of what is some control of the map. It gives you a little bit of control of the street view. That's kinda it. I wanted to see those players push out faster. I wanted to see those players make a better play for B2. When they didn't, things got a little bit upside down, because then we started shooting vehicles out of the sky, and then we started retaking B1, and then we started seeing RRQ come online, of course, on the back of the two players we already highlighted.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything they did was pretty much fine outside of letting B1 go. I mean, you can't let the defense have full control over B1 so much so that they can just literally like spawn on it, right? They can click that as their respawn point, because, I mean, when you only have 50 tickets left, you're gonna have to fight for it. And then obviously, you know, they did decide to go ahead and make one final push. They had nothing left. And you kind of talked about, hey, listen, why not do this earlier when you have some tickets to work with, when it's not gonna be a full send from the side of RRQ as well. Like, it looked pretty good when they did all in it, but as you can see right there, the reactions after the loss, it didn't look like they were all too frustrated. Let's go ahead and take a look at the best squad for the side of our RQ.
Yeah, this is to be expected. I mean, Marv Wu-Tang did a great job as well. Solid score lines, picked up a ton of assists for the squad. Riptra picked up 34 assists as well, 14 kills. 53 rescues is a nice stat line as well. But then Arixa, I mean, Bowmaster McGee going insane, 55 kills, 7 assists. Couple rescues as well. Really strong performance from Arixa, and again was doubled up on anybody else's kills on the map aside from Popey.
Yeah, absolutely incredible effort there from the boots on the ground, from the team just in general. Really loved how they kind of broke that one down, played it. And I really wonder what the difference maker was there for HYD, because we did see when RRQ caught in those two vehicles all the way on the backside of Crack, they actually were able to land. But when HYD tried to call those vehicles in, RRQ destroyed them immediately.
Well, I think one thing to remember is that at the very beginning, when they called the vehicles in the back, RRQ, when they were attacking, already had the vehicle advantage. This time around, it was an even playing field.
Exactly.
So they didn't have the angles to come around the side of that tall building I was talking about. Now, we talk about MVPs, we talk about Popey. Makes a ton of sense to me. 52 total kills, 31 assists, and a solid scoreline to boot. Popey certainly living up to the name, doing a fantastic job with, of course, Arixa as a duo, really, with the way they were playing to just disrupt any move that HYD was trying to make to egress into the point. I think if these two guys don't pop off as much as they did, I think there's a pretty good chance we at least get to Sector C. I mean, it was one of the more dominant individual performances that did not come at the behest of a vehicle, especially helis or jets or otherwise. That's two dominant infantry players that changed the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to kind of see them continue on in their competition, but because they did go ahead and win their upper bracket game today, those guys, those carries, Popey and Arixa, they get the opportunity to take the day off tomorrow. They're going to be able to go ahead and rest as they do await one of their final matchups in the upcoming competition. Unfortunately, for the side of HYD, they're still in the competition, but they're kicked down to the lower bracket.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about the bracket, the schedule, when you should tune in, all that stuff here in just a little while. Before we get to any of that, and we're doing picks and bans today for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Really cool segment if you missed it last time because it was so dang late. We're finishing literally 6 hours earlier than yesterday, and we played the same amount of best of threes. Is that not ridiculous to say out loud? 4 stomps in a row. Wild stuff here with Dfiw, but that's the way things go. We will get our interview first. Once we're done with that, we'll do our picks and bans. We'll talk schedule, we'll talk bracket, and break it all down for you. We still have 6 out of our 8 teams still in this competition, and tomorrow we'll be losing quite a few more. So a lot of things on the line tomorrow. It's going to be very exciting stuff. And again, talk about that in a moment. Of course, though, we have to hear from RRQ. We'll see more from HYD later in the competition. RRQ likely taking a break tomorrow. I assume we'll get that interview. Yes, it is ready now. Let's head down to the stage and hear from RRQ.
Hello， 各位，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是汤。我们这次邀请到了 RRQ 站的 DELTA 选手，DELTA 选手，各位打个招呼。
DELTA, please introduce yourself to everyone.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is RRQ DELTA. I play for Team RRQ and I play in Leraf squad.
DELTA 选手刚刚介绍了他自己，他来自 RRQ 战队。
OK， 首先要恭喜你们进入到了胜者组的决赛当中，算是打破了自己的对手的一个记录。我想问一下此刻感受怎么样？大家分享一下。
So first of all, congratulations for winning this game, and can you please talk about your feelings right now?
Obviously, we are a ton happier right now because the last match we fight against Tuxedo is already done, and now we play against HYD. They are giving a lot of surprises before, like the last Dfiw. They improve a lot from the 2025 one. So yeah, they give a ton of surprises this year.
选手表示，去年他其实也在 Dfiw 与对手有过一次正面的交锋。他其实非常尊敬对手队伍，他发现 HYD 这次有了很多的惊喜给到他们，也有了很多的提升。
这场比较势均力敌的一个对决，想问一下 DELTA， 去年他其实是使用了复合弓，那个时候还没有流行起来，而当这个赛季开始流行起来的时候，他又换了其他的武器，算是一个复合弓的鼻祖。想问他对于这个武器下怎么评价？
So DELTA, we know that previously you were the pioneer of compound bow, right? But now when it gets popular, you stop using it. Why?
I felt like there are a lot of better players in my team right now that can use compound bow to the fullest. So in that case, I'll be just the flex one. I'll be the anything that the team needs. In case that they need compound bow back, I'll play the compound bow again.
DELTA 表示，现在他的队伍里有其他队员，其实使用复合弓的技巧要比他娴熟很多。但是他也表示，他的位置是非常灵活的，他现在更倾向于一个补位的状态。当然了，如果需要他再次拿起他的复合弓，他很乐意随时效劳。
OK， 其实发现 DELTA 在这次赛场当中用到的是 FS12， 怎么评价这把武器
？DELTA, you used FS12 in this game, right?
Yes.
How did you comment this weapon?
Broken. Very broken because yeah, it can be used in a secondary weapon slot. So you can have like 2 weapons where the main one is for the long range one and the FS for the close range. Like you guys saw in the match. Yeah, it's kind of broken to be honest.
Delta 选手对这个武器的评价就是，其实是非常两极分化的，非常灵活的。你既可以把它用作副武器，也可以用作这个近战的主武器，所以他觉得这把武器其实非常灵活。
OK， 下一个问题是，你们下场比赛将会遇到这个龙腾战队，想问一下，对于这场比赛 Delta 怎么看？有没有比分的预测？
Delta, in the next match, you will face LT. So, do you have any predictions of the score?
I think it will be a hard 2-1, and I hope we won. Obviously, they are obviously the powerhouse of this, this game, and also they always bring the surprises in every single match since ACL and then the last year the Dfiw. Even though they lost against Tuxedo, it's still they are one of the best team out there.
Delta 非常肯定 LT 的表现，他表示在去年的 Dfiw 和其他赛事当中 ，LT 都有着非常强劲的表现，而且他还表示 LT 每次都会给到他们无限的惊喜，所以他的比分预测是他们会是胜者，而且比分将是2-1。
OK， 那也期待你们在胜负决赛表现。谢谢 Delta， 接下来把时间交还给评论席。
Thank you.
Well, folks, that was Delta, a great interview with RRQ yet again. I'm loving their interviews, man. Electric energy, really, really kind, humble, but also confident that they will get the win, even against some of the best teams in the game. But they're right, RRQ is going to the winter finals, if you will, the upper bracket finals.
Yeah.
One more chance. If you win that, go undefeated. You make it to the grand finals, skip a whole day of competition. Crazy, crazy stuff. But hey, what a great day and a weirdly fast day. Yesterday was it took forever. We had several game threes. It was nail biters. It was overtimes, double overtimes. Today, we had a bunch of good teams, but we had 4 fantastic teams. I call them giga stomps. I mean, it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Super, super fast, ending 6+ hours earlier than yesterday. Insane stuff. And I'm sure tomorrow we'll be back into the grind a little bit, back into the double overtimes and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Vivid, we got a lot we need to talk about. Specifically, I do want to recap the day, talk about the schedule, talk about the bracket, all that good stuff. But I ask you the age-old question. Do you have a favorite part from today?
Do I have a favorite part from the day? Let me go all the way back and think. I think it just has to be how well Ascension was kind of played, right?
Okay.
I'm going to mention one name and you're immediately going to agree with me. Sarah Jane.
Yeah, I mean, that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen. Sarah Jane went insane. Also, I got to shout out the best jet pilot in the game right now, Betterzechi, and they were unstoppable. It was one of the best jet operators I've ever seen in game. That was super cool. That's 2 different teams that had aerial support that just was the difference in them winning or not. I would also throw in this last match, man. We actually saw in 4 matches, we saw 3 different win cons that we're not necessarily used to seeing. We saw a helicopter win con, a jet win con, and then 2 boots on the ground just out-frag everybody win con. You don't see any of those options very often in game.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it can happen in a slightly imbalanced power between 2 teams, but still, I loved it today. It was cool to see something a little bit new.
Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff. Definitely saw some stuff that is new. Now, speaking about new stuff, why don't we talk about old stuff? And when I'm talking about old stuff, I'm talking about old questions.
Oh,
the question that I asked you early on was, who do you think is going to win the whole competition after we were done with match number 6?
I told you.
We've been through all 8 matches of the day, and you were like, dude, I'll tell you after we finish the match of
No,
the day.
I told you before. I said it was going to be the winner of LT versus FX.
You did say that.
It's going to be LT, man. I feel like they've got this one in the bag. They feel like the most polished team. They feel like the most well-rounded team, and they've got their heroes that can make pop-off plays. I'm loving it, but a quick look back on the results from today. We started in the lower bracket as a reminder. It was HAN versus RBN, a stomp, frankly. And again, I don't blame them. RBN's a great team, but HAN on paper is a top 2, top 3 team in this event, and they came to play today. They knew their back was against the wall, and they stomped the competition. Unfortunately, RBN couldn't get anything going. We then moved to the AHR matchup versus TXD. Similar story. TXD is an extremely polished team with a ton of experience as almost an entirely full roster. This is almost a perfect repeat roster from last year's Vietnam competition. They won DFIW 2025 with this roster. No surprise to see a 2-0 stomp there as well. But of course, talking about LT and FX, HYD and RRQ.
Yeah, a couple of upper bracket matches. Here we can see the full picture for the rest of the competition down in the lower bracket. We're going to have the matchup of HAN versus HYD. And then on the other side of things, it's going to be TXD versus FX. Both of those matches are going to be played tomorrow, June 19th. You can see the times there as well. Following match number 9 and following match number 10, we also are going to have match number 11 tomorrow, which is basically going to have the winner of those 2 matches, which will, of course, go to the loser finals in match number 13.
That's right.
Like we already mentioned, a break for the 2 teams that have stayed in the upper bracket or in the upper bracket final. So we will not see LT tomorrow, and we will not see RRQ. They're going to be waiting in the wings for June 20th. So all elimination games tomorrow for us,
That's right.
guys. If you were excited about the Warfare games today, you were excited about all of that, you got to tune in tomorrow because there's going to be so much on the line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's all elimination games tomorrow. Every single game tomorrow, we will lose a team from this competition.
Sheesh.
We currently have 6, and we will go down to 3. Insane stuff. Bracket looking very clean right now. I am so pumped to see these teams progress through them and where they go from here. That LT-RRQ matchup is going to be a banger. That's not tomorrow, though. That is the following day. I mean, I think all of these games are going to be solid. HYD versus HAN will be a fun one. TXD versus FX. I want to see FX come out with some fire and potentially try to take down the TXD current reigning champs of Dfiw. Both of those matches will be a lot of fun. I do think that if they let it get away from them, both of our 2 rounds that we start with tomorrow could be 2-0s, though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think I'm looking at HAN. I'm looking at TXD. I actually hope both of them win because I want to see those 2 teams play each other. That's what I want to see happen.
HAN and TXD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be
that.
a really good game.
I respect that. I'm a little too biased to agree with you, but I do respect that. I like to play. Man, I'm having so much fun with this. And I think HAN TXD would be a really good matchup. I think FX could put up a decent fight against HAN too. I don't know. We'll see. I think the top matchup will be fun, but overall, as we move through our bracket, June 19th, that is tomorrow, folks. Same time, same place, by the way. Everything's starting at the same time. These 3 matches, all elimination matches. Here they are as a recap. Starting out, same time. It's going to be a 1 p.m. start for the game start. We'll be live a little bit before that, 10, 20 minutes or so of Vivid and I yapping. HAN versus HYD to kick it off. TXD, then FX after that. And then the TBDs are just the winners of both of those matches. All elimination. Only 3 teams will remain at the end of the day. Crazy stuff.
So we've actually watched 8 head-to-heads, 8 matches now of Dfiw 2026. Would you consider us more than halfway done? So we've only got
because we did 4 and 4, and we have. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. We're halfway done.
Yeah.
5 days. We're going to be here for 3 more days ahead of us. But with this new schedule, last year was only 4. With this new schedule, we've got the grand finals is a full best of 5, and it's its own day. And this stadium is going to be packed. It's getting more and more loud each day that we go along, and I think even tomorrow it'll be more packed. But grand finals is going to be nuts, especially if TL make it there or LT make it there. I think they've got a pretty good chance of making this stadium break some decibel records, man. I mean, it is going to be insane.
Absolutely, and the fact that it's a best of 5, that's going to be the first time we're going to be seeing that as well. I'm excited to kind of see how that one's broken down. Best of 3s until we actually get there, though. But, a lot of competition still ahead, man. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. There are only, what is that? What did I say, 6 head-to-heads left, and we've already watched 8. That is crazy.
3, 2, 1 left, folks. It's going to be 3 matches tomorrow, 2 the next day, and then grand finals the following day. We are over halfway done, but 3 more days of competition. Now, don't go anywhere yet. We are about to jump into it. I can see it fully set up behind us. We'll be heading to the picks and bans for tomorrow's matchups. You'll be seeing, we're there. Ready to rock and roll. Let's see what they do.
So Saturday or Saturday?
Got HAN versus HYD here. So obviously both of these teams are going to ban 1 map each. The coin kind of decides who actually map bans first.
Okay, here we go.
HAN, they're going to be banning. Let's wait till we can read it.
Aftershock.
Who's surprised?
Yeah, that's it's either Aftershock or Fault. Let's see what Yeah, okay, that checks out.
Yep, and there it is. This
listen,
might be
listen.
the...
We have 8 teams. We have, what is this? What did we say? 8 matches. We've done 8, and we have 7. We have 15 matches in 15 matches, unless maybe in a best of 5. I don't think we ever see Fault. No, I'm not even going to give it the time of day. It's not going to happen.
Those might be the bans for the rest of the competition, by the way. Like, it's literally straight up Aftershock. And Fault, both of the members from the team here will go ahead and mix the balls up to make it just that much more fair. And then whatever ball is chosen will be the map that these 2 teams will play tomorrow in the first 2 rounds. If it is tied after that, they'll go to a round 3 where one of the teams will go ahead and pick the map. But the first 2 rounds will be...
No way.
No, I'm not saying
It's
it.
Cyclone, baby. We're going back to Cyclone. Woo!
Gosh!
Let's go! Another Cyclone map. Couldn't be more excited about that one.
Who's going to get what side?
HAN will attack first.
HAN will attack first. HYD will defend first. They're looking to see which way they want to go around the referee there to go ahead and get the handshake going. Cyclone once more. Have you not had enough of Cyclone yet?
Listen, I was the one excited about it. You were the one that was dismayed.
Yeah.
I got
guess
pumped.
I was projecting.
More Cyclone, baby.
We saw Cyclone, what, 2 times on opening day yesterday? And then
Two
we saw
Cyclone.
Full,
and
then
best of
once
threes.
more today as well, right?
Yep.
That's 3 times already. Now we're going to see it a 4th time.
Yeah, out
That's
of
a
9,
lot.
out of 9 best of 3s, we'll see it 4 times in an 8-map pool.
If we pull Cyclone in this next matchup,
what are you gonna do?
I'm
You're gonna crash out.
It's gonna be feeling reminiscent of Vietnam, where we only saw Threshold.
Hot take or not, I want to see Threshold. I'm so ready for Threshold.
Yeah, I'm ready as well.
I know we were so tired of it at the end of Vietnam because we saw it so many times, but it is still one of my favorite maps. I love the way it's played, the strategies we got so used to, and now I'm starting to feel that way about Cyclone. So I'm feeling good. I want to see more Cyclone, man.
Cyclone has still netted us some of the best games of the competition.
That's
so,
true.
You know what? Fine.
Double tiebreakers,
Yeah.
the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
That's a good shot, actually.
So
it's been some of the closest games.
It'll probably continue with the trend.
That's so funny. All right, we move to the next matchup, though. As we head down to the other matchup in the lower bracket tomorrow.
We got TXD and FX.
Yep, TXD and FX. We're going to see Wormy up there making some calls in a second. What do you think? Do we think it's going to be Fault and Aftershock again on the bans? I mean, the last time, I misspoke way earlier thinking about what the bans were. Wormy actually banned Ascension. But I don't know if that was a target ban for LT like I was talking about.
Yeah.
Or if it was something that they just don't feel as comfortable on comparatively to their opposition they're playing. So let's take a look.
According to our rulebook, TXT
it's also important to kind of think about the loss that both these teams took. Like obviously FX losing on Cyclone, maybe that might play a little bit of a part into
I'd
what
love a
map
Cyclone
they're
ban.
thinking about banning. Oh, now you're flipping.
Oh, my
the
bad.
script
I mean,
on
no,
us.
I want
Yeah.
to see Cyclone.
Yeah, exactly. Wormy's going to be banning the maps first here. What's it going to be banning? Is it going to be
Fault, baby.
Fault? All right. Naturally.
That's funny.
All right, TXT have the opportunity to switch things up here. Are they going to ban Aftershock, or are they going to switch it up? He's actually, wait a minute.
Cyclone.
Sneaking. He banned Cyclone.
No way.
He banned Cyclone.
Cyclone. We could see another Aftershock game.
All right.
Let's manifest it. I want to see more Aftershock.
Wormy's got a smile on his face. I think he's thinking about the possibility of Aftershock.
I just think he was excited that they banned Cyclone.
True. Yeah, he kind of wants that, right? Because they just lost on Cyclone today.
Yeah. They do have a win on Cyclone, though. So
True.
It's not like, wouldn't be that bad.
It would be interesting to kind of hear from these teams what maps they would kind of pick in a situation like this. That might be a cool little segment or cool little interview question that we could potentially ask them if we catch them backstage or something like that. All right, let's see. TXD FX elimination game tomorrow in the lower bracket. It's going to be decided on the map of
we're back. We're back, baby. Cracked again. This is great news if you're FX fans. We saw FX roll Reborn on Cracked in Game 3 of their matchup. I think this is probably best case scenario for FX in consideration.
Attacker in first round.
And they pull attacker first round.
Nice.
If you're an FX fan, best case scenario 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Stare down coming from Wormy right there as the handshake gets completed. All right, there we go. The stage is set for both of our elimination games tomorrow on the initial part of the day. We're seeing no variety.
No new maps. We're playing Cyclone again into Crack.
Awesome.
Still haven't seen Fault. Still haven't seen Threshold. Still haven't seen Trainwreck.
Yep.
Wild. I'm loving it, though. Listen, it's all randomized for now. We get to more picks later. And who knows, we maybe see some Game 3s again, where we could see some of those new maps that aren't currently shown. And again, because we have the winners of these 2 games playing each other after this,
True.
we'll do another one of these picks and bans live in the stadium before the match starts, right? So that is the other thing to consider. This third matchup will be the first one that doesn't have a full day of preparation behind it.
Ooh.
So the winners are going to have to kind of think on their feet and do some live planning like we saw last year. So that is another thing to consider. If FX were able to pull out a sneaky win here or something, or TXD win in pretty handedly fashion, all the preparation that TXD oftentimes does, they won't have the time for going into either the winner of HYD or HAN.
Yeah, absolutely. So some cool stuff to think about, man. Day number 2 was great. Day number 1 was also great. I'm excited to jump into more action tomorrow.
That's right. Well, folks at home, that is it for us here in the booth. Day 2 is wrapped up, and tomorrow is all about the Elimination Day. You're not going to want to miss it. Same time, same place. You know exactly where to find us. We'll be there live all night, all morning, wherever you're at. One quick reminder, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow.